cannot upload.
Sell everything I own and become a hippie. DAOs will be to corporations as democracies were to monarchies. Ended up getting a master's degree in digital currencies and we built a community. We hacked the DAO for the rest of the money. We had to give that back to everybody. The only hack where everybody won, giving people agency and making things fun. Focusing on what we needed to focus on. Giving people agency and making things fun. Reward value creation. Co-opetition creates sustainable regenerative commons. Governments and taxes out of the equation. Actual design validation.
As I said,
the whole
I don't have the ability to share
I don't even
my
understand
screen.
why we have to pay taxes. Value for society needs to be appreciated. People who provide value are rewarded. ETHBarcelona, DAO Ninjas, Hack the Hacker, ETHBarcelona, Public Infrastructure, ETHBarcelona, connecting everybody together. So it's really about
Hello,
starting the
can you hear me?
cultures to leave it better than you found it, right? Non-profits to make
Anyone can
profit.
hear
Really,
me?
truly
Please
altruistic.
read my
Could we have
messages.
war
I do
without
not
paying
have
for payroll?
permission to
Provide value
share
for
my screen.
society.
Hello?
Está al aire, díganle, coméntenle.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Buenos días a todos. My name is Sunny Saatva. I am incredibly excited to be here virtually. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to make it today to ETHBarcelona. However, I'm incredibly excited to speak with you all this morning, this beautiful morning, about increasing diversity and sustainability in Web3, specifically speaking about DAOs and impact. And if the ETHBarcelona team can hear me, please allow me to share my screen so I can share my presentation with you all today. I'm first going to be sharing about 3 brand new DAOs that were launched in 2022. It was an amazing experience for me to travel to my first cryptocurrency conference, my first Ethereum conference in real life. Going and experiencing the energy of these events really enabled me to first recognize how exciting and how impactful this space is, and recognize that I want to be building in this space as much as possible. That led me to launching my very first DAO with my co-founders, which was called the Vegan Africa DAO. I'm a social entrepreneur and an engineer based between the United States and Kenya in East Africa. And at the end of this presentation, I'll be sharing some very exciting news about an Ethereum event later this year in East Africa. And again, hosts, if you hear me, please give me permission to share my screen so I can show everyone a little bit of the information that I'm going to speak about today. I am incredibly grateful to everyone with the ETHBarcelona team, from Michaela, who's been coordinating, to the amazing team setting up these virtual wallets for the NFT tickets, and the incredible people here with me, Penelope and Fausto today. We can be live together despite not being able for me to be at this venue. And again, hosts, please let me share my screen. But I'll first go on and start by saying that we all know there are some issues in the Web3 space, and a huge issue is the language barrier. I know I'm here today speaking with you in English. It would be better for me to be able to speak in English. I can best communicate everything, but anyone who does want to see this presentation, either in Spanish or Portuguese, please reach out to me after the presentation anytime today and let me know, and I'd be happy to share that with you. So I hope that you can share my screen now. See my screen now, and I will minimize this. And so the 3 organizations that I'm excited to speak with you about today, I'm showing here: Crypto Lingo DAO, the Black Leaders DAO, and the Vegan Africa DAO. And something on the side, a surprise for the end. The Crypto Lingo DAO is focused on breaking language barriers in Web3. We all know that at the majority of these events we go to, we need to be reaching out to people who don't just speak English, who can benefit the most from blockchain Web3 technology. And I'm incredibly excited to be speaking at a ReFi event because I am a huge ReFi fan. I think that regenerative finance, or financing through Web3 technology, through DeFi and utilizing blockchain technology is going to enable us to see a more equitable world and a more sustainable world. I'm also one of the co-founders of the Black Leaders DAO, which is advancing Black leadership in the Web3 space, and as well a co-founder of the Vegan Africa DAO, scaling the Pan-African Vegan Network. I am really diving deep into the DAO space in 2022, as I know that many of us are. I attended my first ETH conference earlier this year, and that fueled my desire to build in this Web3 space. And my passions about diversity and sustainability naturally carried over to the Web3 ecosystem. In the past 6 months, I've traveled to various Ethereum events on 3 different conferences and won 4 separate Web3 hackathons. I'm incredibly excited to build upon this momentum with everything I'm going to be sharing with you today. First, I would love to introduce the Black Leaders DAO, which is advancing the next generation of Black leaders through Web3 education, financial literacy, and NFT or social token launches. We launched during the Ethereum Rio conference. That was in March 2022. And we actually won the Social Impact Prize and award at that conference. We recognize that in order to grow the Black community in the space, there has to be Black leadership and diverse leadership. One of our main goals is to increase the representation of Black people as leaders within their chosen industry in Web3. And we've successfully been able to send more than 6 teams to hackathons all over the world to hack on problems that affect our communities and understanding how we can utilize Web3 in order to solve some of these problems, which leads me right into our second pillar, which is community. I know that entering the Web3 space at first can be daunting, especially if you don't have friends or a community or someone who's there with you to spend the time and to help guide you on this journey, but also to help you grow and flourish. It's incredibly important to have the solidarity and community, which is one of our goals. And of course, financial sovereignty is so important in the entire Web3 space. One of our pillars is also DeFi, which is enabling new structures of financial sustainability through liquidity pools and social tokens. Our team is made up of individuals from across 3 continents, Brazil and South America, the Americas and the United States, and East Africa. We have members who are everything from researchers to artists, blockchain developers, an Olympic athlete from Brazil, entrepreneurs, and individuals who are leaders within their chosen field, making the connection and bridging the gap between that field and the Web3 space while increasing participation in the Black community. This seems like something you're excited to get involved in. I would love to speak with you. We already are growing our partnerships daily. I definitely am incredibly passionate about diversity in Web3 and just want to recognize that the Black Leaders DAO and each project that I'm speaking about today has launched with support from the Blue DAO. Blue is BLU3, like Web3, and they catalyze women and non-binary led projects in the Web3 space to help them succeed, enabling hackers to travel to different conferences and growing community in a safe space. We all know that safe spaces are incredibly important at these conferences, especially when the gender dynamic is skewed towards having more men in the Web3 space. And creating these safe spaces is incredibly important. I hope everyone recognizes that as you go into this weekend and through this event, to respect every single person you come across, recognize that we all have some amazing shared goals, and see how you can work with everyone you meet to help others achieve their goals. We've also partnered with Women Build Web3, Crypto Mujeres, the Vegan Africa DAO, Minpadera, the Harmony Protocol, the Mirror Protocol, and Blue DAO Latam. If you are interested in partnering with the Black Leaders DAO, just check out some of our amazing successes. We've had teams win hackathons, including on the main stage at ETH Amsterdam, the Social Impact Prize at ETH Rio, and prizes at Activate Miami and ETH New York. We recognize through partnerships, through collaboration, and through solving problems that the world needs to be solved, the world needs to see solved, and the Black community needs to see be solved. We can both excel in these hackathons, but also build projects projects with longevity. I'm very excited to speak with anybody who wants to collaborate with the Black Leaders DAO and help us build these coalitions to increase diversity and diversity of leadership in the Web3 space. I'm gonna just keep it up on the screen for a moment. Please do scan the QR code. There you can find our website. You can also connect with the Black Leaders DAO on Telegram, on Twitter, on Instagram, and get involved with everything that we're working towards. Thank you so much for letting me speak and introduce the Black Leaders DAO. And that was launched at the Ethereum Rio conference. During that same time, several individuals, including myself, were recognizing that the majority of this conference in beautiful Rio, Brazil, was held in English, despite most of the local population not speaking English. And we recognized that we need to be growing the number of people participating in Web3, the non-English speaking population. That's a market of billions and billions of people that are underserved right now by this ecosystem. We're breaking the barriers caused by language in Web3 by translating content for Web3 protocols about their operations, their white papers, their updates and newsletters, and creating written and video content. This is happening right now in Spanish, in Portuguese, and Mandarin Chinese, with some new languages coming very soon. We're really focused with the Crypto Lingo DAO on education. This is an emerging DAO that is one of the first multilingual DAOs, passionate about educating communities around the world about Web3 technologies, protocols, and activities. We're also very focused on inclusion in the Web3 space. We know that we have to increase the participation of non-English speaking individuals. And we're doing this all while gamifying the process. We need to make it fun for people all over the world to learn about the Web3 space. And that is one of our missions. We are currently fundraising in order to build out this application. You can reach the Crypto Lingo DAO through our website, through our Twitter, through our YouTube channel. Please subscribe and learn more about what we're doing. And I'm very excited to introduce you to my wonderful team that launched the Crypto Lingo DAO. Our community lead for the Chinese-speaking community is Xing. Our community lead for the Spanish-speaking community is Juliana. And I'm the community lead for the Portuguese-speaking community. And these are my amazing co-founders who share this vision of breaking the barriers caused by language in Web3. I know many of us here are multilingual. Many of us at the ETHBarcelona conference understand how important it is to bring this information to people who speak various languages. And if you feel like that's you, please scan the QR code, learn more about what we're doing, and let's see how we can collaborate. I'm very excited to introduce you all as well to the Vegan Africa DAO. Our mission is one that is central to the ReFi mission. It's a mission focused on climate justice. It's a mission focused on decolonization. And it's a mission focused on educating the public while creating economic opportunities for high growth African-owned vegan businesses. Some of the pillars of the Vegan Africa DAO include increasing food security. We recognize that we have a growing global population, and a plant-based diet uses less land and resources than animal agriculture. This is something that can feed the growing African continent and the growing global population, but it needs to be funded. And we're incredibly passionate about decolonization and decolonized structures. We understand that there's so much locally owned entrepreneurship and products that currently are not receiving the funding they need to scale and meet the growing global demand. What this is leading to is local entrepreneurs all across Africa becoming cut out of their local markets and imported products from all around the world, competing and saturating these African markets. We want to make sure that those local entrepreneurs can remain competitive. And so one of the pillars of the Vegan Africa DAO is funding for the Vegan Africa Network, increasing opportunities through Web3 funding and increasing financial freedom through empowering vegan entrepreneurship. And of course, raising awareness about the personal and planetary benefits of a plant-based diet led by local activists, is one thing we are incredibly passionate about. We also have launched our NFT collection to support the Vegan Africa DAO. Please feel welcome to scan the QR code to check out the Astral Giraffes NFTs. Buying these NFTs supports vegan African entrepreneurship. They're beautifully designed 3D pieces made in Blender by East African artists, and every single purchase is actually redeemable for a gift basket of sustainably produced African-made vegan goods. Of course, the plant-based evolution is something that this ties directly into, but it's also with a focus on empowering small businesses and entrepreneurs. So if the Vegan Africa DAO is something that you are excited about, please do reach out to us. You can scan this QR code and visit our website, check it all out, see how you want to get involved. And what is next? I am so excited to reveal what this amazing, hilarious, gorgeous zebra corn means. The zebra corn is the glorious logo behind ETH Safari. Ethereum Safari is the first Ethereum event in East Africa that's taking place this September in Kenya from September 18th through 24th. Please feel welcome to join us there to learn more about what we're working on. It is truly going to be an incredible experience, and I know that the entire global Web3 community can learn and grow by connecting with the developers, entrepreneurs, investors, and enthusiasts or Ethereum enthusiasts that are thriving and building right now in Kenya. I would love to see you all there. I will definitely be there IRL, in real life, not virtually, and you can scan this QR code to learn a little bit more. I am so grateful for every single one of you for taking the time to learn a little bit more about what I'm working on. I could not have done this without my incredible co-founders who are focused on living the regenerative finance truth, creating equitable opportunities for individuals from diverse backgrounds, and for amazing coalitions to be built to help more people enter the Web3 space and to utilize the Web3 space to catalyze sustainability in our global economies. You can scan this QR code to learn a little bit more about everything I'm doing. And please, please, please reach out to me. You can find me on Twitter or Telegram or Instagram at Sunny4Earth. I am here because I believe that it is the most important thing we can do to empower people who have been disenfranchised for most of written history to utilize this insanely beautiful period of change and growth that the Web3 ecosystem has given us to right some of the wrongs done in the world, to create more economic opportunities, to empower people, and to do it all through incredible organizing and DAO structures. I'm going to go ahead and stop this presentation now and say hello again. I wish I was in that room with all of you. Thank you so much for everything that you guys have been doing, the ETHBarcelona team for coordinating this, for making this such an incredible experience from afar and from the beautiful Barcelona location. I'm so excited to speak with more of you. Please, again, reach out to me at Sunny4Earth on your favorite social media network if you feel inclined to collaborate, to get involved, to support either the Vegan Africa DAO, the Crypto Lingo DAO, or the Black Leaders DAO. These are emerging organizations focused on increasing diversity and inclusion in Web3 while increasing global sustainability and equity and scaling amazing entrepreneurship. I'm really grateful to have been here, so thank you all so much. I will see you around, I'll see you online, I'll see you at the next conference, and definitely check out Ethereum Safari, the first Ethereum event in East Africa. I hope to see you all there.
Good morning, good morning, and welcome to the Forest stage here at ETHBarcelona. It is my pleasure to introduce to you Willy Ogajali from Shapeshift and Giveth, who will be presenting Scaling DAOs. Come on up.
Thanks, brother. Testing. Bom dia, amigos. How are you guys doing? Woo! Hope you're having the best day ever so far. My name's Willy. I'm a shapeshifter by day, Givither by night, two amazing DAOs that have a little bit of experience scaling. So I'm really excited to talk about this topic with you guys today. It's something I'm super passionate about, and I'm hoping we can have a great discussion, talk about this very important topic together. So we're going to be talking about scaling DAOs vertically, horizontally, and even into other dimensions. So, to start, I want to start with a myth that I've been seeing all over Twitter's, even in reputable publications like TechCrunch and CoinDesk, that supposedly DAOs can't scale. Has anyone here heard this myth before? Raise your hand. All right, thank you. Keep your hand raised if you believe this myth. Okay, so I can tell I'm preaching to the choir here, but we at least have a few skeptics in the audience. So let's talk about this, right? Let's talk about why, because every perspective is valid. So these are the three main reasons that I hear touted for why DAOs can't scale. First, of course, is this assumption that DAOs must be flat. You can't have any kind of hierarchy, or that's not a DAO. The next one is that DAOs are just slow by their nature. They're fundamentally slow. People believe that every single decision needs to go to a vote, and that these governance processes are just lengthy and cumbersome and slow. And the last, of course, is the need for proof. DAOs have really yet to prove that they can scale to large sizes and operate sustainably. That's fair. But let's look at reality. The reality is that, sure, DAOs can be flat, but they don't have to be. They can be any shape. They can be hierarchical, or really any shape that the community desires. And importantly, their structure is fluid and can change and adapt over time. So for this reason, I'm calling DAOs four-dimensional. As far as speed goes, speed isn't always slow in a DAO. It doesn't have to be. It can be. But it can also be variable and configurable. And it can be designed just as efficiently as a traditional org, if that's what the community wants. There's no reason it can't be. And as far as the proof goes, it's TBD. We're still figuring it out actively right here, right now. And now is the time to experiment, find out what works and what doesn't. But personally, I don't see any reason why the largest and most valuable organizations in the world won't be structured as DAOs. So, if we can agree that DAOs can scale, the next question we should ask ourselves is should DAOs scale? And the answer, of course, is it depends. You don't have to scale if you don't want to. If you want to, if your community wants to, you can have a completely sustainable microeconomy and micro-community. Some people actually think that DAOs just shouldn't scale and that they should stay lean. And this I don't agree with. I think certainly for some DAOs it will make sense for them to stay small, and then for other DAOs it will make sense for them to scale, just like with traditional organizations. Ultimately, it's up to the community. Sometimes you don't have a choice though. You start going viral, your Discord starts blowing up. So if you really want to keep your community capped at a certain size, there's tools out there. One is Collabland. It's a tool for token gating. You can do it for your discourse, your Discord, and you can use transferable governance tokens or NFTs. Also, if you want to have a transferable governance token that can be traded, but you expect to have a low liquidity environment, bonding curves are just an amazing, almost magical tool that we're not going to dive too deep into today, but if you are in this position where you want to have a transferable governance token and you assume low liquidity, bonding curves are an amazing way to provide that liquidity and make it always tradable, even in that low liquidity environment. So these are great tools if you don't want to scale, but that's pretty much all the information I have today for those who don't want to scale. For those of you that do want to learn how to scale, this next part is for you. And again, we're going to talk about scaling vertically, horizontally, and into other dimensions. So let's start with vertical scaling, which basically is like growing your DAO. Horizontal scaling is more like keeping your DAO small and leveraging tools outside of your DAO to scale. And there's three pieces I think that are really important to scaling vertically. We're going to talk about organizational structure, scalable governance processes, and scalable communities. So let's talk organizational structure, something that I'm really interested in, excited about. I think this is key to scaling DAOs. And right now we're looking at Shapeshift's organizational structure. By the way, feel free to fork this, copy this, change it. Just, we ask that if you figure out something better that works better, that you share the information so we can learn too. But yeah, so let's dissect this. You can see up top, we have the DAO, with of course the community of token holders at the very top. And these token holders can create work streams. And these work streams are effectively sub-DAOs. So anyone can propose a work stream. You guys could propose a work stream if you have an idea for one. And we have a template. And basically, like, when you propose a work stream, we ask you to answer a few questions like, okay, what's the mission of your work stream, right? What are the goals that your work stream's trying to achieve? What are some KPIs that the community can use to measure your success and whether your work stream is doing well or not? What budget are you requesting from the DAO treasury? And how frequently are you going to communicate with the community and let us know how you're doing with your progress? Then the community will have a discussion, a debate, and if they like the work stream and get the proposal to a point where everyone's in alignment, they've got consensus, it goes up for vote. And once approved, these sub-DAOs are formed, and they basically have their own treasury. So we're using Colony. We use Snapshot and Gnosis Safe for the top-level DAO. Colony powers the bottom 2/3. So each of these work streams are sub-DAOs on Colony that have their own treasury. And this is so powerful because what it enables these work streams to do is move quickly and get shit done because they are autonomous and they have the ability to allocate their treasury however they see best fit to achieve those goals that they propose to the community. And we also have work stream leaders, which might sound like people raise their eyebrows. They're like, what? Leaders in a DAO? No. But yes, there's a ton of leaders in a DAO, right? And there's nothing wrong with that. Leaders are great, as long as the community is the ultimate leader on top. So, and we actually have a proposal going through our process right now to kind of clarify the definition of workstream leaders. Like, for example, do they have the power to hire and fire contributors in their workstream? And if this proposal passes, it will be very clear that yes, they do have this power until the community revokes it. So as long as the workstreams are doing good, community's happy, it's much easier for the community to measure the success of a workstream than to vote on every decision that these workstreams are making. The workstreams have the best context. They're boots on the ground, and hopefully they're the subject matter experts. And it's great for these workstreams to be able to move very quickly. And they should still, of course, communicate their progress and everything to the community, but they don't have to ask the community's permission for every single thing they can do. It's super empowering, and I think this is one of the reasons that we've been able to get so much shit done at Shapeshift DAO. So yeah, organizational structure, I think, is key. And we've talked about sub-DAOs. You can also have committees that are basically kind of like sub-DAOs, but they don't always have to have their own treasury. Basically, the community can appoint a group of individuals to make decisions. You can do whatever you want with the DAO, right? It's up to the community. So get creative. We have a committee for treasury management and diversification, and they have a budget of Fox tokens that they can use to diversify the treasury. And they're able to do this quickly. This is another cool thing. Like we talked about DAOs being slow. These committees, you can give them the authority to make decisions very quickly, which can erase that. And people always talk about like, oh, DAOs are so slow. Even if you have a 2-week governance process, the fact that you can go from an idea to funding in 2 weeks is incredible if you compare that to some of these huge corporations. So importantly, you should have the community on top. The community should always have the final say, and if the community wants to appoint like a CEO or something, that's okay, but the community should also have the power to remove them. And with these tools, you can imagine, like we have the full spectrum of possibilities. You can design a DAO to look however you want, and you can keep changing it. You can have sub-DAOs within sub-DAOs and committees within sub-DAOs. Really, anything is possible. All right, let's talk about scalable governance processes. This is so key as well. I think there are 3 important pieces to a scalable governance process, probably more, but these are some big ones. First is having multiple stages and filters in your governance process, right? You don't just want like every idea to immediately go up to vote, and now all the token holders have to read this proposal and like vote on it. You want to have some stages. And I suggest making the first stage in your process just a super low barrier for entry, right? Like you don't have to have a whole draft proposal that meets all these requirements and stuff. Just like post your idea in the forum, right? And start to get some feedback. Uh-oh. This is not part of the presentation. Okay. And I also encourage you guys to stay focused when you start and expand from there. So like instead of just posting it to the whole community first, which you can do, there's nothing wrong with that, but start by talking to a relevant work stream, if there is one, and get their feedback, right? And work with them to refine the idea and get consensus between the proposer and the work stream before you take it to the broader community. Or if you're a proposer and you disagree with the work stream and think they're doing a bad job, that's fine. You can appeal straight to the community. But just know that the community has delegated authority to this work stream. They obviously have some trust in this work stream. So it's probably encouraged to at least chat with the work stream and get some feedback before you just YOLO it. Also, this is a great time to do preliminary due diligence, right? Like, have you ever seen a proposal that goes up for vote, and then the community halfway through vote realizes, like, oh wait, we didn't think about this, or here's a blocker, like we can't do it for this technical reason. Figure that stuff out early with the subject matter experts before you bring it all the way to the community. By the time it gets to the community, you should have a solid proposal that's ready to pass and execute. And over-communicate. I can't stress this enough. Like, just communicate, communicate, communicate. You can never communicate too much. I've never had a community be like, stop, this is too much, even though it is overwhelming, right? But make sure that you're ample opportunity for community members to understand these proposals. You know, have governance calls where you go through them. If there's a proposal that's contentious or really difficult to understand, like, host a call with your community just for that and record it and put it in the forum post so that they can get as much context as they need. The next is proposal votability. You guys ever see proposals that are like, oh, we're going to change these parameters on the smart contract, right? And like, how many people have any idea if that's a good proposal or not, right? But sometimes you got to do it. So like, we always try to make sure that our proposals, are human readable, and again, if it is complex, that there's ample information for people to be able to get that context so they can make an informed decision. Also, these committees, that can be really beneficial. Like, even if you have to have on-chain governance for a decision, and you have a committee that doesn't have the power to do that, only the token holders can do it, just having that committee sign off and explain it to the community and say, yes, we support this, is a great way for the community to get that context. And the last is delegation, which is magical, but I'm not going to lie, it's much easier said than done. Delegation is great if you can figure it out, but it's not easy. It doesn't come out of the box. And you need to have, first of all, active delegates that the community trusts, and that the community, they know who they are, right? Like, how should I know who I'm going to delegate to? It only works if you have these delegates that are active and committed, and that the community can get to know and actually trust. And for this reason, good user experience is so key, right? And so hard to do. So that's why I think we've only seen a few DAOs successfully nail delegation. It's some of the bigger DAOs that have these big communities. Shapeshift and Giveth, we haven't really focused on it because it's hard. It takes a lot of effort to build that, and there's a lot of stuff that we've got to build. So we support delegation, but we haven't built the experience that you need to build to really make delegation successful. But it is a great tool, and I'm excited to see more tools come, so we can just spin out of the box delegation, and maybe there'll be these groups. We're already starting to see it. People who are like, I want to delegate. I'm a great delegate. Delegate to me. We might see delegates become a career. Also, strongly suggest having a governance TLDR. This is ours from Shapeshift. Again, feel free to take any of our stuff and evolve it, or just copy pasta. But yeah, these governance processes take a while to read. Nobody likes to read. We got so much stuff to do. Just start with a TLDR so people can really quickly get a high-level understanding of your governance process without having to read the entire thing. And then have the details below. All right, scalable communities. So key, so awesome. I think there's a lot of different ways to scale a community, but I think there's kind of two core ingredients that work really well. Just start by focusing on. And the first, of course, is dank memes. You got to have the dank memes, right? And I don't just mean cartoons, those are great, but higher level than that, right? Like, what is the reason that your DAO exists? What's your community about? Why should I, as a community member, care about your community and want to get involved? And if you get this right, you'll find, Giveth does this so well. It's building the future of giving. And there's people all around the world in this room who are aligned with that mission, and they hear about it, and they're like, what? I can just come join in the Discord and help out with building the future of giving? I've been dreaming about this for years. And then I can get some give tokens and be an owner in this? What? It's mind-blowing, and it's so powerful. So get those memes right? Gitcoin, funding open source public goods. Shapeshift, building the interface to the decentralized universe. And then, of course, you got to have a dank community experience, right? Once people find out about your community, how can they actually get involved? What does that experience look and feel like to somebody who's just discovered about your DAO? Can they find what they're seeking quickly? Can new community members contribute and then get rewarded? And if you can just nail these top pieces, that is so powerful. Just the funnel of people finding out about your DAO, coming in, getting welcomed, and then being able to contribute and add value, and then get rewarded and become owners. Oh man, that's a flywheel, ready to go. Our community members building relationships. This is so powerful. I love to see community members come in and meet each other and build relationships because that makes it so sticky, right? And we're creating these bonds, this family, this network. Are they learning? Are they earning? Are they growing? And rule number 1, are they having fun? We always have a lot of fun at Shapeshift and Give It DAO. Woo! Let's freaking go. All right, ignore those things in the bottom. I was supposed to animate those. So that's how to talk about vertical scaling. Now let's dive into horizontal scaling. And again, this is like, instead of growing your own DAO, how can you leverage other external DAOs and tools to grow? So first, we'll start by talking about D2D, DAO-to-DAO relationships, which again, are so magical and so powerful. There's something so unique about how a DAO and another DAO can interface, and it just works great. Oops, my animations are all mixed up, bear with me. So, a great example of a DAO-to-DAO relationship is Raid Guild. Raid Guild is a development agency. They've got developers, product managers, designers. They really understand Web3. And it's quite possible that your DAO doesn't have those skills internally. And that's okay. You have options. You can either build that talent in-house, or you can work with a DAO that specializes in it, and that's all that they do. And there's something so cool about these, like when you have a DAO, an organization that's owned by the experts themselves, right? They know how to run a design agency and a development agency, and they're able to attract the best talent. So it's almost like crossing over dimensions, right? Like DAOs, each DAO is unique, and they're almost like snowflakes. But they're not, because they're so different. And they're not just like different galaxies even. They're almost like different dimensions. And when you can reach out to a DAO, another DAO that specializes, it's literally like you're crossing into another dimension, which sounds cool, and it is cool. And Token Engineering Commons, these guys are focused on the expertise of token engineering, which is, again, so powerful, but so hard, and it's a very rare skill. And if you don't have that in your community, that's exactly what they're focused on. And Prime Deals, Prime DAO, their token is actually D2D. And they've just released a tool that makes it really easy to do token swaps with other DAOs, which is another great way to just align interests between two DAOs that are working together. And you don't just have to work with DAOs. You can also work with businesses or contributors. Like Shapeshift DAO right now is working with a development agency to build a feature out for a bounty that was proposed and passed that we probably wouldn't have prioritized internally, but now we can work with this agency to get it done. And Fiverr, don't be afraid of Fiverr. You can get a ton of stuff done on Fiverr. It's a great tool. And the decentralized Fiverrs are coming that accept crypto, and I'm super excited for these. Share is one that just launched this past week, and it looks amazing. And there's going to be so many more cool tools coming. The founder of Share was actually an early developer at Fiverr, so he really has a lot of experience with that. And then D to me, delegation. Again, Gitcoin, ENS are two examples of DAOs that have done that well. And I also want to give a shout out to FireEyes. They just launched this Wildfire DAO. And it's a DAO focused on helping other DAOs with their tokenomics, their governance processes, and they can even act as active governance delegates. So this goes back to like this delegation as a career. We're now even starting to see organizations formed that can be delegates for you. So that can be an option potentially for DAOs that don't expect to have a huge community, but still want to be decentralized and still want to have experts participating in their governance. All right, we're running low on time. I want to talk about the DAO Human Action Trilemma. This was just pioneered by Kevin Owocki like a month ago. Basically, TLDRs, you can only pick 2 out of 3. Shared consent is like, has everyone approved this decision? Shared context is like, does everyone have context on this decision that's being made? And shared action is like, are we getting shit done, basically? And you can only pick 2 of 3. So like real quick, we'll just do one example. Let's say you choose to have action, so you're getting stuff done, and you have context, so people understand what's going on. You're probably giving up consent. Like if you want to get stuff done, maybe not everyone's approving every decision because you want to be able to move quickly, and the community knows about it. And what you risk here is consent debt. And the community, if you upset them, they might fork you. But at least you're getting stuff done, right? On the other side, you might have consent from everybody, and everyone has context, but you're not getting anything done because to do that takes so long to get approval and context for everything. So how do you mitigate this? I think delegation and stewardship, including like sub-DAOs and committees, are a great way to mitigate this, having the community delegate some authority to the sub-DAOs. Focusing on communication, both internally and externally. Document everything, but don't overwhelm. Like conciseness is such a valuable skill in DAOs. And don't be afraid to experiment, right? But make sure that if you are experimenting, it's not just a permanent experiment. Make sure that you are regularly assessing and reprioritizing. Okay, so we've covered how to scale vertically, horizontally, into other dimensions. Now I want to switch gears a bit and talk about the power of free markets and how it relates to scaling DAOs. Throughout humans' history of coordination, DAOs are the freest market that we've ever had within an organization. So not only can DAOs compete with each other and other organizations to solve problems externally, but within DAOs, community members can compete freely to solve internal problems. So it's not a perfectly free market, but I think it's the closest we've ever been, and will continue to improve. It's all coordination. It always has been. So, free markets, first of all, are public goods, and they can be very regenerative. Rainforests and jungles, for example, are examples of very free markets. But before we get too meta, what is a free market and why should we care? So free markets have existed for a long time. I'm going to actually assume that you guys know the basics about free markets, but I thought this quote was really cool. The free markets, the French in the 1800s saw free markets as the way to unleash human potential through the restoration of a natural system, a system unhindered by the restrictions of government. Sound familiar? Oops. Okay. So the reason free markets work is basically people act out of their self-interest. In fact, it's crazy to ever expect people to act out of their self-interest, and we should never design systems that expect that. Yes, we have altruists, many of them who are here in this room, but even altruists are driven by self-interest, and again, we should never expect that at scale. There's market failures like tragedy of commons, but Giveth is working on fixing this. So for today's talk, we're not going to dive into these. I love Milton Friedman's example of free markets, and he describes a pencil and all the coordination that needs to happen to make a pencil. The people who are cutting the rubber, growing the rubber, the people who are making the wood and mining the graphite and making the chainsaws and the tools and all the coordination that needs to happen just to make a single pencil. And there's no party overseeing that. It's the invisible hand. And if you can figure out how to unlock a free market in your DAO, you can have the benefits of the invisible hand to help you with coordination. So how do you DAO this? Real quick, there's 3 ingredients to a free market: information, competition, and transparency. Do people have information to make an informed decision? Is competition free and uninhibited? And are you being transparent? Obviously, if you're hiding information or if information is manipulated, that can break your free market. But if you have these 3 things, and if you focus on decisions that promote these as opposed to hinder these, then you can unlock the power of the invisible hand, which is so beneficial for scaling your DAO. So I think I'm out of time. I was going to give some examples of Shapeshift DAO and Giveth. I've talked about them both a lot. I encourage you to check them out. They're both here. They have booths. They're amazing communities working on amazing problems. They're showing that we can DAO it. Like Shapeshift, I was working at Shapeshift for 3.5 years before we decentralized, and I can say without a doubt, we're earning more, we're spending less, and we're shipping faster than ever as a DAO. So I believe it's the way. We still got to figure out how to scale DAOs past 100 and to 1,000, but I think together we can figure this out. I'm excited to be on this journey with you all. Thank you guys so much. Hope you have the best day ever. Woo!
Good morning, and welcome back to the first stage here at ETHBarcelona. I'd like to introduce to you Tamara Hellenius from the Common Stack, and she'll be presenting the Solarpunk Future Beyond Market and State. Welcome.
Thank you for coming. I understand 10:50 a.m. is very early in Barcelona, so I appreciate the extra effort it took to get everyone here. What you'll hear in the next 20 minutes will, I hope, start you thinking in a different way, thinking like a commoner. I'm going to start off a little unconventionally, but I want you to trust me. Close your eyes, you two on the live stream. I'm going to say a word, and I want you to capture the first image that comes into your mind when I say this word. The word is profit. Open your eyes. What images did you see? Anybody? Number go up. Cash, dollar sign. So it was, in fact, something like this. This is, in fact, one of the first images that Google returns when you search for profit. But I know my audience. It was probably something like this. Degen to regen, right? Excuse me. Or could it have been something like this? Ecological profit, biodiversity, healthy ecosystems, healthy environments. Or something like this. Social and cultural profit, the value we get with indigenous and local cultures in our society. Generational profit. Cultural profit. If you are in this conference, you know what I mean by solarpunk. For the benefit of those who may be watching at home, solarpunk is the ecological and human-centric vision of the future, an option we still have. When we think of profit in terms greater than what the market will pay for it, we move in the direction of solarpunk, the ecological and human prosperity. We see profit in ways that reinforce principles of sustainability, environmental impact, and cultural knowledge, and community solidarity. If we're successful, the word profit associated with monetary gain may be an archaic relic of the past. Does anyone see this happening with our current markets and states? No. There is too much incentive for them to do exactly the opposite, to extract value and create commodities of natural resources. These images are from 250 years apart, but they have something in common. One word: enclosures. On the left, it represents the Enclosure Act of 1773, which enabled nobles to enclose land, removing the rights of commoners to use that land. Nobles claimed the land and made it private. They profited from the natural resources, wood, fresh water, and they profited from hunting. Before the enclosure, this land provided resources for local villages. The wood they used to create fires in their homes and to build homes, and they used the area for agriculture. On the right is San Bernardino National Forest. Some facts. Nestle, since the 1800s, had permission from the U.S. Forest Service to bottle water from a creek in San Bernardino National Forest. The U.S. Forest Service did not monitor the extraction. California state regulators conducted a 2-year study and reported that Nestle was extracting over 60 million gallons of fresh water, and they may have only had the right to extract 8. But that's not the biggest scandal. Californians desperately needed this water for themselves. And Nestle Water's worldwide revenue, about $8 billion per year. Do you know what they paid for the right to extract the water? An annual rate of $524. This is what modern enclosures look like. Corporations economically benefit from expropriation and commercialization of shared resource, usually in collusion with governments. This is a famous protest poem from the 17th century, and it's important because enclosures of the commons didn't go without protest. It's the expansion, exploitation, and extraction of resources, of shared resources, was not inevitable, and there could have been a different path taken. States are failing us. States are enablers for modern markets. They enable enclosures, extractions, and exclusion. Nestle was enabled by the US federal government to find spectacular gains from the extraction of fresh water. Markets benefit from governments providing them with free or cheap resources. Public forests, minerals, airwaves, and other public resources. On the left is corporate personhood versus natural personhood. Corporate personhoods outspend, outlobby, and outmaneuver natural persons. They have war chests of trillions of dollars. This means that the interests of corporations supersede the interests of people, and that representational democracy is representing corporations better than they're representing the people. On the right, it's not surprising when authoritarian regimes freeze or seize the financial assets of those that criticize them. But it is surprising when Canada does. Financial exclusion gives the states God powers over their citizens, and in some cases, over the larger macroeconomy. Markets are failing us, states are failing us. So what choice do we have? Words have power. And these 4 words, beyond markets and states, cast a spell over me. The first time I heard it, I thought, wait, we can do that? There's something beyond markets and states, there's an alternative? And it's hard to even imagine something beyond the duopoly of markets and states. Even thinking of profit as non-monetary feels, to us, non-intuitive. So, to do it, we first need to escape the mindset of market-based economies and cultures to retrain your brain. I first came across these words in a collection of essays by David Bollier and Silke Helfrich. The essays is The Wealth of the Commons, A World Beyond States and Markets, collection of essays. David and Silke are commons academics, activists, and legends. But before them, there was Elinor Ostrom. She published an academic paper called Beyond Markets and States, Polycentric Governance of Complex Economic Systems. And so what lays beyond markets and states? This is Elinor Ostrom. And she's someone that opened that door for us. She opened a door to show us an answer. Ostrom received the Nobel Prize in Economics. The official prize motivation read, for her analysis of economic governance, especially the commons. Essentially, she used empirical evidence to prove that humans can cooperate with each other without private market or government intervention. Can you imagine anything more ironic than winning a Nobel Prize in economics for proving that humans can coordinate with each other? Ordinary people governing shared resources all by themselves? What'll it take? Retrain your brain to see beyond markets and states. Elinor Ostrom conducted meticulous field research into existing commons. From the mounds of empirical data she collected, she derived 8 principles. And these principles were all evident in longer-term sustainable commons. It's these 8 principles that the common stack have weaved into our cultural build protocols for commons. Before her work, the tragedy of the commons was conventional wisdom, and it remains one of the most durable myths of our times. But what is a commons? Very simply, a commons is a resource plus a commodity and a set of rules. The rules are social protocols for conduct in the commons. And a commons does not exist with just one or two of these. The resource, an active community, and the rules together create sustainable commons. In a commons, the community treats a resource as a shared wealth. In a commons, members talk about stewardship of the commons as opposed to ownership. There's no commons without commoning, the active participation of a community. Thanks to the groundbreaking work of Elinor Ostrom, David Bollier, Silke Helfrich, and many others, commons are now being seen as a viable alternative to capitalism, one which puts the well-being of the planet and humans above financial gain. Puts the well-being of the planet and humans above financial gain. That is so solar punk. Oh, thanks. Commons are an ancient practice. Cooperation is a natural byproduct of humans coexisting. Yet somehow they have all but disappeared since the 17th century. Not all of them, and thankfully new ones are emerging. Who here has edited a Wikipedia page? It's hard to see in the audience. Oh, wow, okay, like 50%. Wow, that's amazing. Good on all of you. Congratulations, you've participated in a commons. Wikipedia is a great example of a knowledge commons. It's a resource, a community, and a set of rules. And in this case, elaborate governance rules for editing. Here are some others you may or may not be aware of: natural resource commons, digital commons, urban commons, cultural commons, even economic commons. And some examples to get you thinking like a commoner and be aware of the commons that are all around us. When we look, we can see them everywhere. Open source software, open access scientific journals, community currencies, seed and biodiversity preservation. In the last few minutes, I'd like to introduce you to one emerging commons. We at Commons Stack conceived, researched, developed, and deployed cultural and technical protocols that together comprise a new kind of commons. A Web3 native commons that incorporates technical protocols designed to be regenerative and participatory, and cultural protocols that weave into the fabric of the Commons DAO, Elinor Ostrom's 8 principles for managing commons. The token engineering community was the first to deploy these technical and cultural protocols for a commons. The mission of the TEC is to advance token engineering. The Token Engineering Commons has funded over 200K of token engineering projects, research, education, open source systems, initiatives like the Token Engineering Academy, Proposal Inverter, Gravity DAO, Consilience Library, and many more. But most importantly, the token engineering community, the Token Engineering Commons, has built a large, active, and engaged community, and that is what commonings is all about. A community stewarding a shared resource under a set of agreed rules. And now we've just started working hand in hand with Grassroots Economics, a nonprofit foundation that focuses on community development through economic empowerment. Specifically, through economic commons with instruments like vouchers that can act as a medium of exchange and become community inclusion currencies. They've implemented community currency programs in over 45 locations across Kenya, 2 in South Africa, and over 60,000 local businesses, schools, and churches, to help them take an active role in their economy and the development of their economy. Looking at our mission and their mission, it's plain to see how well aligned we are. Common Stack's mission is to enable communities to design and develop our own microeconomies that reward the creation of public goods. Grassroots economics vision is to see a world where communities are in control of their own financial instruments as an essential ingredient for economic liberty and empowerment. This Commons will support the vision and continued on-the-ground efforts of grassroots economics, important work like lifting entire villages out of poverty in a sustainable way. Create a Commons DAO to decentralize governance and decision-making and funding options for where the funds should go, which villages, and what type of infrastructure proposals. And align the individual benefit with collective benefit, and that's the magic of the Commons design. And in escaping the duopoly of market and state thinking. In parting, I want to only ask that you and all of us retrain your brain. I hope that you enjoyed this. I hope you catch yourself thinking about profit in ways bigger than monetary value, and that we together go beyond market and states. Thank you. I still have about 4 minutes, so I don't know if there's questions anyone wants to ask. No questions? Okay, we have a question here. Excellent.
I don't need a mic really for this. Are you going to share the slides?
Yes, it would be my pleasure. If you follow me on Twitter, I will share them on Twitter. Thank you for asking.
Okay, Miss, you are really amazing. You are the first. I'm from China, and you know the crypto world in China. So you are the first one related with the real world with this blockchain, whatever. So I get one question. Do you, with your experiences and knowledge, do you know the most successful the common? What is the most successful touching you? The example.
The most successful commons?
Yes, yes. Anywhere in the world, because this is something I want to try to do next. Yeah.
I think that there's, there's commons. There's water irrigation commons in New Mexico that's been around since the 1600s. There actually are commons everywhere. I mean, grassroots economics is a great example. The community inclusion currencies that are deployed in local villages create a commons of these local villages, an economic commons, where funding can come in to a area with no economic activity, no businesses, no employment, where dozens of people, or 100, 200 people, have no viable opportunity for economic growth. And donations that come into these villages are converted into these community inclusion currencies. And so that economic value stays in the community. These currencies can't go to the local largest village or the capital of the country to be spent outside the village. So an economic commons is a really good example. Yeah, I mean, look, I have to credit a lot of my current thinking with all of the work by David Bollier, Thinking Like a Commons, Beyond States and Markets. The collection of essays is really great. And in Elinor Ostrom's seminal work, Governing the Commons, she has really, really meticulous details about the commons that she studied. She was on the ground doing field research for decades. Yeah, and I'd love to connect with you and talk more afterwards. Yeah. Okay. Okay. 1 minute. Any last questions? Oh, yeah, I see somebody there.
So there's one thing that, hey, it's Dan. So there's one thing that always comes to mind. Like when we talk about these commons, there's always something about like for me, there's a big difference between thinking from human centricity. So I'm really curious about what you see are the limits and risks of human centricity in designing these commons. Particularly, you know, I always talk about how are we going to scale humanity as a multiplanetary species. I mean, if we do it human-centric, for me, it's an existential risk beyond any bounds. So, anyway.
And that's a great question, Dan. Thanks for asking. You know, I think that when we look at individual profit and we put individual profit above mutual aid, we are creating the society that we're living in now. And by looking at profit and value and prices in terms of relational, generational, cultural, we'll naturally move away from the transactional, individualistic relationships and societies that we're building. Okay, thanks everybody.
No problem. Test. Hello, everyone, again, and welcome to the Forest stage here at ETH Berlin. Not ETH Berlin. My brain is all messed up. Welcome to ETHBarcelona, the Forest stage. Our next speaker is actually Andre Berlin. Come on up.
Cool. Heyo, thanks for coming around. Today I'm going to talk about organizational, hey Anna. Today I'm going to talk about organizational design. I hope that by the end of the next 20 minutes I'll give you an intro to either how to approach starting an organization or just improve what you currently have. Before I start, I want to emphasize and kind of thank everybody who was so far contributing to the organization. There was Deep Work is a design studio that I built over the last 4 years, and even though it's completely permissionless, nobody has any contracts, nobody needs to work, still we managed to design over 40 different projects, a lot of them you already know, and most importantly, these individuals, regardless of whether they're actual designers or just contributors, were active participants in a system that I was able to kind of evaluate and design for. By the way, how many of you are freelancers or have a business? All right, interesting, nice, okay, cool. The reason I'm asking is because I see a tendency for people kind of shifting away from, I mean, it's a clear tendency from people shifting away from jobs into something that's more self-sufficient or freelance or creating their own business for reasons of like loss of meaning at work, and I think they're right. The reason for that is probably, or most likely, because our entire economy is built on the premise of work being a disutility, something that people don't really prefer to do, but then to afford leisure. And I think that's kind of interesting because there is a story of how work actually evolved. Before the Middle Ages, work was just normal part of life, like sleep and eat. In the Middle Ages, Christian chauvinists decided to tie the connotation of work to the idea of being a good person. So if you're a good person and you do the work, profits go to the church decides how to distribute it across the poor, God thinks that's a cool thing, and so that's why you're a good person. The same mentality is also translated over to the industrialization, except now factory owners distribute the profits as they wish. And if you're only kind of a sustainable part of society if you do work, regardless of whether you like it or not. And neoclassical economists basically took that model and started understanding that that is how the economy must work, because that's why it flourishes, that's why people buy things, etc. The reason why I'm mentioning that is because I don't think that if we want to approach organizational design, we should start with that kind of premise, but rather with the idea that work can be something that's meaningful and that's actually something that people like to do or kind of connect to the purpose of, like to collaborate with their individuals and also feel fairly compensated, which is the kind of the freedoms that we have in freelance, except, you know, we need to kind of figure out ways how to do it together. And the path to that direction is actually always quite fuzzy. I'm not going to go into too much detail on this, but generally every freelancer or any business owner has to go through that process of basically innovating on stuff and figuring out what exactly it is that provides value. There's an easy example with, I don't know, 2017, there was VR. People were like, okay, we think we have the next metaverse technology, but in reality, they were a lot earlier in the stage, and they were just like completely in chaos. And only kind of now we know, we can specifically tell as external observers that VR is probably only useful for games and like industry applications and porn, at least so far. Of course, I'm not saying that it's not going to develop, but generally the tendency of evolving any technology works like that. And Apple is actually very good at kind of embodying that process, so they have a really good process of prototyping and user testing. That's why their products become so innovative and actually useful over time. And yeah, so essentially, if you want to get to that point, like this is just a very brief outline, you want to focus on the things that you're good at. So get confidence in your abilities to perform something well, specialize on it, and also productize it. And if you take these three things and you kind of bounce them off of your environment, being your clients or stakeholders, and assign a certain cost or price, then you develop your actual expertise in your product. And that's how this whole evolution kind of goes further and further. And it's important to start with the things that you do well, so not just like delegate to someone else, and also to start relatively small, like you know probably the example from Amazon that started with books, or Slack that started to solve their own problem only, and only then, like later, slowly, they kind of emerge into something bigger and bigger and bigger. I'm saying that because I work a lot with teams who generally try to kind of develop something that's really big and that's really impactful, and that's a great aspiration. But the reality is that these steps are very, very kind of small and start on a very small scale. The second thing I want to, oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, I mean, obviously, if you have a team and everybody focuses on their expertise, then you get kind of the positive sum collaboration, and then you have like a much bigger impact over time. Like that's unique to collaboration. The second thing that I want to mention is transparency, which you all know as something that's a value of Web3. Everything should be open source, everything should be transparent. But I think it's particularly relevant for collaboration across people or for organizations. So far, it's been kind of locked in, and business models were relatively hidden. But I think if you want to avoid the stress of hiring people or recruiting people or not knowing exactly who to work with, then the only way to kind of progress there is to show people exactly what you're working on, so like in terms of projects, and who is working on what, as transparently as possible, and also kind of as nicely communicated as possible, not just like a couple of documents, but actually specify exactly what it is you're working on and what the roles are. I'm also a big proponent, oh, by the way, Ray Dalio from Bridgewater or McKinsey, they're very, very good at this. Of course, they're keeping it in close, but I think with Web3, we have the opportunity to make that a lot more public, and I'll go into that in a moment, what that could look like or what that actually means. I'm also a big proponent of being very transparent about financial data. So, of course, there's a spectrum of things that you want to keep private because they're prone to misinterpretation, but then there is another, the tendency should be to push towards transparency as much as possible. And there's an economic researcher called Robert Axelrod, who is famous for the game theoretic approach to say that if you have a system where every player is transparent about their strategy, you basically reach an equilibrium. So I think that kind of applies to basically any data that you want to create. So what that also helps with, and this is also what McKinsey is actually very good at, is essentially this process of onboarding. So essentially by being transparent about things, you're replicating what an online forum is rather than the business, or rather than a traditional locked up business. So you actually start attracting people to do the work, and then by creating relationships, by having mentors, that makes a lot of things a lot easier. And at the same time, sorry, I have a sore throat. At the same time, if you have so this is all not necessary for Web3 tools. So you don't need any blockchain-based tooling. Deep work works mostly on Gitbook and Google Sheets or Notion and a couple of other tools that I'll mention later. But the principles and the actual tools to make that happen are all there. Of course, if we apply Web3 technology to that, it's going to make it a lot more scalable. And then we can talk about things like portable reputation, where if you provide people with the ability to understand and be transparent about what they're working on, then you also have an immutable asset that proves that someone has been working on something, makes them easier to find jobs in the future. Of course, that's also something that is where it's important to keep privacy in mind, because people don't want to share always everything about what they're working on. That's where zero-knowledge proofs come in quite handy. So I think the general kind of idea of what decentralized organizations should look like, and by the way, I don't think that DAOs really exist yet. I think Bitcoin is maybe one of them. But the general tendency is that we should want to have kind of the the permissionlessness of the online communities that we have, like Reddit or Facebook groups or your favorite forum, combined with traditional organizations, so businesses that have a very specific social dynamic and amazing, thank you so much. And businesses that have a very specific value structure. Thanks. There's, by the way, also really good research from Block Science on the so-called viable system model. You should look up to it, or you should look it up. It's a very good model to actually understand how these organizations or organizational design works in order to make it look more like a biological system. So it's more like replicating certain ways how people interact with each other that's closer to a biological mechanism. It's more of a framework, and I'm not going to go into this in this presentation, but I'm also happy to elaborate on that later. It's really, really specific about how an organization can be almost like fractalized and scale into infinity with some very particular rules. So in order to actually kind of approach the design, this is like probably the most designy part about this kind of presentation. So in order to design, there's actually just one thing that I think everybody should keep in mind, regardless of what you're designing. You always start by observing. Well, first of all, you throw kind of a hypothesis out of what you think a community is supposed to do. The pink dots are, imagine this, people, and the text is obviously like activities that they do. So you throw out a hypothesis of what people want to be doing, and then you observe what they're doing in your community. And then based on their kind of activities, and based on your observation, you want to combine essentially what you think is good for everybody with what people are seeing as an activity that they want to do. And that's how you basically design for like meaningful work or delightful activities. I put in the ETH Launchpad here as an example because essentially it's the same process of designing a digital product, except you're not designing an interface, a UI, but you're just like designing kind of the constraints and borders of how people are supposed to interact. And it's even more important if you involve things like financial assets and tokens, or like that particular approach, because if you don't, and if you just throw up a token on Uniswap, say it has some value, and that represents what our community is, and then let's drive from there, and the government finds out your name, then you go to jail. You don't want to go to jail. Because you have to basically find out first what the value exchange is between individuals, and then map that onto and then design monetary policies along these systems. That's what a token is actually just representing. It's just like a more scalable way of what's already going on. The last part that I want to kind of touch on is probably the deepest and probably most important if you want to achieve something like a self-regulating organization or like a self-sufficient organization that does mimic a biological organism. And this is purely from my experience building the design studio. And I would also say that it closely maps to the viable system model that I just mentioned, is essentially transitioning from work stream-based work, where you just like do work over time, into something that's very, very specific. So you basically focus on being very, very specific about projects and what the projects consist of, so that, first of all, people obviously know what's going on, but then with the goal of actually creating recurring projects that always have an iteration loop. So you start with something, you start with like some first criteria, and then people work on a project with a specific process, outcome, and duration. Again, like said earlier, you take these things, you compare them to what your environment actually needs. Maybe you want to calculate the cost, like one example would be to just count the hours it takes, compare it to the market rate, add the profit margin, and now you have the price, and then you see, does the client or stakeholder want to pay for that? And then you go back and forth, and basically in that loop you refine the process or the project. But if you do that on any domain, essentially every single thing that, or your organization, any single group that your organization is involved in, gets better and better, not only personally, but also as a collective, and also the quality of the projects are going to improve. I know these concepts are not like super novel, but what is kind of useful, or what we have the potential to explore here, is actually the way to make that really scalable and open and accessible for everybody. So that way, I mean, generally projectizing everything helps people also to kind of feel fairly compensated. Again, this is like an asset that people can carry around as part of their reputation. And they start focusing also a lot on the actual social networks, because there's no long-term contracts, there's no long-term commitments. People know that what they have to value is the actual social relationships, because they know that any time at any project, they could be excluded from the organization. And so, at least in deep work, that's kind of the dynamic that emerges. People are really nice to each other and are working really towards something together that brings value to everyone. The last thing, of course, everybody has a different perspective on what a project consists of. I just kind of call it soft governance. If you have a lot of people and you want to define what a project looks like, then everybody has a different opinion. Soft governance is kind of a term for basically making decisions together, as opposed to using like algorithmic governance or token-based governance. So having actual agreements, I think design thinking is an amazing tool that helps align people on something together, but then also make decisions really, really fast. So you don't dick around and wait for things to happen, or have one-on-one conversations forever that go into all directions, but you actually get people together, make decisions with them, everybody agrees, or at least they reach a shared range of preference in their decisions, in their collaborative decisions, and then everybody can move on without having to wait for anyone else or feel not included. That's the problem with like token-based governance. So yeah, there's a lot of really good tools for all these things. I know that a lot of people are kind of interested in which tools to use for organizational design. Again, most of these things are just not that spectacular. I use Asana because it lets you schedule projects and just show them publicly, or Notion, same thing, it lets you even explore exactly all the details. Another tool that I use is called Sobel, which is just generally a very nice perspective on roles and who is involved in what. Depending on your organization, you can kind of map out who's doing which kind of work and let people actually explore what it looks like. This is based on concepts from holacracy and sociocracy, which is a very dynamic way to actually structure teams. So that's maybe also something that I would recommend looking up. And again, don't have the time to go into here, but it lets you kind of design an organization that's a lot more focused on making decisions together rather than having like strict leadership or a lot of management bloat. We're also building a tool right now. It's still an MVP, but it already works. Like, you can check it out. It basically covers a lot of these concepts of project-based work, reputations, and basically a way to manage people and hire people into an organization where the value exchange is already specified. You can check it out, but most importantly, if you have any feedback, please let me know. It's still a work in progress, or if you also like to get involved in the project, also very happy to onboard you. So I hope this gave you a little bit of an overview, and it obviously barely scratches the surface of what's possible. And I hope that it gives you a little bit of an idea of what things to explore when you want to design your organization. Covered innovation, transparency, design for emergence, project-based work, self-governance. If you're interested in any more of these topics, you can follow me on Instagram or Twitter, where I post like shorter videos and content on any of these things over the next time. And last but not least, thank you so much for your interest in design and DAO design. Who's next?
Hello and good morning. Welcome back to the Forest stage here at ETHBarcelona. I'd like to introduce you to Stellar Magnet from Black Sky, who will be doing a presentation, Transformative Autonomous Organizations, a new DAO subclass for stateless lunar punk society. Give a warm welcome for Stellar Magnet.
Hi there. So, transformative autonomous organizations, or DAOs. Before I talk about that, I will see if this works. Oh no. There we go. Okay. Now let's get started. So, basically, before I talk about transformative autonomous organizations, I'm going to talk a little bit about decentralized autonomous organizations. In the crypto community today, there are a lot of debates about what a DAO is, or you shouldn't call yourself a DAO if you just have a multi-sig, or it's not a real DAO if it's not like governed by the members and it's like a token plutocracy. There's a lot of discussion about like the ideology of what a DAO is or what a DAO should be, and there isn't actually like clear consensus. And I used to be that person on Twitter, like even when Moloch DAO was created by Amin years ago, I was like, this isn't a real DAO. What? It's permissioned? You have to vote people to become members? That's not a real DAO. So I used to be one of those people that was like, this isn't a real DAO. But now I'm like, okay, everything is different today, like as opposed to some of the DAO visions from 2017. Everything's changing a lot, and I feel like it's too late to say this is what a DAO is, this is what a DAO isn't. So instead of like wasting our time trying to debate what a DAO is or what a DAO should be, what's a real DAO, what's a fake DAO, how about we just define new subclasses of DAOs, and we define within those subclasses what we think what we think is important when it comes to creating organizations, when it comes to organizing labor, and then create new shelling points around what we really want to embody as far as being a part of an organization, like a decentralized organization. So that is how we start talking about DAOs. So to introduce DAOs, or transformative autonomous organizations, to you, I've broken it up into 6 elements. And the way that this will work in the DAO universe is as soon as you are exhibiting these 6 elements, someone can observe you, similar to an astronomer observing a star, and say, oh, that organization is a DAO. So a DAO doesn't even have to be something that someone says, I am a DAO, because even if we think of like Bitcoin today, a lot of people are like, Bitcoin is the only real DAO, but no one in Bitcoin's like, we are a DAO, but everyone in the DAO community is like, Bitcoin is the true DAO. So similar to that, it's like, a DAO can be an organization that doesn't even call itself a DAO, but if these 6 elements exist, a new DAO will be born, essentially. So I'll sort of briefly mention these elements right now, but then the subsequent presentation will be talking about each of them a little bit more, not super deeply, but broad strokes. So one element of it is autonomous adaptivity, and that's definitely an element that ties to a lot of the existing DAO ideas today, or new ideas that are emerging as far as fractalized governance, pods, subgroups. Yet there's some different elements that also make it unique. And another element that I would say it's missing almost entirely from the DAO world today, because the technology is just not quite there yet, is anonymous functioning. And this basically relates to the title of the presentation being like a lunar punk stateless society. Lunar punk, which is a subset of solar punk, similar to how DAOs are a subset of DAOs. And then the other element is labor dissolution. Like, do people really truly want to work for the rest of their lives? How do we actually dissolve it? How do we change the definition of full-time labor, this 40-hour-a-week thing? I think that that's actually one thing that would be amazing to be more conscious of in DAOs, so we aren't just replicating how a normal corporation works. So labor dissolution has to do with just being more conscious about that. And then cosmic stewardship, that's, I guess I should probably just start advancing to the slides, but yeah, I think I'm going to do that, sorry. Cosmic stewardship, that has to do with our relationship with the cosmos, which includes the Earth and beyond. Synergetic coexistence has to do with how a DAO relates to another organization or another DAO. And autarkic experimentation has to do with how a DAO relates to society as a whole. Okay, so autonomous adaptivity. I'm going to share this great quote from Joe Freeman's essay, A Tyranny of Structurelessness, and that is, once the movement no longer clings tenaciously to the ideology of structurelessness, it is free to develop those forms of organization best suited to its healthy functioning. This does not mean that we should go to the other extreme and blindly imitate the traditional forms of organization, but neither should we blindly reject them all. So within a DAO, there isn't this element of everything needs to be flat, everything is just has to be voted on by everyone, but an option to sort of choose when should we have stewards for different functions, when should those stewards be multiple people, when should that steward be a singular person. This is inspired by cooperatives in a lot of ways. If you're familiar with co-ops, in bylaws you can create empowered committees, but it's still like a member decision to create a committee or to disband a committee. So these power structures that would be put in place whenever you are deciding to grant it to a smaller subset of people, it's nothing that is there permanently. So it still has that element of a member democracy, and there not being leadership paradigms that are just there that the members cannot change. And then another element of autonomous adaptivity has to do with the nimble structural topology of a DAO. So within a DAO, there are basically sort of 4 or 3 types of bodies. One is a sub-DAO, and that's an organization that has a revocable treasury within the DAO. And the other is a sister DAO, so that's one that might be responsible for a certain function, but it does not have a revocable treasury. And then the third type of body is a super DAO. I think it can use a better word, but that's what I'm calling it for now. And that's when multiple DAOs combine into a larger organism that has a shared common mission. And just to kind of lay it out, a lot of this is like theoretical and not built yet, but I've been mapping it out to get towards building it. So I'm going to talk a little bit more about autonomous adaptivity at the very end, but I'm going to go through all the 6 elements first. So the next one is anonymous functioning, and the quote we have for this one is from Rose O'Leary and her Lunar Punk thesis, which is in the eGirl Capital article if you want to read it. And the quote is, "Lunar Punk is more like a forest. A dense cover of encryption protects tribes and offers sanctuary for the persecuted. Wooded groves provide a crucial line of defense. Lunar landscapes are dark. They're also teeming with life." So when thinking about Lunar Punk, it isn't this aspect of like everything needs to be like private, encrypted, hidden, there's no way to like get in and participate, but there is this element of recognizing that that is actually an important part of how we have functioned as humans over the years. You know, it's like we live in houses, we have keys to those houses, we don't let everyone into our houses. We have this element of privacy that is important to fight for, and I believe that these crypto anarchist roots that cryptocurrency was founded upon, like they are being diminished in ways because it's been so easy to just create these, you know, like DeFi vehicles, make money here or there, but we're really forgetting the importance of privacy. We're really forgetting that the surveillance state is real. So this Lunar Punk and anonymous functioning element is about recognizing that it's actually very important to put it at the foreground and to not have privacy or anonymity be like the roadmap item that you're like, we'll get to that like later after we scale or whatever. So it's just more like, let's recognize it as being important, because everything is not a happy, positive use case. Like it can be, like if we're more privileged, but most of the world is actually not as privileged as we are, or as many of us are. So that's what the anonymous functioning element is trying to bring to light. You know, this is a very like hidden element that doesn't exist in many DAOs today. So in like creating this DAO structure, it wants to bring it to light more. So yeah, the other element is labor dissolution. So there's this great quote from Graeber in his essay "Bullshit Jobs," and he said, in the year 1930, John, I actually don't even know how you pronounce Keynes, predicted that by century's end, technology would have advanced sufficiently that countries like Great Britain or the US would have achieved a 15-hour work week. There's every reason to believe he was right. So the essay goes on to say, it's like, you know, society has become more technologically advanced and productive, but humans aren't actually working less. We are working more, we are making less money, and it's kind of bullshit. So labor dissolution is trying to recognize how broken a lot of the market economics are, and it's trying to consciously figure out how do we actually change this. So some ideas in the DAO world, there are two that I'm currently trying to get a bit deeper on, that they're not fully formed. But, you know, it's like one thing a lot of people talk about is, oh, wouldn't it be great if, you know, just AI, we have like AI robots and they're just taking care of everything and, you know, we don't have to work. You know, there is like that whole element of sort of like fully automated, like luxury communism that can be explored a little bit more. It's like we might not fully get to a future where everything is just like AI and robots taking care of things for humans, but it's like, what does that actually look like as we build towards that? How do you actually build incentive structures where if someone does develop you know, automation or artificial intelligence within the organization, it relates to the work week hours decreasing, you know? So it's like sort of like baking that into the incentive system so you can actually dissolve labor versus it just staying at 40 hours a week. And the other element within this world will relate to housing. You know, it's like with how like affordable housing is managed today is it's usually just something where it's like something targeted for people that are just like super poor, or, you know, but I think we need like solutions more for the middle class and everyone as far as what affordable housing looks like, and that could potentially mean how we change land ownership. I think just going towards the philosophy of everything should just be in the commons, we should share it. I don't know if society is really ready for that, but we can like try like the alternative experiments which is, well, what if a lot of property was just purchased by people that might be interested in changing property relations, and you have more relationships that are like rent to own versus like you just give a bunch of rent to landlords and you're just like losing your value. So that's another element that can contribute to labor dissolution, because it's like we work partially because we need to get our basic needs met, but if we can make those needs met like faster, that can contribute towards less demand for work in the sense of like slaving away for a corporation or what have you. So yeah, that's a comic from the era of the industrial workers of the world, which was about abolishing, partially, they had a motive of abolishing the wage system. Okay, so then I have a few more minutes. Cosmic stewardship. So the Sagan quote is, "Our planet is a lonely speck in the great enveloping cosmic dark. In our obscurity and all this vastness, there is no hint that help will come from elsewhere to save us from ourselves." I don't know, maybe aliens will come to help us one day, but, but cosmic stewardship is about, as we're developing organizations in a more cosmic way, it's like we look at our supply chain, we look at like the labor conditions of the supply chain, we look at the environmental impact of those decisions, and we look at that with respect to Earth, and we look at that with respect to how humanity is progressing into space, whether it's like it looks like a very like corporations are going to space or big governments, but how does that look? That's another element of cosmic stewardship, because just because the people don't have the resources to potentially protect space today, I think we have to really think, how can we? Because it's going to be the same thing, and like the world 100 years from now, it could maybe be better for people if we are also more actively looking at the expansion of humanity into space. And then one of the second to last elements is about synergetic coexistence, and from this I bring in Öcalan quote, and he's one of the founders of the Kurdistan Workers' Party, or the PKK, for the Kurdish movement for the autonomy of the people in the, I would say, network state of the Kurdistan. So this quote is, "Democratic confederalism is based on grassroots participation. Its decision-making processes lie with the communities. Higher levels only serve the coordination and implementation of the will of the communities that send their delegates. For a limited space of time, they're both a mouthpiece and executive institutions. However, the basic power of decision rests with local grassroots institutions." So I think when thinking of how do we get, synergetic coexistence, it would be good to actually look at movements that are working actively for creating stateless societies of self-administration. Because here in the crypto conference, it's like many people are like, yes, let's create a network state, let's create a stateless society. But there are people that have been trying to do that for years, and it's a challenge, So once you are actually doing that, I think it becomes important to really learn from these past movements, these true like revolutionary structures, and for synergetic coexistence, part of the design is about how do we actually make organizations plug in together better when it comes to cooperation. Because if you actually built the smart contract for a DAO where things can actually cooperate in more native ways, maybe we would actually see it more. So then this sort of goes on to the last point, which is autarkic experimentation, and there's a Bookchin quote, and the quote is, "There can be no separation of the revolutionary process from the revolutionary goal. A society based on self-administration must be achieved by means of self-administration." So yeah, this is sort of DAOs existing within this I would say mindset of people that actually really truly want to self-administer, really truly want to be a part of a stateless society. An organization within that structure, that's like one component of it. An organization alone is not going to solve everything that is required to actually achieve that goal. But if there were a common set of elements that all organizations it's like agreed to in some ways, all organizations helped evolve in different ways, then maybe it is actually possible to eventually reach that goal of autarky in the sense of self-sufficiency, not in the sense of we will only trade within our communities, but if DAOs do want to create tools that might compete in the traditional market, like what if people actually came together to build better things than like the corporations, the Googles, the Amazons of today. So this is partially about like figuring out how within like a crypto community we can create that connective tissue as a society eventually. And yeah, this was just one additional slide that talked a little bit about autonomous adaptivity a bit, but I think I already talked about it in the beginning, so just want to close it out. The next steps are just going deeper into the elements and boundaries, putting them into practice in the Black Sky DAO, which is the DAO I'm working on. So it'll be a DAO first, it'll be a TAO once you can actually enact the 6 elements. And DarkFi will be a solution for how the anonymous functioning element can be activated. Yeah, searching for other people to help with this. If you go to that QR code, you can read more about Taos in this zine, Black Sky Nexus, and there's also some Discord links there if you dig through. So yeah, that's all.
What's that? That's good. Okay, cool. Hello, 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 and welcome to the Forest stage at ETHBarcelona. What you're looking at on the screen are some of the moments that have been uploaded. So if you aren't aware, the number that is on your badge actually corresponds to a system that's been built for ETHBarcelona, where you can tag yourself or your friends or just anything that's happening here, and mint an NFT of that moment. And so if you go to ethbarcelona.com/moments, you can check it out right over here. So if you want to do a little experiment right now and mint your own moment, if you want to pull out your phone and take a photo or of yourself or your neighbor or whatever, ask for permission first, of course. It's not permissionless in that sense. Yeah, take a photo, upload it, and you can put your NF ticket ID right in there. So mine is 2994. And then just post. And the cool thing about this, if you want to participate, is that you can win tickets to the next ETHBarcelona event coming up. There are also other things that you can win. Lots of prizes, and there's a leaderboard right over here at the bottom, and all that other fun stuff. Does anyone have any questions about it? Okay. So I guess we're going to have a panel in a few moments. Yeah. Okay. Thanks so much.
Like all the talks in the series until this one, until like Yalda's, or you guys just arrived. So we've been like listening about the wildest ideas in DAOs. And maybe they're not even that wild. They're not wild enough yet, right? So the panel is going to be here to try to seed on all of you guys the permission to think up your wildest ideas in DAOs. Because to be a DAOist means to give yourself permission to decide what comes next. And this is a super important notion. So now, I officially proclaim you all Discordian popes. Too late, no turning back now. Okay, I want to invite to the stage the panelists. And I would like to ask the tech crew to keep the microphones for questions alive in the audience during this panel so we can break the fourth wall here a little bit. Right? And what it takes is that we are all respectful, that we don't get into a fight, that we don't interrupt points that are being made. But in effect, your voice is also on stage with us. Is that okay? I'm getting a little bit of microphone, yes. I'm probably standing at the wrong place. Cool, come over. So I want to introduce you guys to some of my friends, people that have been in the front line, some for a very long time, some for not such a long time. And different than the panel I moderated yesterday where I stopped them from talking about their projects and we were just human, I'm going to let them talk quickly about their projects in the beginning just so we can get really weird afterwards. Everybody that's mic'd up can come up to the stage. I can't see anymore because the lights are intense. I can be the asshole that looks this way. Can't see anything over there. Bao, Andre, come over. Cool. Everybody comfy?
Yeah.
Should I sit here, actually?
You should sit whatever you want. Yeah.
No, sit away from alcohol.
Like everybody else.
This is the Assange DAO corner? No.
My ears are very delicate and small. Once I dated an ear throat doctor, and she said, your ear looks exactly like the ears in the book. I was like, okay, whatever works for you, babe. Why? No, not enough mics? Yeah. So grab the hand one, sit front row. We try to get Bao to join. Bao is Raid Guild, DAO House, has seen and done lots of weird stuff, also the creator of the Wordsmiths. Bao, next time. So guys, with you, I'm happy to have you here, and we have Ale Borda in spirit from 50 Years Capital. Something happened. I'm happy to have you guys over. This is Zug, this is Stellar Magnet, and this is Andre. You guys want to introduce yourselves real quick?
Sure. I guess I'm
just start with you. That's fine.
I'm Andre. I'm a co-founder of the design studio called Deep Work, Web3 native. Built it over the last 4 years, and before that I worked on about like 100 different projects, open source teams, enterprise, and designed products.
Hi, I'm Stellar Magnet. I guess I didn't really introduce myself in my last talk, but I've been in the DAO ecosystem since 2017. Kind of actually got started off participating in Giveth social coding circle, and then that emerged to being a part of communities like Aragon and then Moloch DAO, and then recently I helped with Assange DAO, which ran on Juicebox, and now I'm creating a new DAO called Black Sky, which takes some of my intentions for getting into the DAO ecosystem, which was creating a decentralized space program, but Black Sky is not just going to be about space anymore. That's something that has transformed over the years. And then I'm also contributing to, within the DarkFi community, there's a team emerging to build an anonymous DAO toolkit. So I'm part of that project that is not like a fully, it's a project that's still at the early stages of development, but that's all my DAO stuff.
Well, I'm Zug. I am part of the Juicebox DAO. We are a crowdfunding and treasury management protocol run through the Juicebox DAO. The Juicebox protocol is run through the Juicebox DAO. I'm community manager, currently looking into improving governance, improving onboarding. Different from most people I've seen talking on stage. I've only been into the space, had my first transactions about a year ago, so the total opposite of OG, learning lots, watching you guys talk about so much stuff, and excited to talk about wild ideas in DAOs.
Cool. And in case you never stumbled upon me, my name is Elko. I accidentally founded the DAOist, and it has subsequently ate my life. And since then, we've done a few events that are focused on creating the notion of a connective rather than a collective. It's an in-between space organization that's meant to serve as a narrative defense mechanism for the DAOverse. So we perform hardcore gossiping, intelligence services, narrative design, and sanity checks. The whole point, I really like the way this panel formed, somewhere between accidental and intentionally. I think Zug represents an archetype of DAO maker that has recently joined, has made huge waves on the pond, but is somewhat only half aware of the toils of the people that came before, and is probably wondering, why are these old people so grumpy? What's their trauma and scar tissue that has accumulated? So he's here for his benefit to inform him that the shit that we lived over the last 4 years has hurt. Now, Stellar is here to be the true embodiment of the archetype of somebody who has been yielding a very large machete at a very deep jungle and taking no bullshit, which I deeply appreciate because it was paid in personal price for that, and I know, and I respect that, and I will defend that always. And Andre is here because he's the most appropriate person in the world. Look at him. He's adorable. But no one in the Web3 space has run more applied design sprints on Web3 problems than him and Deep Work in general. I had the pleasure to work with them because I am probably, personality-wise, the mix of these two here. I had to quit Deep Work when I was informed I couldn't drink wine while running workshops. And that was, that's a DAO. You should just go do your other stuff. Look, it needs to be entertaining, Andre. And I think this conversation is going to be super good. And I would like to start by saying I'm super excited about Black Sky DAO and DarkFi in general. More specifically, I think that the big important next move is the encounter of privacy in DAOs. And I would like to provoke all of you, if that doesn't feel like the biggest emergency you've ever heard of, is because you're not thinking deep enough about maybe you're blinded by the sun and you need to look at the moon for a little bit. So I invite you all to become good eclipse punks and think deeper, right? And I would like to start the panel by, since I brought the room down, by asking what, in terms of scenario, let's say bear market, regulation, current developments, mega trends, etc. What are you most afraid of currently? What is your doomsday scenario that you wouldn't like to see manifest?
That's a rough one. There's a lot of things that can.
But it can only get better from here, Andre.
Well, it depends on how you see it. I think that.
Oh, it's about how you see it.
No, well, I see two different trajectories. One of them is from the legacy economy, which is falling apart, and where people don't have a lot of access to new technologies. And there's another trajectory, which is kind of what we are on in some space. Which I think is evolving into a more optimistic and positive direction, utilizing technologies that we are all involved in. And I think that we're kind of at the well, slowly getting to the lowering phase of the legacy economy. Like, we're just at the start of something that is going to get really, really bad pretty soon. And also, we're just at the start of the other thing, which is kind of going from the bottom. So I think we're still there's going to be a point where it's going to be pretty bad, but then it's going to get better. I don't know what it's going to look like. In terms of practical scenarios, there's just, I mean, obviously there's like hyperinflation and a recession going on. Normal jobs haven't started firing yet because that's something that's a lagging indicator for a recession that takes about like 4 months on average to actually be visible in the economy. And so what are we going to do with all these people that are going to be jobless? So we need, like, I know we are building infrastructures and we're building opportunities for people to work, but we're not there yet. We need better onboarding. We need like a lot of better coordination, a lot better reputation tools. And yeah, I mean, I can probably go into a deep rabbit hole on that.
We can do a couple of rounds. Let them complete, like, let other shovels start digging the hole, and then you can bring your laser excavator.
What is the doomsday scenario is continuing to operate the way we're operating, continuing to allow the space to be captured by people who don't really care about the ideals of like the crypto, like early crypto anarchy ideals. Just like continuing to be captured, not doing about it, continuing to be surveilled. So we are living in the doomsday scenario. Got to change it.
I think my scenario goes kind of similar. It's like we're not in a good situation in how human coordination works right now. We have not applied a broad, good model, and we now have a chance to shift models at some manners. And the doomsday scenario is not like getting to 5-10 years from now, and blockchain and crypto are similar for my grandma to Facebook. Like they'll think of the same company if they think of crypto. That's doomsday scenario. In 10 years, my grandmother thinks crypto is Facebook.
Yeah, so I was just like doing like a more of a local context doomsday scenario to be more something we can talk about as a community versus like the world at large. But it, will radiate out if it's like what do we want to radiate out? If it might just be the same thing. Yeah, decentralized social becomes just like not really decentralized or not really governed by the people.
Yeah, I had feelings of doomsday when somebody said, like, we can't be a DAO, we don't have a token. And I was like, oh, shit. But then I was like, fuck Juicebox. And then I met him.
That was a very good conversation.
And then I met Zu, and I realized that the project's so much more. And that this new wave of DAO folk, independently of eventual misconceptions, they're doing incredibly vibrant tech work that is becoming part of the composable stack of the coordination machine that might one day outcompete Empire. I don't think the world sucks. I think Empire has done a fantastic job at being a coordination machine, in my personal opinion. I mean, all you have to do is just study 20th century history and say, like, whoa, that shit was sucked.
No, it's not an easy task. It's not perfect right now. It could be way worse.
I'm optimistic. Maybe because I was born very, 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 very in a hard situation, and in my journey, I was afforded more optimistic perspectives. But what I think is important about this question and doing a little bit of shadow work and inviting the demons in is because that energy is then the fuel that allows us to face improbable odds to do the work that we do. So next question I wanted to ask is how you transform like fear into tenacity in your personal journey.
I think, so I'm definitely not as afraid as I used to be anymore. I think personally I worked on that. I think it's definitely a driver to be very, very specific about all the pessimistic scenarios that you can imagine, or even I write them down. Like every now and then I just like write down all the things that can go wrong, all the things that I would like to see in myself and my environment, and then that offers like a trajectory. The harder part is obviously like starting with that. Oh, by the way, like design sprints also work that way. You know, you just do like your long-term goal, and then you do like what are the things that can go wrong, and that really motivates people to work on stuff. I don't think that fear, like giving into the fear, is useful, and kind of crawling back. I don't necessarily do that. Yeah, it's hard. It's like,
yeah, I heard a couple of practices I can underscore here. The actually defining and describing the failure scenarios, sitting and facing it, putting a mirror to it in some form of observation strategy. In the case of Andre, that is like kind of like a journaling thing, but you can pick your own, and then actively describing paths out of those scenarios. Cool. That's kind of things I'm trying to harvest. I never believed that the intelligence is actually on stage. I think the intelligence is always over there. And I'm just trying to get that activated. So feel free to share like practical steps you take, maybe even daily things you do.
cold showers.
Cold showers.
Yeah. Every single day, do something that you hate. Work out, move your body, eat healthy. Yeah.
Told you, appropriate. Very adequate guy.
Sleep.
Super
Three
normal.
things: sleep, nutrition, exercise. Like that's the basics. Get those right first, and then you think about other stuff.
Yeah, it's true. I know that I'm not feeling good when I'm not doing those things, and it's just. But what was the question? What's our personal routine
Sorry,
for,
the question,
for happiness?
I'll restate the question. It looks like I don't remember, but I do. How do you get those doomsday sensations that we might want to wrap as fear and convert them into tenacity to face improbable odds?
I mean, I think it's good to be recognizing like all the dystopias, but also having a vision for what more utopian systems can look like. So I think it's not about like full utopian thinking or full dystopian thinking, but like a balance of both, a balance of recognizing, you know, the dystopian aspects of the world society, recognizing the good aspects, but recognizing like what are the things we want to transform, and what's the path to get there. So, you know, like world building, sci-fi, I feel like those are nice things that can be like fun to engage in and just like explore what can happen or which could be a good or bad outcome.
I don't think I turn fear into tenacity. I just keep going even though I'm afraid, and eventually it calluses. So
eventually what?
It turns into callus, like
a callus. Okay.
Yeah, that's like if you're afraid and you gotta do it afraid. And
do it afraid. Cool. And so I feel like we have now standing in between us a possible sensation of utopian visions. I wouldn't say, knowing the activities you guys go through daily, I wouldn't characterize you as pessimistic people at all, or else you are in a serious dissociative state. So without trying to define that utopia, what are components of human behavior, components of incentive mechanisms, emergent incentive mechanisms that stand in the way of your particular utopia? What is the Molochian form you're currently fighting? Can be also practical, can be about your current project, doesn't have to be.
I think in general it's like the illusion of knowledge in most people, that they think that they know stuff, but it's just not, because knowledge is constantly evolving as we do things. It's kind of, you know, you have information and then you have like your work, and then it's like you produce new information by working, and you can do new work if you have new information. That's kind of the driver. That's how I see it. And I think that most people think that knowledge is something that just exists, and then it's like you try to help them and they're like, no, I know better. It's just a very slow process of how humans change. It's not to blame anyone, it's just, I mean, I think we all share that kind of way. We always seek comfort. It's going to take a while till we get like comfortable with uncertainty and discomfort.
Sorry, I thought we were going to talk about wild DAO ideas. I'm like, now I have to think of like my DAO life. And so what are some current mechanisms that I'm battling?
What stands in the way between you and your wildest DAO ideas becoming true?
I mean, I wanted to create a DAO in 2017, but I haven't even created it yet. I've just been part of DAOs, so there's been this like how you actually fundraise for a DAO in a way that's aligned with like your principles, and I've felt it's just been kind of challenging and scary. You have like, oh, SEC, you know, it's just like all this stuff that stands in the way of trying to actually attempt like your real vision of what a DAO should be. I think that's just like fucked up. So yeah, five years later, no DAO has been created yet, but I'm hoping it'll finally happen this year with Black Sky DAO. So I think that'll be like 5 years of learnings, and we're gonna try an alternative fundraising mechanism for it that will be, you know, a little bit different than what has happened so far, and I just kind of hope it works. That would be nice.
Can I ask just a real quick clarifying question? Why did you want to fundraise? Why do you think that fundraising was necessary for your DAO?
Well, I mean, I guess that's the thing. It's like I haven't. It's been 5 years of trying to work on it in different ways without funds.
What was your intention in the beginning? Like, why did you want to fund?
Oh, to fund like a space mission.
Yeah, so like
you need a lot of money. So yeah, Moon DAO, it launched on Juicebox, and I was like, oh wow, like there's a decentralized space agency that was created, and they just went for it. They were just like, fuck it, we're just launching a token. And I was like, wow, I did not have that tenacity to just be like, fuck it, here's a token.
And Juicebox
So he represents the fuck it on the
yeah.
Juicebox wasn't there yet, like.
Yeah.
I try to fundraise for the DAOist via very small contributions from many players for sponsorships with no promises of future return, which is a tough one. And he's just like, fuck it, man. Just make a Juicebox thing and let people give you money for nothing. And I'm like, I don't wanna. So I definitely totally understand your.
Yeah, it's very like there's parts of me that one day I'm just like, fuck it, yeah, I'm just gonna drop a token, and others where I'm like, no, like I can't do that, and like it's like this long battle over the past 5 years, I would say.
Yeah, and tell us what we should do.
I don't want to be too much of a Schiller. But you can just launch the raise and not give the tokens out, just like keep them in contract for future launch. Well,
you can do it. It's fine. It's fine. We're getting. So this has been warm up. Okay.
But I feel like if you do that, you like really want just random people that bought your token to govern your DAO. Whereas like I don't really want that.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think that connects a bit of what's my Moloch thing. It's like being able to accept that the DAOs that I've tried to build are not gonna do whatever I want. Like in Juicebox, we're always launching new stuff, and so people have projects, they come on, and we'll help them like with their governances, their communities, think of how they'll do it. And in the end, once it's out, like we have no control. Like, okay, we put it out, that's our idea. If I don't like where it goes, I'll fork it, I'll start it again, I'll do another one, like, but I'll lose control. At the starting point is I say like, oh, here's the tokens, let's get funds, let's do this thing. And everyone gets together, like, unless like I hold a percentage of the original amount, but like normally in Juicebox we don't do that. At least for Juicebox DAO we didn't, and we just roll out and see where the community takes us. I think what's like the mechanism I have to go through to get to the DAO I want to like try more. I'm on the mentality of try more times. But I've been here for a very short period, so. It's my way to
I think we have
learn fast.
Very wild ideas already here in the center that I'm going to try to underscore for you guys. One very, very wild, world-changing idea, self-care. Right? Then, acknowledging your ignorance. Right? Then another wild idea, having the patience and time to follow your inner moral compass while setting the initial conditions of a decentralized group, not just doing whatever everybody else is doing. Right? I was very impressed, proud, and terrified at the same time when I watched the talk from the Black Leaders DAO. because they know everything that's happening. They took every single trend. They started 3 DAOs that are very, very, very needed, but it was done in a way that I want to talk to all of anybody, Black Leaders DAO, come talk to me, please, let's get in residency. I want to talk to you, because it felt, from my knowledge of social elastics and how what it takes to do things in community, it felt too fast, too clean, too polished, rehearsed, and not turgid with the life force that contains within it the nature of warring polarities. It was too well worked out. I sniffed something, and I want to find out if I'm wrong or right. Cool. And then what you said, which is the capacity to relinquish control once initial conditions have been met, and to be fine with it, to release the egregore. These are 3 incredibly wild ideas about DAOs. Thank you for indulging my facilitator way of getting there. Now let's move on. Let's be more practical, Stellar. I don't want you to feel like you wasted your time here.
I'm not wasting my time. No, I think that the last thing you said was great, as far as it's also something I'm trying to think more about, like in launching a DAO, like how do we launch them in different ways? And there's one thing that I want to try to write a little bit more on, because we're seeing these trends of speed run DAOs, but what if you had like a DAO, but there was more like speed run governance? So, because like for me, where I'm like, oh, I don't want just like random people, because if it's like if you feel like the DAO you want to create is like your life's mission, it's like you want to be very conscious for how that's governed. But if you detach that a little bit, you're like, this isn't my life's mission, but this is a governance experiment for like a year or something. Then I feel you can like let go a bit and not feel like, oh no, it's just going to be.
I definitely second that statement. I think the DAOist as a project is the DAOist, because the DAOs are meant to come and go. And the DAOist is what stays. And also the fuzzy edges of a DAO, we should make them ever more fuzzy.
Yeah.
They are temporary aggregations of a meme filter into an action mechanics that hopefully controls some resource.
Yeah.
But they shouldn't, like one of the thing that causes all the doomsday scenarios that we are so afraid of is the game theoretical need for things that have a name to try to remain the way they are. And all the strategies they have to engage with the neighboring thing that has a name, because they all both want the thing that is in the middle. So fuzzy membranes allows for bonobo-like joyful interaction and sharing of the cosmic gifts. And the problem is when you have to draw a line that is discrete, that's when you start buying guns, right? And these are metaphors, but we are doing this inside ourselves with what persona components of ours we want to uplift or kind of hide, right? Or push down. I don't know if that's still happening, but Stellar is the delegate of a very important person on a very big DAO. So seeing the depth of thought that you're bringing to every moral choice you make makes me feel less, safer, right? So that's really cool to see. And now, let's do what the panel was named after. If you could do whatever with infinite resources in terms of DAO stuff, what is the wild idea that we need next? I've already took ZK and privacy. You need to think of something else.
I mean, I think we could touch upon anonymous DAOs for a little bit. That's definitely one of the things I'm working on next, and I think it is a very wild idea because it does not exist. So it will sprout up, and hopefully it will spread into the wild in some ways. But yeah, there are a lot of things that can be scary to people when it comes to anonymous DAOs. I don't have to talk about those today, but I think that thinking of how they can actually be beneficial would be, nice and important too, because laws are just different all around the world. It's like you see people in China or whatever using VPNs to get access to the internet. So I think anonymous DAOs they do have that more liberatory aspect for people that are in I'm where they can't even create organizations or businesses easily. So I think that I'm curious to see where it will go, because it might also be something that is starts to be heavily regulated in different ways, and it will be basically a challenge. But that's sort of part of the DarkFi thesis, is like DarkFi will emerge when there are stronger regulations.
I like the thread that is born here, because then let's say that this happened. So now we embark in a utopian vision where, hopefully not too far away, we have anonymous, Sybil resistant, which is important to say, coordination machines that control funds. How does it affect your practice and your practice? Right? Because now you're launching those DAOs and their tokens and stuff, and there's no one to be held accountable. You cannot find them. And you are being hired by them to help design the tooling and the interfaces and the UX strategies and the launch campaigns. Do you think that they're going to be more using authority arguments to say, I know what you should do, or do you think they're going to do it less? Do you think, how does it change your approach to community?
And I can give one example for an anonymous DAO. So say people decided to come together as a DAO to elect the next US president who would give a pardon to Edward Snowden, Julian Assange, and Virgil Griffith. So it's kind of like a cypherpunk president. So it would be important for these people funding this campaign to have anonymity, right? Because like you have the entire state against you, not wanting this to happen. So would that be able to be launched on Juicebox, for example? Like how would people be protected? Like what would happen if it actually gets very close to this cypherpunk president having like awareness?
What we could launch is the cypherpunk president DAO and then use the money to fund ZK research.
We'd have to see, like, in the Assange DAO, we did raise a significant amount of money.
45 million?
Yeah, so it raised like 55 million at the time. So it's like if there was a DAO that was created that raised just 55 million for Assange, like imagine how much you can raise for a president that's going to pardon Assange, Snowden, and Virgil Griffith. Like probably over 100 million, probably maybe 200 million, maybe.
Can we cancel the panel and start the pitch deck? Because I think
oh, let's do it. I can spin up the project real quick if you guys want.
Oh, and sorry, Ross Ulbricht, sorry. So Ross, Snowden,
then we just
Assange,
lost 72 million.
Yeah.
They're coming to get us in 3, 2, 1, burst through the doors. Well, I don't know how the anonymity on that works on the Juicebox side, because in the end, like you're interacting with contracts on the chain, like the anonymity, it ends up being on the individual side, right?
But I'm saying, like, would Juicebox even want that on their platform, or do we actually just need truly different tooling for this?
I do build ZK Juicebox where the state itself doesn't know who the Juicebox team is.
Yeah.
It's a completely renewed.
But there's still a front end. There's still a front end that's hosted. Is there a company or?
Our front end is done by another DAO. Like Juicebox would build a protocol, then Peel DAO, that's a sub DAO inside the ecosystem.
Cool. That's cool.
So everyone can build another front end for the product. We focus on the protocol.
Yeah,
that's great. That's great.
He made me swallow all the criticism I had. I just realized that they got to the DAOs all the way down sub-DAO state without actually knowing any of the...
like branding, metaverse architecture, community, front end. It's like all different DAOs inside the ecosystem using the same protocol to exchange money and tokens between themselves to work together. But yeah, it probably, definitely you can get to someone. Like if you're the American government and you want to get to someone at the Juicebox DAO, I mean, there's a camera right there. Would I like to do that raising for a government campaign in the US and do that kind of stuff? Yeah, I'd love to see that happen and be part of that. How does it work, like in relation to the Juicebox team? I'm not so sure. Like it gets into legal and how good can you hide yourself behind a computer? I'm not good not in the hiding part, nor in the legal part, so I wouldn't be the one to know exactly how to go that way, but I'd love to see it happen, help it happen.
Yeah, I'm on OPSEC disaster as well. I wanted to change my name to Elko, and what happened is Felipe Duarte.if still takes back to me, and my friends don't know who I am anymore. That was what I achieved with my attempt. I want to do a warmness check with the crowd. Like, is this making sense? Is this like I kinda, or I don't understand anything? Okay, cool. I didn't even get that many hands up. But guys, do we have microphones around the crowd if you guys want to ask some questions? Cool. So we're going to keep talking, but then somebody interrupts us. Okay, that's the game. Somebody just interrupts us. How are you feeling with this direction? Do you want to coordinate towards changing the president of a country you don't even go there that often? Or?
Is he actually alive?
Who?
Well,
no, Abe died.
Well, I mean,
I'm sorry.
You read the news. Okay. Well, I mean, it's tricky. I don't think that there's a conscious kind of decision or like a prediction, because I think that generally things evolve always together. So I don't know if there's going to be a possibility for something like that. I've worked with anonymous teams, and it was always like, you know, if I think that it's a good project, then I would do that, and if not, then I would say no, and kind of stick to. And I mean, our team also always sticks to their values. I think that anonymity, like I don't know if that was generally the context of that conversation. Like, of course, you can do, like, you can go into like dystopian scenarios with anonymity and tools. Especially zero-knowledge tools, but I also think that they have a huge benefit. I had an interview with one of the leading climate scientists in the UK, Tim Palmer, a couple of years ago, and I asked him, like, what do you see as like the problems of, like, why are we not addressing that? And he's basically saying that, well, there's huge competition in climate science. There's no central point of there's like no central what do you call it? Critical mass of resources that can be allocated, and there's like, I mean, the competition is also like across different countries. So you can't, like, if people put their name on a paper, then they basically lose their reputation if they work on something that someone else doesn't like, or if it competes with their grant proposal. Like, it's the entire like grant climate research system is completely fucked. But if if you have tools of like anonymous people working together, organizing as a DAO, then you dissolve these issues in some ways, and you can still get people to work together on something that's useful, that everybody thinks is great, but without the kind of legal challenges.
Well, I think anonymity goes a long way in there, but there's like also a power that lies in culture, right? There's some stuff that of course you can drive to that doing it anonymously, but it's technologically hard to actually manage anonymity. You need to be talking about a group that's only tech-focused people that know what they're doing, or they have very good support. If I have infinite resources for do something, like I said, and those resources are very experienced, very capable of people that know well how to get everyone in a DAO that's going massively, like, to the thousands to do it anonymously, that's infinite resources are people that I need. It's not going to be a video, not a course, not a ready computer or machine or a Linux distro that you run into your machine easily and now you're none. People don't have that capability. So I think the way we go for big DAOs is not necessarily like, okay, you might want to hide when you're a leader on a point and another, living in a country that's going to like completely ruin your life if they find that it's you. But most people, if you want this to scale, will not be anonymous. So it has to be the resilience, like the reason why I can trust I'm here is because I'm changing culture politically enough to advance. I don't know, I've been in politics before crypto for like some years, and my vision for like, my reason for joining crypto was DAOs, because like, okay, politics, it's just like not happening. I'm trying, it doesn't change things. Oh, here's a new way to coordinate people that might. And I think like the power in changing culture through like evolving DAOs to very basic things. It doesn't have to be a fully real DAO. Oh, it's like this one or that model, the real what's an actual DAO. But get the concept of that. Start making it happen for basic things on daily life. Make it better for people to organize themselves through DAOs than just not. Oh. And then you get to a point where you get to it being a macro possibility. Because you start doing the very micro ones for things you don't need to be anonymous. Like that, I don't know, the co-op that takes the public garden in my neighborhood. Let's like,
Yeah, I mean, I think that within like a new framework for building anonymous DAOs, you would also be able to have selective disclosure because different organizations might not need to make every element of it private, so you can decide which elements actually make sense to keep private versus public. You know, just like in corporations today, if you work for a company, everyone doesn't know like exactly how much you make, when you're getting paid, like all these details that just become so much more transparent in DAOs today, but it's like, is that full transparency really necessary? Is that actually going to move us into like a positive direction of the future, or should we actually just, you know, reclaim some of the privacy that we do that we do get from working for like a private company and have that within DAOs too, but then you decide when it makes sense to have something public, similar to like how, you know, nonprofits have a lot of their financials public. It's like every DAO use case is not necessarily like that. It's like, yeah, in the community we do want to do a lot of commons development, and those would be like important use cases, but that's not really the only use case for DAOs or what's like important for the world.
Quick question. When you're looking at tokenized DAOs, there's the obvious problem of pay for influence. Yeah, can you guys hear me?
I can, but I don't know if the camera.
There's the obvious problem of pay for influence in DAOs, right? Like if it's tokenized, how can we keep large capitalized actors from subtly subverting the goals and the tactics of the DAO? You know, ExxonMobil going into climate change DAOs, for example.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, so the design, a little late.
Best moment ever.
So the question is how to avoid state level or large corporate actors to using capital might to subvert the sovereign state of decision making in a DAO. And right, this is the design space here is huge. I think what she brought up now tickled my imagination in an interesting way, which is the selective disclosure capability. So what I really truly think that you are defined by what you track. And now you've added, like, you can only track what you show. So it would be a completely different Twitter if there was no follower count and you never knew who wrote what. But what was written was there, and you could actually have sequential recursive discourse that builds towards consensus and understanding. Maybe you would only see that it's the same person in a thread, but then in another thread you don't actually know that it's that same other person. So the design space for the types of platforms that are become enabled when you start to actually take information out is amazing. And also what you're saying, well, besides the obvious of not tokenizing your decision making and not like, whatever is trackable will be gamed. That was a lot in the panel yesterday that I hosted with the Good Hearts Law thing, if you guys want to watch. But we have a person who's actually getting out of bed every day here to design systems like this. How would you?
Well, I think, I mean, I think it's a very, like, the model that stakeholders can influence what's happening with like a critical mass of resources is kind of simple. I think that realistically, it's a bit too simple for complex organizations and complex systems. The way I would approach it is like more like, or the way I see these things is more like you look at what humans actually want and go for like consent-based governance first, so that there is conversation, there is an agreement on certain topics in like talking to each other, and only then you reach like, well, agreement on how resources should be distributed. The thing is that I think is also like, that is or should be tied to your reputation and your contribution of labor to the organization rather than the financial wealth. So the system that I'm kind of working on, for example, is like, first of all, you gather reputation as you do work. Like, here's the thing, here's the proof that you've done something. That is, first of all, qualitative, so other people can see it, but you can also quantify it in a way that you say, like, okay, this is your skill now, this is your role. Okay, we can assign that role a very particular voting weight because we think that you can make much better decisions, or like your role, your experience can make much better decisions than someone else. You can do that with tokens. You can say like, okay, this is like an X amount of tokens for that role, X amount of tokens for that role. So I think that's like probably one.
Can I catch the trade-offs of the situation?
Yeah, please.
So let's say we have a dark DAO in which the pseudonymous existence of the voter is known, but the vote is not known. And then Axon could, with one smart employee with a bag of cash, actually go and bribe the voters, and unsure of the success of the bribing campaign, they could actually sway the outcome. Or we have a situation like the Solend situation, which is it's actually an emergent governance capture with small amount of funds that causes a much bigger decision to be made, right? This is what happens in democracy all of the time, right? I don't know the numbers anymore, but I read a paper that calculates the ROI of lobbying. It's insane. It's like you spend $5 million to make billions on the other end. As long as you know what type of policy you're influencing and you have mapped out the constellation of stakeholders and the probable outcomes, and then you start to get your fingers into writing the proposals, it's insane. And I think those maybe the panel that we should make next is like wild worries in DAOs, like the shit that we should be afraid of. But that's a really great question. And because the DAO is just a fictional membrane of a group of agents that are connected to several other things.
Yeah, and also just like one thing I wanted to add to that is like policy is still important. Like even though like I always see it like this: we are in an economy in which all the things are kind of falling apart, but still, like all the structures that are existing, they're going to keep existing. They're just going to be like done, like implemented in a different way. It's like, do you have a LAN cable or do you have Wi-Fi? Well, the internet communication is still there. It's just the technology is slightly different. So I think that policy and like legal restrictions, they still have to be in place in order to make to keep people from making decisions that are not good for the collective. But yeah, I don't know how that will.
Unless we're talking about a DAO that owns like some private property or legally bound physical goods, I'd say that if you have a proper reputation system to balance, even if you're bribed out of that, the cost of bribe, if you're having a co-managed treasury, you have your tokens, you can exit, like if you have a rage quit mechanic for that. If anyone tries to buy in out of up to the point of power where they can solely choose where you're going, rage quit and fork the shit.
But like, in the dark DAO, you wouldn't know that it happened. That's what I'm trying to say. Like the briber doesn't know. It's technologically encrypted. You cannot know who voted. What the vote. You know who voted, but you don't know the vote. And then if they're getting bribed and they're uncoordinated, prisoner's dilemma, they're uncoordinated, they're getting bribed, the briber entity will only know if the outcome was positive or not. They know to which to which percentage they're able to influence. If they had, like, let's say, everybody expected this to not pass by a margin of 95 to 5%, then there's a bribing campaign, and still doesn't pass, but now you have 45%, right? We wouldn't be able to tell who got bribed and which bribes worked, etc., ever. And so there's no reputational damage for accepting the bribe, and that changes the game theoretical equilibrium of the system. So we're going to have, over the next 15 years, to ask and produce knowledge and prototypes around all of those questions. My wild idea would be that we had transparent budget spending for governance. No, for governments, right?
I think for everything.
For everything.
Yeah.
Always.
I mean, if you want to.
So you want everybody to see your credit card purchases.
Well, I mean, personally, yeah. Well, you have that on blockchain. It's my choice of how I connect that to my identity, but it is public, and I think the same goes for organizations.
How many wallets do you control currently?
I don't know. I have like 5 or 6 or so.
Okay, so you are indeed a cutie pie.
Huh?
People control hundreds of wallets, and they take incredible measures to obfuscate their fund routing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Routines, behaviors.
Right.
Right. So.
Hi. Can I interrupt?
Yes.
Hi. Yeah, I was just wondering. I think a lot of time in this space we like to talk about privacy, But as someone who comes from a country that suffers from terrorism, for example, or all the things that are being done, I think I can say that I don't like the surveillance, but also I wouldn't want to live in a society where there isn't any surveillance. And just kind of, just to give that balance, and maybe to say, you know, there are threats to our lives, or there are people, networks, I don't need to tell you about networks that are harming children or harming that we need to work against. And I'm just wondering, how does that, like, how to give some balance into this conversation about privacy and what matters to us if we're talking about co-creating the future society that we want.
Security, freedom, trade-offs, go.
I'm a transparency advocate. Like, the only thing that stops full transparency for everything making sense is because we're assholes to each other. And that's the biggest shit. We treat, like, from governments to people, like, there's no problem, no given problem except how people interact with each other to not having transparency. So it's about telling how far you want to go, not having it given for everyone. You have to be you have to do it this anonymously or not anonymously.
Yeah, but you're going to force me to give a very radical example of full transparency, everything. What if every time you ever had sex or masturbated, it was online, on camera for everyone to see, every single time? Just
people, dude, I might enjoyed it.
No, yeah. Really I asked you that question because I was afraid that might be the answer.
Like, if people are not judging me for this, if there's no morals that are going against this, if I'm not going to get repressed on top of that, I don't care.
Ideally, yes, but I think it's still important to indulge the conversation that there are trade-offs and we need to find an ideal channel between, and we all need to have ideas around it.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that, like, we have all been conditioned, or men, like, sort of like the play that, like, you know, the governments and the states want to have is, oh, privacy, no, you can't have full privacy because we're protecting you. But I think that, like, surveillance as, like, a protective or self-defense measure for, like, society or people who are being harmed, I think it's not like a real solution. It's like a temporary thing that's not going to, like, transform actually how do we get rid of child trafficking, or how do we actually really like figure out what is causing that, which, you know, it'll probably always go down to, like, economics, you know, people not having the resources, so that's why they are just selling children, or, you know, like, having, like, you know, so I think it's more like we have to think not from, like, we need surveillance because there are all these harmful things happening in the world and I don't know how to change it otherwise, and actually think, how do we change it otherwise without surveillance being the solution? Because that is always what the states are going to want, is more surveillance, and we know that those powers will be abused and they will not just be put to use for solving, like, child trafficking. So that's, like, the double-edged sword of all of this. It's like, yes, with any new technology there can be so many, like, liberating effects, but through those liberating effects, yes, people that are not using it in nice ways can also do bad things, but that's just kind of how things are going to progress. And I think the solution to that is not solution, but how do we actually, like contribute towards society moving into a direction where like, people aren't so poor and having humans in slavery as a way to survive or gain power.
No, definitely we have, like, concrete conditions that are given that just make it not something viable. I do not think transparency changes that kind of stuff, but
it's like technological surveillance. It's like a new thing. It's like only existed in the last 50 years. Human society has existed and, like, functioned in different ways before surveillance. So why does it need to be applied?
It doesn't, but it's only surveillance if it's used in bad faith. Else it's just communication. It's not, surveillance is just abuse of communication in the case, through the state or through power, but it is communication. How you use it, like, it's not surveillance as a given. The tooling, the way things work. That's how it's used.
Sorry, I have a question, just to, like, interject.
Perfect.
For Zieg, sorry if that's a mispronunciation of your name.
No problem.
But you said that transparency that you're pro-transparency because you think that people should just not be assholes to each other. So I'm just curious, like, you know, but what if people are assholes to each other?
Oh yeah, that's why we should not do it right now. Like we should not, like, it's a horizon that I think it makes sense to walk towards. I would not think it's safe to be responsible to be full transparent about everything right now. Anonymity is needed because people are assholes. But
I think
I'm an
can I
idealist.
just sophisticate the concept of assholes to each other and oppression? There's no takeable step towards a state where people are not assholes to each other from an unlevel playing field. And the idea of a leveled playing field is just preposterous unless you start a society on a petri dish. And so the awareness of the continuum speech that I gave yesterday is profoundly necessary. Like, we are coming from a state of assholeness, and it's not a linear walk towards non-assholeness. Do you want to give us our closing statements?
Can I actually ask a quick question, Felipe or Alco?
Yes.
Thank you. So I kind of, to ring it back to whoever asked the question over here, kind of like an equilibrium state, right? How can we navigate these two kind of polarities, right? Of ultra privacy versus full transparency. And I think one way we're getting closer to that, maybe, is through attestations and through being able to prove interactions are taking place and basically being able to, like, weed out the bad actors through positive sum interactions. And
the problem is defining what good means.
Right.
Yeah.
Do you want to give us a?
I mean, yeah, I totally agree as well. I don't think there's like positive and negative is super subjective, so you can't have an objective view on that. In terms of privacy, I think both are important. Privacy, but also self-governed privacy, especially when your life can be in danger. But transparency that allows you access to data to see and design kind of policy. It's complicated. It's very complex.
We're out of time, but I would say thank you for all of you that stayed to the end. It was a privilege to hold space for such hard problems and ideas. And the wildest idea I can put out for you Daoists out there is to keep trying. Because these are the problems I was talking about yesterday. They have no set of final solutions. And thank you for your patience, guys, for the weird questions.
Thank you.
Have a nice day.
Thanks, Felipe.
Hey everyone, so stick around. We have a special announcement that'll be coming up in a couple of moments before our lunch break. So I want to remind you guys to use ETHBarcelona Moments. If you notice on your badge right over here, you have a number. If you go to ETHBarcelona.com and you upload a photo, you're able to mint photographs of you and your friends and people that you've just met and speakers, and just make sure to tag them with the number that corresponds to their badge. And the cool thing about this is that actually the recipients of the photo, like not just the photographer, but the people who were in it actually become the owners of the photo as well. So it's a little bit of an experiment and kind of like expanding what's meant by IP and of ownership around images. And yeah, so if you go to ETHBarcelona.com/moments, you can find the interface for it. And if you post lots of them, the winners wind up getting free tickets to the next ETH Barcelona and some other fun doodads and swag and fun things. Does anyone have any questions about this? No. Okay. We're almost ready. We have a special announcement. I think it's worth waiting for. Okay. Okay, what's a pirate's favorite letter? It's definitely not the DMCA takedown. Sorry. Okay. I'm just going to stand here awkwardly. Okay. Okay, cool. Well, I'm going to moonwalk to off the stage for a second. Like, it's actually my really crummy moonwalk. It's the worst moonwalk in the history of ever. Okay. Okay. Are we good? Okay, cool. So, I wanted to introduce to you Giacomo from Ethereum Foundation. Everyone, give him the clap.
Thank you, Scott. Yeah, I'm Giacomo from EF PSC team. And yeah, I'm going just to remind you about what's going on with the Quadratic funding round at ETHBarcelona. First of all, let me introduce Privacy and Scaling Exploration team. So Privacy and Scaling Exploration team is an EF-backed team, which started in 2019. We have about 50 people collaborative team consisting of designers, cryptographers, developers, and full-stack engineers. So we're trying to bridge the gap between research in zero knowledge and privacy and scaling and application development on Ethereum. Yeah. So as many of you have heard about, Quadratic funding is a more democratic way for communities to decide how to allocate funds for public goods. So a pool of matching fund is distributed among recipients projects according to a formula that takes into account how many people have voted and also the magnitude, the strength of those votes. So for the QF round here at ETHBarcelona, QFI, a quadratic funding infrastructure, which is built upon MACI, a minimal anti-collusion infrastructure, is going to be used. So MACI, what is MACI? So the benefit of using MACI is that it's a set of smart contracts and zero-knowledge circuits upon which developers can build collusion-resistant applications. So the benefit is that it makes it impossible for you to prove how you have voted, so you can't be trustlessly bribed, and the briber can never believe you because it has no clue on what's happening on chain. So QFI was born out the fact that we were wondering, okay, we have this cool tool, which is called MACI, blah, blah, blah. How can we get impact from MACI, and how we can make people run quadratic funding rounds in an easy way? So that's why we have created QFI. So here we are. So there's a local quadratic funding round here at ETHBarcelona for supporting the local communities, and especially for supporting projects which are based or who are working on public goods for the Catalonia or Spain in general. The recipient registration closed yesterday. Now there will be the vote opening late this day or probably tomorrow morning. And you could vote just by using your wallet that you have used to register for the ticket here at ETHBarcelona. So you will receive an email with a MACI private key for voting, and you will be airdropped with some Matic to cast the votes. And for voting, you just need to go to qf.ethbarcelona.com, choose, connect your wallet first, and then you just choose the project you like most, where you want to try to fund them. And just after that, pasting your MACI private key and submit your vote. And super easy to do, and the votes are sent as DAI over Polygon, so layer 2. And there are a matching fund which is going to be distributed for those projects according to your votes. And this 5% of the ticket selling from ETHBarcelona, 10K donated from Ethereum Foundation, and 10K from Status. So big up to the sponsors. And also be aware that nobody from ETHBarcelona will ask you about your private key, your wallet, or will send you something on social media about give me your key, and blah, blah, blah. These are scam tactics, so be aware of that. Also, if you want to learn about QFI, Macy, or other projects that we are building at PSE, just feel free to come onto our booth, and I will just try to answer your questions. So thank you so much for your attention.
Yes!
Thanks. talk at NFT Berlin, as you can see. It was called Identity State, and it would talk about the implications of a self-sovereign collective identity, working as a sort of nation state on the internet, and its power in being a weapon of resistance against authority and sovereign control. Now, before we dive into more dystopian waves, I want to show you a diagram that you've probably seen hundreds of times in your life. On the left, you have the enemy, let's say, the centralized network, and on the right, you have a decentralized one, our crypto-anarchy stream. Now, why do we actually hate the centralized networks? Why are they evil? The thing is that for participants, in order to interact with each other, to communicate with each other in a centralized network configuration, they need to talk to an authority first, for the authority to approve their message and to let them communicate with each other. These obviously gigantically limit their possibilities for coordinating and, most of all, their freedom and their autonomy. You can see the centralized network as a sort of nation state. It's a state that can enforce rules over the citizens and creates the very concept of citizen by issuing passports, IDs, and so on for them. In order to be a citizen of the state where you were born, or you happen to be born, an authority will issue an identity that will identify you and will let you exist in the world. Then you will have to use it again and again in order to validate yourself and communicate with others. Now, DAOs are a little bit better than that. But before achieving this beautiful utopian dream of strangers on the internet coming together and getting in cahoots with each other, to destroy the current financial system or subvert the state and, I don't know, launch a techno party in the middle of the forest, there is still a lot of way to go. Now, this title is a little bit extreme. Without roles, there is no coordination. Without coordination, there cannot be DAOs. Actually, there can be DAOs. In any sort of decentralized, ideally chaotic network, complex network, the random interactions between all the different participants would at some point generate some sort of self-organization out of chaos. The thing is, I like to think that DAOs are urgent. If you think of a DAO in the area of public goods or as a sort of resistance against the central authority, they don't have infinite time. They need to be able to coordinate with each other as fast as possible, and they need to be able to achieve an agreement within themselves. The issue is that, as you can see, there are infinite possible DAOs. This is just the tip of the iceberg, but it already shows you how many types of DAOs are brewing every day. Pretty much every type of DAO represents a type of social group. And as you can imagine, there are infinite types of social groups that we may be part of. If you, together with two friends, go on a boat trip, you can generate a fishing boat DAO. And this will already exist on the blockchain. Now, the main way for us to recognize each other in a public situation, let's say, are roles. We are able to know whether our friends are doctors, astronauts, comedians, and based on that, we are able to assign tasks, to optimize our daily life, to have fun together, to enjoy our time. If we try to reproduce the same in our community, digital community life, we need to make sure that, for example, if you fear that you broke your leg and you launch a community poll with your DAO, there will not be some sort of meme combination as a result where they will all agree that your leg has always looked with a zigzag shape. So the main point is that we want doctors to take medical decisions in this example, and we need roles on the blockchain directly at the contract level in order to do so. Otherwise, we fall again into the trap of institutions, of infrastructure, and so on and so forth, where it's very hard to access either for lack of personal connections or lack of financial support. Now, if we see roles at a contract level, then the idea of this presentation is that it could bring us to a sort of renaissance for DAOs. But we started by talking about what an identity is in the first place. We started by saying that this collective identity can be a sort of weapon against, again, sovereign control, against central authority. Now, let's think about what an identity is by itself. So you see our friend Pepe is meditating about it. Before we had all of these lovely acronyms, DAOs, NFTs, DIDs, SSIDs, and so on, all the ones that we love, we had an actual identity. It was already multifaceted and complex by itself. It was the combination of our external features, our internal talents, passions, our creativity, and the role that we take in our society. You may say that our identity is the combination of these things, is what makes us us, and what gives us the feeling of having the freedom of choice, our autonomy. So I have this beautiful quote from Walt Whitman, I am vast, I am large, I contain multitudes, and yeah, well, I mean, if we contradict ourselves, that's great. The only issue with all of this is that we still live in a sort of centralized state. So how can we actually enforce this freedom if we happen to be in a state that controls us? So the main idea that we introduced back in the day with Skill Wallet and then with Out is to combine, first of all, the identity, the individual identity of a person, of a member, with all the different communities that they join. So it's a sort of bound between a community and an individual. The interesting part is that at some point, whenever you join your first community, you're able to claim a non-transferable NFT ID. But there is already quite a large discussion about whether NFTs tokens should be soul-bound, non-transferable, and so on. So we will not dive into that. The main feature of this is that once you claim your NFT ID, you are joining a community as a free association. You're not being part of a sort of centralized state. You're not happening to be born there. You're not paying a fee to join a club. You're not being selected amongst the chosen ones. You're joining the free association for what the community stands for, what it can do, and what the other members what other members' goals are. So the main feature that an Out ID has, as you can see it in this nice social profile, is that you choose a role whenever you join a community. You choose a role that represents what you plan to do, what you commit to do, and together with that, a commitment level. And these both parameters, so the role that you want to take in this sort of digital society, digital community, and so on, and how much of your time or talent or anything you commit to it, they both exist on the blockchain at contract level, so they are enforceable. Now, if you combine roles, if you combine community and identities together in this sort of collective engine, you can actually power this unstoppable coordination at, again, community level. There are many things that a community can stand for, many things, many actions that can be taken. And the main issue that they have is that it is very hard to be autonomous per se, directly on the blockchain by default. If we come back to the analogy, the initial analogy about the central nation state, you can see the state as a sort of state machine, where infrastructure, institutions, everything, all of these parts are sort of parts of a mechanical body that is regulated by the form of government that this state has. It can be something that you probably heard before, let's say an oligarchy, a monarchy, tyranny, and other monstrous combination of this. And the main pitfall of them, apart from the ideological side, is that any time a decision is taken, either within the largest possible group of people, let's say global citizens of the world, or a very restricted elite, limited elite, once the decision is taken, it's passed to another group that needs to implement this task. And then again and again, it may pass through multiple steps, multiple hands, till either the task completely changes, or we build this pyramid of trust. Every single hand that this task passes through, basically is a single point of failure. And this creates these incredible intrications within and overcomplications within the state machine. Now, unfortunately, DAOs still work the same way. If we come back to this,
A pyramid of trust basically has these multiple steps. You can imagine a DAO, for example, living on Discord, and you have all these members that come together. They need to coordinate with each other, just writing text and so on. So the trick here is that DAOs are not only collectives. They are not only a bunch of idealistic people with ideas. They are actual objects that live on the blockchain as a smart contract. A smart contract, as you know, can do many beautiful things, but the main one of them is that it is self-enforcing. It can create a task, replicate a task, and so on, over and over again, if the same conditions or circumstances are satisfied. If you bring this to a community level, for example, with tasks that are assigned to roles or community gatherings that are created per role, so small group calls, for example, for project managers or musicians or anything else, and even voting routines like polls that can be assigned directly to a role, you have this sort of infinite fractalization between the members of a community and autonomy that can extend within and beyond the borders of the digital community itself. So now let's get to the actual star of the conversation, the trifles. Before that, this beautiful image that you see is called mise en abîme. It means putting into infinity in French. And it was used in modern art to show a situation, an event that would replicate infinitely equal to itself, smaller and smaller within the same frame. If you see a trifold, it is pretty much the same thing. Whenever you integrate out to your DAO contract, it expands the concept of membership by adding 3 roles. They are the 3 first community roles. And they are 3 in order to keep balance between each other. Similarly to how it worked, for example, in the triumvirate in the Republican Rome. After that, the more your community grows, the more you can add new, more and more trifolds. So you can have, at some point, a guild or a functional department that is represented by a music trifold or a gaming trifold, and so on and so forth. Now, this is the conclusion, so we will have some time for Q&A. Ideally, you have some questions. The main concept, coming back again to this switch between the individual and the collective identity, is that our identity doesn't live in the vacuum. There is no standard that will ever be able to represent an individual at 360 degrees without considering also their role in the society and the communities they are part of. This is how happens in a real-world social dynamics, and we need to work towards natural emergence of these standards on the digital space as well. Now, if you imagine it this way, as we described it so far, as this role-based governance with infinite models that can be replicated, invented, experimented for communities to grow and foster together, we can imagine this metaverse. It is a permanent dynamic collective state, this maximum degree, highest degree of coordination and autonomy for communities, and this possibility for communities themselves to bridge and connect with each other, for themselves to enforce laws and to be unstoppable and unmitigated by a middleman. Now, if we again come back to this nation state, like network state, actually, that is regulated by these identities, we can imagine roles as sort of identifier of this collective. Each person coming together with others, taking the roles, communicating with each other, completing tasks, and enforcing this unstoppable governance, self-enforcing governance, they shape the identity of the community itself. So they shape this collective identity. Now, to conclude, so we will have at least 5 minutes, the main concept of this, since we can finally use our collective as a weapon of resistance against authority, against sovereign forms of control, is that we should take a stance. We should be able to claim our own role in the world and opt out of a system that doesn't represent us. If we do that, then maybe tomorrow, today, together, we may be able not to be the problem that we are trying to solve. Thank you all. So we have approximately 5 minutes. Any brave volunteer that wants to talk, ask anything? Oh, you are escaping. No worries. It's not, okay.
What keeps you up at night?
Well, this, meeting you and telling you these things.
Okay. All good, sorry.
No, it's fine.
Yeah, thanks. How do you think about privacy and the fact that I might not want to reveal some of my roles I hold in some of the communities to everyone?
Well, I mean, you are still pseudonymous, so you're not like doxed, so to speak. So it's a pseudonymous identity either way. And this is rather to, let's say, acknowledge the work that you're doing is not a necessary condition. If you want, for example, to join a community with a different identity, it's counterintuitive because you wouldn't be able to showcase your work and, let's say, have a unique reputation within the Web3 space in a pseudonymous form.
Yeah, so that's what I mean. Maybe I want to showcase my previous history and reputation to that community, but I don't want to reveal the world what's happening in that community. So I'm asking about that privacy because if you put it on chain, like it kind of gets hard.
Yeah, so like the degree of privacy is arbitrary. So you can choose what to reveal and what not. At least on the UI side, we cannot change how a public blockchain works yet. So the transactions would still be associated to the same identity that you have. Any other brave volunteer for these 2.5 minutes?
I'll try to do it one more time.
Right.
Yeah, curious what your take on is regarding like the individuals themselves and what operating system they are running, and what minimally viable kind of set of attributes or processes, or just how you see that thing and what that enables and how this relates to that. Maybe a bit loose of a question, but thinking you could probably pick it up.
So in general, how do I see a web identity? Like, what do you mean?
The significance or salience of like, the capacities, I suppose, of the individuals at these edges, and what that informs or enables or defines in their relationalities between each other.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's a good question. It would take probably more than 2 minutes, but trying to answer, the main idea is that I believe the main value that we're trying to achieve together collectively in, let's say, the decentralized space is a higher degree of personal freedom within a collective. So having this sort of conscious individuality within a group. And of course, again, like if we have free association, we make sure that we don't need to slash parts of our personality or parts of our taste, passions, and so on, just to join a specific group. That's the main take. Yeah. Thank you. All right. 50 seconds of silence or I go. I guess. That's it. Thank you, guys.
Welcome again to the Forest stage. I'd like to introduce to you Marina Guryeva of Neon Labs. Please come on up. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Okay.
Oops. I will try to put this bottle first. Hi, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for having me. And I would love today to present you the Neon EVM solution and basically to go through the tech challenges that we encountered while building EVM on Solana. So, but first, I assume that most of you, you are from Ethereum ecosystem and you know perfectly well how Ethereum works, how smart contracts are built, and then how Ethereum transactions looks like, etc. So for you, Ethereum ecosystem is like the Milky Way that you can see here. So it's a galaxy familiar to you. But then the next picture that you can see on this slide, it's the galaxy NGC 474, which you probably don't know, but then it's elliptic galaxy, which lies 100 million light years away from the constellation of the fish. And this is, I assume, what Solana is for you. And first, I have to explain you a little bit about Solana, because Solana differs a lot from Ethereum. And in order for you to understand better what we have done, you have to understand what Solana is. And basically, this is the standard Solana program, and you can compare Solana ecosystem with the operating system. Basically, you have programs within it, and you have data accounts. Like normally what you have on your computer, you have, for example, Adobe application, and then you have files, PDF files. And so with the Solana, you have the similar things. So you have special Solana programs which execute basically the data. And then you have the special Solana data accounts with the so-called program-derived addresses. And these addresses, they don't have public or private keys, and so they can be executed only by Solana programs, so they can't launch any transactions by themselves. And this is a crucial thing to understand. So this is how Neon EVM looks like within Solana ecosystem. So Neon EVM is a smart contract, Solana smart contract. So it's a program written for Solana. And what we have here, we have Neon DAO, which owns this program, and then we have Ethereum virtual machine bytecode within the data field of this program. And definitely we have to have a true in order for this program to be executed within Solana ecosystem. What we have also, we have a set of Solana accounts, and we have different type of Solana accounts. First of all, we have Neon accounts, which is similar to Ethereum accounts. So within the data field, we have all the information relevant to Ethereum accounts. And within the Neon contracts, it's a special type of the other type, better to say, of Solana accounts. We have Ethereum smart contracts. So we have within the data field all the information relevant to any Ethereum smart contracts. And we definitely have another set of accounts, Neon contract data accounts, which are connected to these Neon contracts, basically Ethereum-like smart contracts. And this is the structure that we had to build in order to enable the operation of the EVM within Solana ecosystem. But then we still have to pack the Neon transactions, which are Ethereum-like transactions, into Solana transactions for them to be executed correctly by Solana on Solana nodes. So what we do, we put the crucial information into different fields of the Solana transaction. Within the program index field, we put in the information to the Neon EVM program, which has to execute this transaction. Then within the account list field, we put all the accounts associated with the particular transaction. And this is important, crucial. And within data field, we put all the relevant Ethereum, all the relevant to the Ethereum-like transaction information. Basically, familiar to information, nonce, gas price, gas limit, everything else, they are put within this particular field or within Solana transaction that we form. So, and then the magic happens, so to say. We have Ethereum dApps running and being deployed on Neon EVM. They send Neon transactions, which are Ethereum-like transactions, but then they send them to a special tool, which we call Neon Proxy Server. Because we have, as mentioned already, somehow wrap these Neon transactions into Solana transactions in a way that I mentioned before, and then send to Solana transactions, as Solana deals only with Solana transactions. So, and here you can see how Neon Proxy works. What is more important, as mentioned already, we have somehow to get information about all the accounts relevant to the particular Neon transaction. And somehow this Neon proxy has to figure out which accounts are associated with this particular Neon transaction. So we have here an emulator. Basically, Neon proxy emulates the execution of the Neon transactions using the off-chain Neon EVM which connected to the Solana accounts on Solana nodes. And so it gets all the relevant information which it puts to the Solana transaction and sends these Solana transactions forward to the Solana nodes. And then magic happens, because you know Solana can execute transactions in parallel. And so while we deal with the Solana transactions, the parallel executions happens naturally, so to say. Solana nodes, they get a list of Solana transactions, and so they call Neon EVM as a program, and then a Neon EVM calls the relevant Ethereum programs, the execution happens. So it is done in parallel because of the structure that we have and architecture that we have. However, you might know that Ethereum transactions, they can be very, very long indeed. As for Solana transactions, they are limited to the number of the BPF cycles. So we just sometimes can't wrap one Neon transaction into one Solana transactions. We have to split big Neon transactions into several Solana transactions, but then they still represent one Neon transaction, which means for us one Ethereum-like transaction. So, and as far as I remember, so one Solana transactions can contain about 750 opcos, Ethereum opcos. So what we do, we split the Neon transaction into several Solana transactions. Proxy does this work. And then we have iterative execution of Neon transactions. So somehow we have to execute each and every Solana transaction, which corresponds to the one Ethereum transaction. And we use a special Solana storage account for these purposes. Basically, what we have created, we created a special infrastructure where we keep the intermediate information while the execution of these intermediate Solana transactions happens. So, because the Solana state has to be written and updated on the last step. So we definitely want this transaction to be seen as one transaction by Solana. So when the first step happens, so Neon EVM blocks the accounts that we have in this particular Solana transaction, then it executes whatever it has to execute, and then it reads the data from the special Solana storage account that we have, and afterwards it saves the EVM state and sends the information back to Proxy, and Proxy sends the next Solana transaction associated with this particular Neon transaction. The thing repeats, and on the last step, it changes because the information that is being updated is updated on Solana state, not within this particular and special Solana storage account that we have, but then as it is the last step, we update all the accounts on Solana state, and we unblock all the accounts, and we send the receipt to the proxy that one particular Neon transaction is completed. So, how to ensure atomic execution of the Neon transaction? Basically, we have these because we have the we block the accounts at the beginning, then we unblock the accounts at the end, and we update the state of Solana on the last step only. What happens when we have, for example, a second Neon transaction running in parallel? So Proxy sends the Solana transaction to Solana, and Solana checks during the first step whether the accounts are blocked or not. And if it finds that the accounts are blocked, then the execution fails, so nothing can change the state within the execution of this first Neon transaction. But then the architecture that we have implemented already doesn't allow us to run in parallel the transactions within the same contracts. And this is a problem. So, and we want to resolve it because we would rather prefer all the transactions to be executed in parallel in order to use the what Solana, the advantages that Solana has. So, and we have a plan for the optimistic parallel execution of Neon transactions. And basically, this is the architecture that can be used not only by us, but then we think that it might be applicable to other EVMs as well. So what we want to do, we would rather prefer not to block the accounts associated with the first Neon transaction at the beginning, but then to check the state during the stages, during the execution of this particular Neon transaction on different steps. So, and if we have some changes within the state, for example, here you can see on step 3 that we have value 2, not a change within the value 2. So we have to go back to the stage where we first encountered this particular variable, and we have to do it again because somehow in parallel something happened and the data were changed. So, and this is the solution that we really would love to discuss with the Ethereum crowd, and we really would love to test, and like if you're interested in working with us on it, you're welcome. Just please join us, our channels, our dev channel, especially on Discord. So this is something that we would rather prefer to discuss with you and to implement together, not only within Neon EVM on Solana, but also on other EVMs on different chains. And this is it. Thank you for your attention. So if you have any questions, I would be more than happy to answer them, but please. Yes, please. I don't know how it works with the mics, so.
Hello, thank you very much for your presentation. This conference, we have seen Polkadot presenting the Moonbeam EVM. We've seen Near presenting the Aurora. Now you present Neon. This is the surrender of the alternatives to the Ethereum virtual machine. I mean, as a developer, how we need to handle this news you give us? Is that you no longer want to make Solana an independent development platform? You want everybody to go to EVM? What's your vision of how the development in the Web3 will evolve?
Thank you for your question. So definitely, like you, we all have a lot of these solutions because EVM is basically, Ethereum ecosystem is the biggest ecosystem, and there is a demand from the Ethereum DAOs in terms of the please give us a new market, so we are ready to go anywhere where users are, but then we need to go there natively. So we don't want, for example, we don't want to build anything on Solana using Rust from scratch, because it will be a totally different program. So we want to port over our contracts somehow to Solana and use them there in order to tap into new market. And this is what we have. So and this is what we work with. Basically, this is the demand, and for us it's crucial not to build yet another EVM ecosystem on Solana blockchain in our case, but then we really want to just to enable the smooth porting of the contracts for one hand, but then we want give the developers the interoperability between Neon EVM ecosystem on Solana and Solana ecosystem. Basically, this is what they are asking for, and it's the next step that we will do, because it's not that easy as you might know to enable interoperability between Solana and Neon EVM itself, but then it's something that is in demand, and what we will do. So for us, it's okay. So these are the market on Solana. The guys want to tap into this market. We have to provide the tools for them.
Thank you.
Hi, hello.
I thought I heard at the beginning, but I might have been confused, that there's some off-chain centralized servers doing that do some tasks related to the EVM, or did I misunderstood?
No. No, there is nothing here that is centralized. So the proxy servers, they can be run by anybody. So the tool that basically emulates the execution and wraps the Neon transactions into Solana transactions, this tool can be run by anybody. If you want, you can. So first, we will start with some preset of operators, but then it's like a job to be done for the market, so it's decentralized. In terms of how the emulation is done, I mentioned that proxy uses off-chain right now, off-chain EVM that is connected to the Solana accounts on Solana blockchain. But this is something that is we're still on Solana DevNet, so it will be changed going forward. But right now, the proxy works like this. So. More questions? I don't see anybody. Do you? Okay, then thank you very much.
Hello and welcome back to the Forest stage here at ETHBarcelona. I wanted to introduce to you Alexander Guy, the head of marketing at Zirion. Please give him a warm welcome. Thanks, Alex.
Thank you. Thanks, Scott. Appreciate it. Hey, everyone. Thanks so much for being here. I appreciate you sticking with me to the end here at this great conference. Lovely city. It's a real pleasure to be here to speak to you all. I'm actually really thrilled also to touch grass with you all. I think this is the first time that I've ever spoken on grass in bare feet. I'm enjoying the experience so far. What I want to talk about today is something that I think should be on the minds of every builder, creator, founder, artist in the space right now, and that's essentially how to prepare to onboard the next big wave of Web3 adopters. It may seem counterintuitive as we are in the middle of a bear market to talk about how we prepare for the next big sort of surge of users, but I think it's now, while we're talking a lot about building, it's the best time to think about that. But before we get into that, I want to talk about something that I'm sure you all have heard in the space during the bull run, which is like this enthusiastic, sort of aspirational, like, when we get the next billion, NFT holders, crypto adopters, investors, DeFi users, the next billion, right? The next billion. And obviously that was pretty, like a little bit of an exaggeration, I think. But what was behind it, I think, was a sort of a philosophy and perhaps like a hope that we were ready as an industry for like true mass adoption. Like we'd finally reached a moment where we were mature enough, products were advanced enough, the user experience was excellent enough that we could actually onboard a large group of people who weren't necessarily in the like early adopter zone. But bizarrely, at the same time, and this is something I'm sure you all have heard, is this sort of almost clarion call that we're so early, this is just the beginning, we're just getting started. And like these things are at the same time very, very contradictory. So how is a community expressing both of these emotions at the same time? What's the truth there? I think that probably what we want to look at is, okay, in the context now of the bear market, where are we? Like, is it ready for this mass adoption moment, or are we still like working things out? And that's kind of what I want to interrogate a little bit before we get into the presentation itself. I guess as you can expect, it's a little more complicated than like a simple dichotomy like that. Even in the face of the bear market, NFT and NFT sales have been pretty resilient to the fluctuations of the market overall. Mainstream brands like Farfetch and PayPal have recently accepted crypto payments in the last couple of weeks even, suggesting that it's a viable currency and they can actually profit from it too. DAOs like Toucan, who's here at the conference with us, are tackling real-world use cases like climate change. But at the same time, it's a very fearful kind of environment, and rightly so. The bear market headlines are just everywhere, and I'm sure if you're like me, you've gotten like almost panicked phone calls from family members maybe, sort of wondering if you're okay. Oh my God, like, is everything all right? I saw on the news, you know, these types of things. And so, like, in the face of all this, I think that it's worth revisiting this idea about mass adoption and how we actually prepare to bring on this new wave of users, particularly non-advanced users who are kind of coming to this for the first time. And I want to suggest that while we are ready as an industry, I think there's enough enthusiasm, intelligence, passion for what we're doing here. We are ready to bring on and reach our first billion, not the next. We're done talking about the next billion, I think, for a while. But we are ready to bring on our first billion users. But there's a little bit of a catch, I think. I believe that beyond a lot of the technical aspects, a lot of the products that exist, there are some pretty fundamental human aspects that are missing from the way we bring on new people to this space. So the first is language. I don't think I need to say to anybody in this room, the language in our industry is quite confusing, particularly to a new person. That confusion breeds sort of this idea where, despite all the information available and resources out there, there sort of is strangely a lack of trustable information a lot of the time. And it can become really tricky to understand who you should trust and who you can't. This means that the learning curve to crypto adoption currently and Web3 adoption is really, really steep. And unfortunately, as we've all seen and witnessed, I'm sure maybe some of us personally, is that this breeds like losses and liquidations. And I think this is a compounding loop that starts to spin faster and faster the larger our potential audience gets. And so what do we actually need to do to harness the potential of Web3 and actually make ourselves ready as an industry to welcome on all these new users? First, I mentioned language, and I think we desperately need some sort of consolidation and agreement on what different terms mean. There's a lot of inconsistency in the way that we talk about key words and key terms in our industry that must be like shared. We need to have a common vocabulary. We also, I think, need to rethink the way we support and welcome new users and onboard new users to the space. User care, support, these are terms that I think Web3 has typically shunned for a lot of reasons. There's a lot of reasons for that, but it's not something that you hear a lot from projects talking about how they're going to support users and take them through. Again, quite paradoxically, we talk a lot about how community is everything. So which one is it? I think we need to rethink the way that support and users are taken care of. And lastly, if you were expecting a technical talk, I'm sorry, this is not the technical talk that we're going to get here. I actually think that we need to, for the end user, simplify the technical experience of a lot of our products and projects so that then it makes it easier for someone new to come to the space. So that's like kind of what we're going to talk about today. Before we jump into that, I want to talk a little bit about Zirion, the company I work for. So if you don't know Zirion, maybe you do. If you know us, we used to be a portfolio tracker for DeFi. Over the last year, we've kind of been in a transformation where we've added a number of different trading features, basically building slowly to what we are now, which is a smart and social Web3 wallet. Basically, the mission of Zirion is to open up opportunities for people to explore all of Web3 in one place. I'm Alex. I guess I should have started there, but that's who you're speaking to. I'm head of marketing and growth at Zirion. My background is primarily in Web2 growth, but about a couple years ago, I got really excited as a user into the Web3 space and just had to start working here. So I've been at Zirion for a year now. I'm really into sports NFTs, so if you want to talk about So Rare or NBA Top Shots, like let's chat. I'm happy to have a conversation about that at any time. And although I'm American, I guess you can all tell from my accent, I'm based in Paris, so I just had a short flight over here. I also like quotes. Quotes can be a little derivative, I guess, but I think in the right context, they can actually help consolidate and focus our minds and our opinions here on some key concepts. And when I talk about language, when we think about language, I was really inspired by this William Gibson quote, which is that language is to the mind more than light is to the eye. And if we think about that, what he's saying is that language has the power to unlock and open up potential in people's minds even more than seeing something can. And this is actually a real problem in the Web3 space. I believe fundamentally that the language we use isn't inclusive. It's, as I said before, it has a steep learning curve, and unfortunately that learning curve creates a lot of anxiety. Meme culture, which is very fun, especially for new users, creates very much this feeling like of an insider and an outsider. And if you're not on the inside, if you don't get the joke, you can feel really like, I don't know, separate from what people are talking about. It's also very time-consuming, as I said, to learn this stuff, and new people in the space who aren't here currently might not want to or have the time to invest to learn all of this. And I also think that the language we use frequently discourages diversity, which is not good. We need more diverse perspectives and backgrounds in this space. And so I think that a great example of this, one of my favorite examples of this, is something that's so fundamental to how you use and access Web3 in the first place, which is the seed phrase. I did a 10-minute search on Google before this conference, and I found those 4 different words from those 4 companies about what a seed phrase is, or like a seed phrase. And although there's, maybe minor technical differences and distinctions between some of these things, maybe they don't function in the same way with every product, et cetera, I think that actually illustrates the point that how can there be, for something that is so crucial to understand not only what it is, but how it works and how to protect yourself, how can there be 4 different ways to talk about that? That seems really crazy. And so I can remember even when I was getting started, finding different terms, some of these on the screen, and thinking, wait, do I have that? Is that something I do? What am I doing? Oh my goodness, what am I looking at here? And that kind of uncertainty, as I said, really creates a lot of fear for new users and unfortunately limits our overall power to bring new people into the space. As I say, this unclear and inconsistent and sometimes vague language really creates this idea of exclusion. And I think as an industry, what we need to be striving for is actually to create a more inclusive environment. So like the big thing to take away, I think, is that the stress we develop by having inconsistent language blocks adoption overall and limits our potential. Second thing that I think is important to think about when we're preparing as builders to bring on this new group of users is empathy and like the relationship with users is so fundamental, and it seems so obvious. Again, we're the industry that talks about community, community, community. You'll hear it all the time. Many people will tell me, hey, why do we even need marketing? Community does it. And like that's a great principle, and I understand where that comes from. But unfortunately, the reality of how we actually interact with customers, especially when they have questions or problems, is not consistent with that ethos. So the best way that I can think about it is the support stack that projects use is totally not built with users in mind. The documentation pages that these projects work so diligently on to detail what their products do are frequently cryptic and totally unapproachable. Like the intro slide will have totally incomprehensible language in it that no one can understand. It's often very difficult to find answers to your questions, even if you're not somebody that needs to be handheld, even if you're just looking to solve your problems. It's difficult to actually find the answers to questions frequently. And Discord, although we all love it, I'm sure, is often poorly managed and impossible to navigate, even when you have the resource to have like a really great mod, as many of the projects that are here and in the space do. It's very difficult when you're just coming in to actually know where to start and how to get going. And so I think that despite all that, the infrastructure in Web3 is actually really well set up to support users more proactively. First of all, involving the community itself and your community in how you support users, either by getting ambassadors or by asking for documentation support or by maybe having community calls led by the community itself, users actually can act not only as your great ambassadors to spread the word about your product, but also to help answer questions. One of the things we've done quite well at Zirion is like include our community in the way that we support and talk to our users. We bring them on in community calls all the time. We have the users themselves answer questions. We've made custom Discord roles that basically bring them in as like, not just an ambassador, but like a trusted support rep. And so like actually there's a lot of ways within the community structure that we have built in Web3 to be able to use your community to support the new users that are coming onto the platform more efficiently. Similarly, I mentioned docs. These doc pages are the storefront, basically, of your dApp or protocol in a lot of ways. And just like a storefront that has a really crappy, like, I don't know, black curtains on the outside, you're not really going to want to go in and explore. It's going to be very off-putting. So I encourage projects to really spend a lot of time thinking through important questions like mission and values and what the product is actually ending up to be created to do. Put a lot of effort into your shop front. Make sure your window looks good, because otherwise people will just walk right past you and never remember. And I think the last bit is about feedback and open feedback. We have many projects in Web3 have their roadmaps published, right? So you can even suggest things, you can upvote. There's a lot of systems to do this. Obviously, governance is a whole other way that this happens in our space. But a lot of times, especially with not like projects that aren't DAOs, it's sort of like, okay, I've suggested a thing, and it's thrown into the ocean, and I never know whether or not the team reviews it, thinks about it, talks about it, brings it into their consideration at all. So like, I think that a lot of projects are already doing the first step. They're opening up like suggestions and things like that, feedback in general, but they're not closing the loop and actually then communicating back, hey, thanks for that idea, user, whatever. We've actually implemented that, or hey, that's coming soon. And these are a lot of like both automated, there are automated ways to do this through messaging, but there's also like a community and mod and support perspective that I think you can add in there. So I think those three areas are great places for projects to sort of rethink how they bring their community and support like together a little bit more. I think that there's probably three elements that you can think about when you're trying to drive this more community-driven support or create this community-driven support loop. First of all, there's availability. This is availability of information, it's availability of access, it's availability of someone online. We have two of the most valuable employees at Zirion are on our support team, and we have a chat in our app that someone can ask a question and get a response within like 30 minutes, I think it tells me on the chat. And like the fact that we're available and ready and like there for users is a huge value add. It actually ends up, I think, being a little bit of a superpower for us, not just because these two gentlemen are just fantastic. Related to availability in my mind is responsiveness. How quickly are you getting answers to people? How actively are you communicating when there's been a problem? How are you communicating that there is a problem in the first place? Maybe you can be proactive about how you communicate this. But in any case, being responsive is a great way to make sure your community feels they're included. And I think the last thing is very much about consistency. It relates to language, absolutely. But there needs to be consistency and absolute alignment between your product, your marketing, your website, your support. Oftentimes, support members or community members aren't really brought into like the roadmap. So a user will ask like, hey, when is this coming? And the support person or the community mod will have no idea like what to respond. And maybe the tech team is actually building that as we speak. So there needs to be consistency and alignment across the entire organization, and then the support, like whether it's community driven, whether it's documentation, et cetera, or it's actually support staff, you actually are able to like have a consistent message to your users. And I think kind of the last thing that I want to talk about is about the technology itself. And this quote, I think at this point is so ubiquitous that I probably don't even need to read it. But basically, starting with the customer experience and working back towards the technology, the end of the quote is, not the other way around. I think in Web3, frequently, we have started with the technology and sort of figured the rest out later. And it's obvious because from a user experience perspective, there's a lot of sort of like frustrating things. And we're all, hey, we're early, you know? So we are sort of resilient and okay to deal with those things as early adopters in the space. But new people, when they experience a complicated, crazy technical product, they often get turned off by it. It's the reality. One of the things that Web2 has actually excelled at is sort of like hiding a lot of that stuff. I don't like a lot of the ways that they've done it necessarily, but you can't deny that they have created a system where the technology is almost invisible to the user, and that's clearly influenced their adoption. So I think we should all think about, if we think about especially new people to this space, tech can often be alienating. Like overly technical things can be alienating to people. Newcomers often aren't concerned with it. They're trying to solve a problem, or they're trying to learn about a space. They're trying to experiment in Web3. So to get something that's extremely technical that you don't understand is very off-putting. Similarly, this language barrier and lack of knowledge, the two previous points I talked about, means that a lot of times they don't even know what they're looking at. And that creates, again, this sort of feeling like, oh, geez, what am I supposed to do here? And this complexity reduces the adoption. It just does. When something is complex, people are much less likely to use it. And I think often, because of the technical aspects of these products and protocols and things, they sort of force users down a specific path that ends up being really like clunky and slow and hard and confusing. I mean, like, manually adding a network, for example, is a very complicated and difficult process. It's also not intuitive. And so, like, if you know that you're supposed to do that, sure, but otherwise you can be looking at, a product and going, why am I not seeing this? Why is this not here? How do I do this? And that, like, sort of being forced down that path because of the way that the product is designed and set up, I think, like, in general, creates a system where you're not thinking much about the user. You're thinking about the technology first, to go with Steve Jobs' quote there. So, paradoxically, though, it's often not the amount of technical complexity, in my opinion, but the lack of interoperability that really, really starts to make people not understand this whole space. So we talked in DeFi, I'm sure you all have remembered this or think about this. If you've been in DeFi, money Legos, right? Everything's supposed to just like plug in together. And in a sense, it does. But unfortunately, unfortunately, the experience overall is often very siloed, and there's extra steps added. I think that what we should be working towards is removing those extra steps and making sure that there are easier ways to connect things together. I was talking to the Moonbeam team here, and they're already thinking about this idea of like connected contracts, like layer 1 contracts that make it totally invisible to the user that you're interacting in a multi-chain context. This is the kind of thing that I think we need to move towards, where the invisibility of the technology doesn't mean that it's irrelevant. That's not at all what I'm suggesting. But the end user doesn't need to think about it constantly. And I guess, like, the last thing is that we need to focus, or like sort of wrapping this all up, is that we want to make sure that we're revealing technical things only when necessary or when the user themselves wants to pursue that. I think the basic, like, it almost acts like layers, in my opinion, or like nested kind of concept maybe, is that like the tech that we want to see, the ways that tech is approached is basically only when I need to see it. Otherwise, I have a very simple, easy to use kind of product and interface. And this helps us prioritize trust, and it opens up new ways, as I mentioned with Moonbeam's example, for composability and interoperability. And so, like language and support, reducing the technical complexity really, really, really will help you develop stronger relationships with your users overall. So, like, just to kind of summarize, I believe user-focused design, communication, and support is going to fuel the next wave of crypto adopters, Web3 adopters. So, thanks so much. I have 20 seconds left. I don't know if we have time for questions. Do we have time for questions? I don't know.
I just wanted to say, excuse me, thank you. NFT sounds nice, but I don't know a single 8-year-old who knows what the word fungible means.
It's a great question, or the great comment, actually. Fungible is sort of a tricky word in general. And also, I will say, in terms of language, it would be very, I'm American, I'm a native English speaker, obviously, but I can't imagine how hard it would be to find reliable information in this space if you were not a native English speaker and trying to get started. I imagine the resources are far less available and far more like, can I trust this? And so I think that that's another area that we can probably improve on. Fungible, like, I don't know, for non-native English speakers, this is a strange word. Even for English speakers, this is a strange word. So like, I can't imagine how hard that is to like approach as a new person to the space. Thanks. Thank you.
Hello, welcome again. I'd like to introduce to you Leo Kish and Josh Robinson from Cortex. Come on up, give them a hand. Give them a big ETHBarcelona welcome.
Josh will be up in a second. I'm going to go for the second part. Hey, thanks everybody. I know it's Friday afternoon. It's awesome to see a room pretty well full on this late day. Looking forward to wrapping this up. Today we're going to talk a little bit about when Web3. I think a lot of us have been waiting for a while there we go, to really experience a true Web3 and a Web3 experience. So let's start with a little audience participation. What is missing today from Web3? Anybody?
Mass adoption, users.
Ah, good answer. Yeah, in fact, yeah, let's, so why would you say that the users are missing? Friction. We have very high expectations for what users are expected to do in Web3 today. First, I think everybody's been through this with their friends and family at some point, right? They have to figure out what a wallet is, figure out why they need to use it, what keys are, how to manage those keys, why they need separate keys, why they might need separate wallets. You need to put coins in it, different kinds of tokens. You got to figure out how much for each transaction. You need to learn which chain, and is the wallet on the right chain at the right time, how to change networks. And of course, you get to pay for everything you do. It sounds awesome. And meanwhile, don't get scammed, and whatever you do, don't make a mistake, because it's all immutable and irreversible. So, summary of UX today is that it's high cost, very high confusion rate. People just don't understand it. But people really don't need to understand cryptography. Everybody, lots of people use Signal, Telegram. Cryptography is used in a lot of places. And of course, it's low trust. So bottom line is this is really a terrible recipe for mass adoption. So I think we need to lower our expectations a little bit. And a user on web doesn't mean that users have to know everything. We're used to abstraction of this complexity in a lot of different scenarios. Maybe we've been a little bit slower at it with crypto because there's so many moving pieces and so much risk. It's a high risk endeavor for everything you do. So how do we solve for UX? The cost, the complexity, the scalability, while maintaining all the benefits of user ownership. You can't really sell the benefits of user ownership without users being able to manage that ownership. So our solution, what we're going to talk about, and Josh is going to talk about a little bit, is how to create a scalable content network that really anybody can use. So won't have to pay fees for each transaction, a lot of benefits. I'm going to bring Josh up here to talk a little bit about how it works.
All right. Yeah, Leonard gave me lots of time there left, so I can dive in a little bit deeper. Yeah, I really like this one slide because it pretty much encapsulates like 5 years or so worth of work that we've been doing. But a lot of it comes down to things to add building blocks on some of the base pieces we already have. Like IPFS has been around for quite a while now. And blockchain, the Bitcoin paper was in 2009. And there's still a lot of challenges around not just using some of the stuff, but for everyday users, but also even for developers. IPFS, for example, is great, but even with some of the things it offers to have consistent, to be able to update content like IPNS, it's very difficult to use, and by default doesn't use human readable names. So some of the building blocks that we've been working on that solve for some of those problems and build on some of that existing technology is one that we call HD name, which is very similar to BIP32 wallets, if anyone's familiar with that, where you can derive different key pairs from a single seed. With regular BIP32, it uses a numbered path. And what we add on top of that, using some of the same types of systems, is a way to take a domain name using a lookup with butterfly protocol and turn that and apply that name hash from the domain and drive a key deterministically from that. So what that allows you to do is take, with butterfly protocol, you have domain names on the blockchain, it's cross-chain, and it's all uses NFTs for everything. So you can use a very simple standard lookup to see who owns a specific domain using that same name hashing algorithm. And once you get an owner, you can use HD name to find a specific key pair for that, starting that owner and that domain. And so it allows you to create a lot of different kind of boxes that you can put different data in, all named and all discoverable by using human-readable names. And then we kind of build on that using HD data, which takes those key pairs and uses the public key as a lookup key, and then you're able to update that data using the corresponding private key that you can also derive using that same HD name system. And then on top of that, we've built HD index, which is a modified version of a sparse Merkle tree that allows you to very efficiently find those pieces of data and actually access it in order. It's a huge improvement over some of the existing systems because it actually lets you find things sequentially, so you can find the most recent update in a list. And then that all builds on top of IPFS, so it's a way to get to your actual content that you have stored. And me talking about this slide is a big part of what Leonard was saying before. All of this is very complex and doesn't help people out that much directly, right? These are all just building blocks. So there's a lot you have to do to make it actually a usable system for everyday people. So yeah, we spent years working on this, the underlying technology, but a lot of the work and user benefits come when we, from now on, building something that people can actually use and using those building blocks. And so at Cortex, we do a few things that that make it familiar to people, to what they already know, right? So just like you have in the traditional web, you have a domain name and your file structure and your protocol. You can use the same type of URL and standard in Cortex, but some of those things just translate a little bit differently. But the user doesn't have to know about that. So you might have the domain name being the NFT on Butterfly protocol, and then you can use that in combination with HDName to resolve and find that data on IPFS. But again, to user, those look very, very similar. Identical if it wasn't for the protocol piece. One other big thing that we're doing is making it cheap to free for people to acquire blockchain domains. So we have the .human HMN domain that anyone can claim for free. It runs on Polygon, so someone doesn't have, they have to have a wallet, but they don't have to have any crypto in it or have to know about what Polygon is versus Ethereum. You can claim it using Twitter, and it will give you your Twitter handle .hmn for free. And we have an interface where people can go and see that, the domains that they own in there. And for people who do know more about crypto, they can go ahead and pay the gas fee for a corresponding ENS name that they get automatically if they have the human name. So they can have like leo.hmn.eth that works in MetaMask and anywhere else that Etherscan, anywhere that the ENS names work. At the conference, we were just doing an initial alpha of a very simple interface for people to actually do some publishing that puts it up on IPFS and builds the site and also creates some of the metadata for NFTs behind the scenes so that those domain NFTs can have updatable metadata, so you can change the picture and the title and everything. Yeah, the interface is, I've been told it's a little too easy or simple. Maybe not easy, simple at this point. But yeah, it will be expanding, and it's very medium-like right now, so you can do like a medium-type post and make a website very easily for, again, non-crypto people. And because of all the stuff we built on the back end already, most of the data is stored off-chain. And so when you go to publish your post, all you have to do in your wallet is sign that update to prove that you're wanting to make that. And you don't have to worry about having any tokens in your actual wallet. So from here, there's a lot of things that still we can do to improve Web3 to the point where people don't even need to know that it's Web3. And that's really what we need to do to get actual users on. We need to be able to offer them products and things that they need without them needing to know what it is. And that happens all the time now with browsers, with HTTPS. All the user knows is it's got a green lock on their browser. They don't need to know exactly how it's exchanging keys or anything about Diffie-Hellman or anything like that. And right now, everybody in crypto is used to having a wallet, but a lot of the things that we're doing, you don't, like as we said before, you don't need tokens in your wallet at all. All you need is the ability to sign things. So the extra interface of a wallet itself is kind of unnecessary. All you really need is the ability to present something to a user and have them sign an OK, saying that that's what they want to do. And one of the ways that we are handling the ability for people to not need tokens but still take advantage of some of the blockchain benefits is by setting up what we call publishers that handle kind of that complicated piece for users. So a regular user can send the commits and updates to a publisher, and the publisher can collect a lot of different posts and updates together into single releases and put using some of the building blocks we made, like HT-index, put a single hash on chain at set frequencies. And so anybody will be able to be a publisher, and they're not in control. The user still owns their data and can still control everything. But the user doesn't need to know that. You have, just like you have an Ethereum node, you have people who are handling that for the end users and making it simpler for them. And yeah, so our main goal is to make it so that Web3 is not just for crypto apes, but also for humans. So yeah, the QR code for humans there goes to the one you can claim with Twitter. But we're also launching a new top-level domain for .ape, where it's very limited to 250 initial users, and you're able to pick what name you want. And yeah, that's Cortex. If we want to do questions, we got 5 minutes, since I don't know if we're set up to do that. Any questions, if there are? If we can.
What will be the cost of the link?
Right. Yeah.
What would be the cost of .ape domains?
So the ape domains, you do get to pick it, what the domain is, and the cost is based on the number of characters. So it can range you do own, unlike ENS and a traditional legacy domain, you own it forever. So the initial ones, the lowest cost is $100-ish based on current Ethereum prices. And then, yeah, it can go up. But you can only get one, those first 250. If you go to that site, you can sign up for early access. But it's limited to those 250, and you burn an invitation. And then that creates 3 more invitations that you can send to other people to get it. So there are the next generation of them.
The legacy web part, but you'll have ape.cloud.
Yes. The website is ape.cloud, and those blockchain domains will allow you to post to that. So you'll be able to have an address on legacy, like legacy web, so people can put in like a leo.ape.cloud. And again, it will also work with ENS, so you can put that in MetaMask and everything, and work across everywhere.
What would you say is the biggest challenge you guys are facing right now?
See, there's a lot of different challenges. A lot of the big challenges on the technical side we've worked out, which is we're in a really cool spot now because of that. It's been, like I said, several years that we've been working on the underlying technology. We did have to invent and create a lot of new things. And yeah, so our biggest challenge now is expanding the UI and building different use cases on top of that, and then, yeah, just like every project, getting adoption.
Yeah, and I think we've got some great early partners that will be releasing soon that I think are pretty very, very credible projects that we're going to be associated with, but we're always looking for more, and as Josh was saying, with this publishing network, I don't know if this is going twice, give some feedback. With the publishing network, you'll also be able to build applications on that. So essentially each publisher will have a feed, so you could build the next medium. So we're looking for builders to come and build new applications that will, can have a social component, but also have a publishing component. And there's endless use cases for that.
All right. I think that's close enough to 20 minutes. Thank you.
Welcome back to ETHBarcelona Forest Stage, Friday afternoon. Wanted to give a warm welcome to Corey Petty from Status. Come on up. Thanks, Corey.
Hello, my name is Corey. Today I want to talk about how to ethically build public good infrastructure. I'll start off by giving a small introduction to myself, but not too much because there's not a lot of time. I started back in 2012 or so, studying Bitcoin during my PhD, fell in love with it, then quickly left academia after that to then do consulting in data science because it wasn't, back then it wasn't really clear how you get a job doing blockchain. And then quickly found Status short after that and have been there for 5 or so years, and for the first 4 years or so, it was all during security, and since then, starting this year, I've been working on trying to focus on building infrastructure, and then also the process of building infrastructure. I want to talk about that today. So, the key takeaway, if you'd like to walk away now, is building infrastructure for everyone isn't optimized for number go up, which is typically what you hear when if you were to Google blockchain. But it's still worth it. And let's start by talking about what a public good infrastructure is. And I'll start by quoting Paul Samuelson, which is a good which all enjoy in common, in the sense that each individual's consumption of such a good leads to no subtractions from any other individual's consumption of that good. So, no zero-sum game situation. You want to build something that's useful for everyone in a sense that if someone consumes it, they're not taking away from someone else in the process. How you fund these things, how you build these things has been, I guess, a public debate for quite a long time. And here's this other thing I'd like to kind of point out, which I think is incredibly important, especially in the context of digital communications and digital communities and digital infrastructure, is the medium is the message. It's this saying that was coined to talk about or think about how the medium that you use inflicts a bias on the message you're trying to send. So when I say something to someone else, I have some idea that I'd like to portray into the world, and I think about words and I shoot them out, and I hope that that receiver gets the message I was trying to say. In the process of doing this digitally, we then force it through a series of tubes to hopefully the receiver gets it and gets some level of the concept we were trying to portray. And the way the internet is built today, and what we consume for the most part, and in my opinion, the majority of the reason why we're trying to do stuff in Web3, is that we have these incredibly complex social relationships that we have in the real world, and we're using technology that puts it all through a meat grinder and kind of gives you this very mundane experience. We're taking this beautifully complex world that is humans and shoving it through something that can't quite contain it. We're adopting human relationships to a technology, and I think we're trying to fix that. So, Ethereum happened. This is a graphic back when they launched, one of the earlier blog posts that they had to kind of visualize this concept of the Holy Trinity. And that is Ethereum for the execution layer and smart contracts and how you do kind of immutable business logic. You had Swarm, which is a distributed file storage, so you can kind of have strong guarantees on where you're putting this information as opposed to throwing it on S3. And Whisper, which was this ephemeral messaging layer so that you can send very private and secure messages amongst the nodes or participants in this network for communicating about what you're going to be doing on the blockchain. So if you think about what a blockchain actually is in the context of Ethereum, it's usually like the end product of all of the other stuff that you're doing between communication and thinking about it and so on and so forth. And when finally everyone comes to agreement on what they're going to do, you put that on a blockchain so that you have a permanent record that can't be changed. Status, the company that I work for today, bought into this wholly. We love this idea. And we really wanted to be this dApp browser in the bottom, right? We wanted to give people an interface to this beautiful new decentralized web that, that was brought up, that we really, really bought into. So, and we had this concept incredibly early. Right in the white paper it says, what if we could flatten these roles, these social economic networks? What if what if users of social networks possessed a real stake in the networks they participate in? What if we could align incentives for all parties and create a network that naturally promotes behaviors that benefits all participants? That sounds a lot like, how can we enable more public goods? How can we enable things in which the participants that consume services actually help benefit or uphold the service itself? And so we still believe this, and we've been building ever since the beginning in a real way, and I'm going to kind of talk you through a whole process of our attempts to build this way in a very principled manner. And so our principles guide us in how we design and build. And you can look at the principles we all agreed upon. We all signed a contract, not a contract, but a message saying that we do agree with these things and we debate. And what's nice about this is that if we come up with a new feature or idea or a direction to move, we can always look at this and use these as the guiding principles as to why we want to move this direction. Anyone can always come up with an argument as to like why something doesn't work or what should we do about it. But if you don't have these guiding principles to then come to an agreement on this is the right way to go because this is the way we set out to go in the first place, you're just going to keep arguing or build in a completely dumb or useless way. So Status uses Whisper. Status is an app that does private messaging. It's got a wallet and a dApp browser all built in one for your mobile phone. We build hopefully for as resource-restrained devices as possible. And so Whisper is the ephemeral messaging network. And how it deals with anti-spam is proof of work. You have to do some proof of work computation first before you send a message. And so everyone checks that before validating a message and passing it on through this gossip layer network. What this resulted in was dead batteries and hot phones. We put, in the beginning, we literally put a Geth node on a mobile phone and burned them. And then the way messages propagate across the original Whisper is through gossip. And so flooding, I think it was the actual original one, in which I send a node a message, and that node sends that same message to everyone that it knows, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, until you have that message across every participant. We're doing this on phones. And so people were getting on their data plans and then burning through them in a hot minute. And then Discovery v4, which is the way in which you try and find new peers you get on, didn't quite work in like a high churn environment. People walk around with their mobile phones. They go from cell tower to cell tower onto Wi-Fi, and in some cases turn their phone off. And every time they got back on, they had a hard time getting connected to the network, which then moved towards a centralization of like what nodes you look at or what nodes are actually providing a quality service. And we had problems with people getting messages or drop messages or so on and so forth. So like Whisper wasn't cutting it for the environment we wanted to use it for. And it also wasn't getting a lot of development from the original plan for Ethereum. Most of you have probably never heard of it, which means it wasn't getting any resources. So we set out to fix this by adopting it and calling it Waku. And so there's posts on vac.dev. You can go look and see all of this stuff, but I'll talk about kind of quickly how it went. So this first one, Waku V1, was an attempt to patch Whisper. We knew it wasn't going to be permanent, but we wanted to make sure that we could kind of solve those earlier issues that I just talked about in a reasonable way without compromising our principles. We always could have just used any other messaging service that's out there to kind of make number go up, but we decided to stay with our principles. We wanted to take responsibility and apply attention to the required infrastructure and take ownership of it such that we can keep building up the ecosystem the way we thought it should be built. And in order to do this, we needed to do this all in the open. So research, build, publish, everything in the open, and specifically not for ourselves, so for everyone to be used. And the issues here, when you can't see them because the graphic is too transparent, oh, you can see it up here, nice. It was spam. We took away proof of work because it was burning phones, basically. And what left was like terrible spam. So if you go into status, you get a lot of spam, and it's an issue. And we could have done a lot of different things to fix this by introducing censorship or blocking IPs or doing all kinds of interesting things to kind of give a better quality of service, but it made a lot of compromises in how we wanted to build. So we continued our plan for building infrastructure in terms of scaling things, and that is the goal to Waku V2. And what that does is it completely takes this patching of Whisper that we initially called Waku and builds it from the ground up on libp2p. And it does it in a modular way so that you can actually have a suite of protocols that allow you to use the appropriate service in the context you're in. And I think that's way more in line with the ideals of the infrastructure required to map technology to social relationships as opposed to the opposite around. I'll get back to that. So Waku V2, I would defer you to Hano, was probably somewhere in this audience, who gave a talk earlier. That's a picture of him doing it, or any of the other team that's here to do this stuff, or just go to our specifications. But modular and open is the keywords I want you to see. I'm running out of time. And it's not just for us. I want to reiterate this. We use it heavily. It was originally designed to fit the goals of what Status is trying to do with its messaging application. But under the hood, Wallet Connect V2 uses this. Anytime you use Wallet Connect to attach your mobile wallet to a DApp browser on your desktop, it's starting that handshake using a peer-to-peer network that is run openly that anyone can participate in. And another recent application called Railgun for starting to give privacy to marketplaces is using it. And a bunch of other things that we're looking into that aren't ready for announcing or talking about yet, but this has been for everyone, not just for us. Once again, spam's still an issue. We haven't addressed this situation yet, right? We let it scale. We made sure phones didn't burn. Made sure people can use it in reasonably low bandwidth scenarios. And it's gotten tremendously better, like way better, trust me. I wouldn't even use the app until recently. And I've been working there for 5 years. So spam's still an issue though. You can still log into a public chat, and if it's a reasonably popular public chat, spam to death. So it's still not quite there. But because we've kept this principal approach and forced ourselves to be creative and think about how we want this internet to be built, we've come up with a new solution. That's called the fruits of the labor, what we call the RLN relay, which stands for rate limiting nullifier relay. So this is a privacy-preserving, spam-protecting messaging network leveraging zero-knowledge cryptography, Shamir secret sharing, and some economic disincentives. I want to give you try for a quick overview here of how it works, but it's built on top of the relay protocol in Waku 2, which is our the main protocol for how messages get propagated across the network in Waku V2. And it's based on gossip sub in libp2p. So imagine people know how to send messages in a network. What we've added is basically we have this membership contract on a blockchain, Ethereum being an obvious one. These are solidity contracts, so EVM standards. But all this thing does is basically give you a member set. It gives you a public key and a stake. So if I would like to participate in a network and I want to relay messages, then I sign up for this thing and I put a stake down. What that stake is, we don't really care. This is agnostic for everybody. And then we create basically a zero-knowledge circuit that allows us to, if someone wants to send a message, they then prove anonymously that they are a participant in this member set without revealing which one they are. And they give a piece of their secret key. Basically, it's a calculation of the current epoch and their private key for sake of ease here. So every single epoch, you can say you can spend X amount of messages. In the event that you do X+1 messages, you reveal just enough information for anyone to see that, acknowledge that you're spamming, and then reconstruct your private key and take your money. So it's a way for you to have a very, very clear way of identifying how many messages should be going through this network at any given time by any individual participant. And if someone oversteps that boundary, you can remove them from the network and gain money from it without ever revealing who that person is. And it was a way for us to come up with a way to deal with spam, at least like reasonably deal with spam, so you can't overdo the network and remove people from it, and give people a reward for actually actively trying to do this and make the network more healthy. This is, you can find the specifications at rfc.vac.dev. We've recently published all these things on archive because we want everyone to understand them. We want people to give criticism and also help us improve these things so we can make them scale and work better in better environments. And we heavily invite you to go play with it. If you've been in this innovation center over here during the conference, you would have seen the privacy and scalability exploration group for the Ethereum Foundation are currently actively playing with testnets on this stuff, but we want to invite anyone to do it and give us feedback. So I'd like to wrap up with some of the things I think that are the most important thing to take away from. I just wanted to give you an idea of our experience with trying to build infrastructure, and that principles are a priority. We could have, at any given point, just capitulated and tried to make our user base happy at this specific time by compromising on our principles to do so, and we refuse to do that. In order for us to get to the point where we'd like to be, we have to make sure that we're building in a direction that moves towards that and not just trying to capitulate and make someone happy for the short term. You need to publish openly, implement, and iterate actively. And that's the process that we've had, is that we talk about what we want to do and how we think we're going to do it. We try it out, find the problems, and iterate on it continuously, from Whisper to Waku V2, and now having more advanced solutions for some problems like spam with RLN. I think it's important to think about using old tools leads to old things. And if we're trying to make something new, we need to think about new things. And I've seen throughout the course of my time in the entire blockchain industry, a movement towards using a bunch of old things to just try and be successful or sell or do something, which I don't think is ever going to actually make any difference. And a lot of you here, I believe, agree with me. It is cumbersome, it is painful, but you need to have patience because there's quite a bit of fruit to be born, in my opinion. And finally, try to conform technology to relationships instead of the opposite way around. Like, we don't want to be this meat grinder of human relationship and pump out a bunch of things that isn't really interesting for digital communities. And what we're trying to do here is exactly that. So if you watched Jared's talk the first day, I stole this slide for him. We are actively building more than just messaging. Messaging is the thing that we're pushing out currently, but we're trying to build the self-sovereign stack, and how we build it is very important to us. If you're interested in these things, you can talk to me, because we're hiring, and here's a logo or a QR code that will point you in the direction of talking to us, or here for that matter. Thank you. I can't see because of lights, but I have a few minutes for questions if you have them. You can yell at me, I guess.
Can you explain how the business model work?
Good one. Yeah, so we were an early ICO, one of the earliest ones, and luckily that allowed us to fund a tremendous amount of development for a long period of time. So I would say we are in a very wonderful position to be able to do this at a large capacity because we're well funded, and I believe we were very good custodians of those funds. In my opinion, how you build infrastructure generally so that you can be worthwhile and sustainable is that you build as agnostically as you possibly can. Like for instance, our specifications are not requiring you to use S&T, right? So you build specifications that are useful for the entire ecosystem as much as you can, and then you pull those back in an opinionated way for a certain business case, right? So now we pull back how we use Waku V2 to make status really good, and hopefully in the event that we make status really good, S&T may go up in the event that that's the right thing to do. But like, you build for the open and you pull back a more opinionated view of how you think it should be used, and particularly for your own business case. So you need a good business case. But what that also does is allows people to, it guarantees that if what you build is successful, but you made a bad business case, that the idea doesn't die. Because networks are, by their very nature, like if you tokenize a network, that is an isolated thing. And if it dies, you don't want to like remove all of the great ideas and work and research associated with it if token goes down and no one cares anymore, right? So like, in my opinion, sustainably doing this is building for the open, making a bet that you think the right way to do it is this, and hopefully that's true. Okay, thanks.
Okay, welcome back to the Forest stage here at ETHBarcelona. Are you guys having a good time? Hooray! It's Friday afternoon, it's almost finished, and I hope you guys have been having an amazing, amazing time. So we have a really great panel coming up for you guys. It is the impact of reputation protocols. And the people on the panel are over here to my left. It's Ashley Taylor-Buck from Resource, Andre Berlin from Deep Work, Livia Deschermeyer from Common Stack, Artur Dawiarski, yes, got it, okay, cool, from Ceramic, and it is moderated by Simona Rabaioli, yes. Okay, come on up and let's do the panel.
Would be nice to have your beers up here.
It's time.
Time. Check. All right, here you go, David. Cheers, everyone.
Can we have 4 more, please?
Upvote on your reputation, David. All right. Yeah.
All right.
So I guess we need 3 more.
Cheers.
Anyone? All right, cheers again. So how's everyone doing? Are you all up for kind of continuing with these good vibes for the rest of your life? Yeah? So we gather here with a very interesting collection of humans coming from different walks of life, trying to kind of share the way we've all been thinking about reputation, which can easily get degenerative. And so I guess our approach here today would be to say, how can we think about that and design better reputational systems, things that likely would need to become regenerative. And I guess a good way to kick things off, I thought, was to kind of go back to my friends here and ask them, what's their reputation? What do people know them for in real life? And maybe that's also kind of a way for them to tell you a bit more about themselves. Ashley, would you like to go first?
Sure. People know that I love astrology. No, but really, I love learning new things. I got interested in alternative currencies and ways to create social impact with building new systems. And the blockchain space was a natural fit for me early on. And I would also say people know of me as someone who's not afraid to go against the grain.
All right. I've been thinking about this, of course, before the panel, and I think I actually have more than one, because I tend to have interests that involve participating in groups that don't necessarily overlap with each other. So I think my friends hopefully know me as somebody who is loves to joke and have fun, but is also very passionate about social issues and political issues. I hope that my coworkers think that I'm a hard worker and I can deliver. Yeah, and I also just listen to lots and lots and lots of podcasts and audiobooks, and I think that this is kind of the only part of my reputation that is actually available online, because otherwise I'm not super active on social media, but you can look up my list of recently listened podcasts on Spotify, and that will give you a pretty good picture, I guess.
Cool. Yeah, nice. I think most people, at least in this circle, will know me for building a design studio for the last 4 years in Web3 and designing a lot of products for the ecosystem, like the ETH2 Launchpad or D-Hedge or Maple Finance or I don't know, there's 40 of them, but I'm not going to go through that list. But also reputation is something that's very hard to specify from the inside. It's more something that you usually get verified from the outside. But I guess we'll get to that later.
Thank you.
Yours.
I think for me, people always associate me with movement and traveling a lot. I think since I was very young, I haven't really stopped traveling. And the other day, my friend said something beautiful that she said, it feels like you're always like being driven by something that is beyond you. And I think I identify with that. And I feel, yeah, I feel like a passionate person, and maybe in the work environment, in this environment here, work, family, everything together. I think I'm a culture person.
All right, thank you for sharing some of these more intimate details. And I'm not sure how much of this reputation that you feel you may have with people has correspondence in your online reputation, or kind of the systems that we're trying to build. And so that's part of the reflection that I guess we'd like to invite all of you to think about, when you connect with this, idea of let's build reputation systems and protocols. So since the idea here is to come at this issue from different angles, effectively it's about sharing how we think about this, building, designing it. So I guess the obvious question to start with, and I'd like to ask you, Andre, how do you think about reputation? Do you have a mental model for reputation?
Yeah, I think reputation in general is just the kind of verification of the ability to produce certain value for someone else. So if you think about doing work, or if you think about like creating value at a very specific point in time, let's say value is almost like your assumption that you can fulfill something that's incomplete in the future, then the reputation is like the other end of it, where someone else verifies that, yes, you're able to actually produce that value. And that can happen on a lot of different domains and a lot of different, in a lot of different ways. So you could either just literally do work, you can create something out of you can build this table, you can say something nice, or you can, I don't know, create an experience or something, and move someone or something in your environment into a different place. And someone else will verify that, someone else will tell you, yes, you've done that, I appreciate that. And the storage of that over time is, I think, the reputation that you accrue. So I mean, if you're a designer, it's very easy because you just have your portfolio of projects. That's your work. That's your reputation. That's what other people can see and then draw conclusions of who you are and how they perceive you.
This is reputation right here.
There you go.
He's earning some.
Amazing.
All right, everyone. This is officially when we cheers,
awesome.
To ETHBarcelona and everyone that has organized this great event. Cheers. Thank you for hosting it.
Cheers.
Yeah.
Cheers.
Salute. All right. Cheers. First row here coming through. Thank you. Anyone else feels like they want to share, how they think about reputation, and if there's a specific, distinct way or mental model that they have in going about it?
I can share. I mean, I think it's a recipe for cooperation. It's basically if you're contributing to society, if you're helping other people out, it's that idea that other people are going to want to work with you. It's not necessarily taking a job because it pays a lot of money. It's taking jobs because you feel like you're making an impact in the world, and making friends with people that you think are doing good things in the world. And I think that's ultimately, when we're thinking about building systems for reputation, it's more modeling who do we know in the world who has good reputation, that more qualitative aspect. What can we learn about their life, their decisions, their behaviors, and then how can we build systems that basically model how to enable more people to participate in that way.
Awesome. And by the way, what people know me for is the food sniper. Won't talk about that before, but it's not necessarily something that comes with my professional identity. And so I guess as we were saying, as we think about our own reputations, it could be that we have multiple identities, and certainly we now live increasingly in a space where that's legit, that's possible. And so as we look at these different identities, how do we curate reputations, for each of them? I mean, is it, where is the threshold, of our curation? How much could we omit or say about who we are? And I think that's kind of a theme that I'd like us to think about, and maybe we can reflect on a little bit. But so Ashley, since I've, on the hook here, so what are things that, say, Web3 brings about or enable that were not possible before that could help us build better reputation protocols or system?
Yeah, I think it's just the transition of centralized reputation systems, right? You have governments that tell you that you're a certain type of person. You have credit rating agencies that tell you have a certain type of credit score, and they don't tell you all the details of how they're calculating that. We're breaking apart those systems. We're saying, let's open source the algorithms that we're using to determine this, and let's come up with better models. I don't think we're in a phase of coming up with the best model. I think we're in a phase of building the tools for everyone to experiment, to come up with better models, and to have conversations and test things and start to say, how could we design these things better? And ultimately, I think that's what it's about. It's about saying, what could we do if we were cooperating to build better systems, rather than looking for someone else to build the next best system for us.
Great, thank you. Arthur, let me put you on the spot here. So we've had a chat, and you shared a bit about your journey. And one thing that I wanted to focus on is so today in the, say, general academic environment, particularly the academic research environment, there's this sort of motto that has, that goes by, publish or perish, or get cited or die. I mean, that is a form of reputation that has been ingrained in how we share public research. I mean, do you have any thought around how could we, sort of take that as, how do we move away from that into kind of a better design for reputation systems?
Yeah, I have some thoughts, although I have to agree like 100% with everything that you said, Ashley, that I also think that these are early days, and it's really most important to encourage as many entrepreneurs and people who are excited about the space to just, experiment. But when it comes to some of my particular experiences in academia, I would actually try to be a little bit more positive, because yeah, for sure I could see what you just mentioned, that there were some areas and there were some groups of people that basically were kind of defining these metrics from themselves, which was like, hey, we are publishing this paper, why don't we I grew up in Poland where the higher education is free and it's subsidized by the government. So the way it worked in my case was that basically the institutes on the university, they would get together and they would figure, hey, we publish these papers together on our department. Why don't we explain to the government why it makes sense to give us finances based on the number of publications that we have in our own magazines and in the citations of our own group citing each other. So that was like a clearly negative for me case where a small group of people were coming up with their own metric and they were able to convince somebody who wasn't knowledgeable enough that it was a good idea. But I've also seen a lot of positive examples, I have to say, that especially, not surprisingly, among scientists who were more widely renowned with better reputation worldwide. And they were coming up with their own ways to basically share knowledge, share reputation with much broader circles, exchange students internationally. I know that you have some great experiences around that as well. But I did not necessarily see, but that was 20 years ago. I'm not sure how much has changed in this regard, but I did not necessarily see any mechanisms baked into the institutions that would actually support that. So it really relied on the fact that, some of the most successful scientists just realized somehow, hey, that we need to be more open, more transparent, we need to share more. So yeah, but still ultimately you could say that even in their case, they were using some of their kind of intrinsic rules that could even be more transparent using crypto and some of the products that are being built right now.
I think maybe as we're seeing so the scientific community going into open science and now decentralized science, that's the issue of reputation for them is probably going to be as important. How do we rethink that system? And so I guess this is another realm in which reputation kind of has an impact, particularly around providing us with the good research that allows us then to build and design a new system. So that's clearly a reality. Go ahead.
I think there's something about that is who is the reputation issuer? And who are the institutions that provide legitimacy to the reputation that is being created? And I feel like we don't think so much about that, because then thinking about legitimacy is a whole rabbit hole in its own. But if a university, like who has legitimacy now? It's like very few for most things, and how we go around in society. It's probably academia, the state, the church. Somehow, like for the majority of people, like the institutions that provide legitimacy to the reputation they are building, and that can be kind of a modular reputation, like someone that has reputation in the academia will probably have reputation in all of these other circles as well. And I think the challenge now is that the organizations we are creating, they're not coming from this legacy they don't have this legitimate perspective to the rest of the world yet, and not even to each other sometimes. Like, how do the projects we work on create reputation among each other for the reputation an individual have inside of them to be legitimate in the spaces where they circulate?
I think you just added a very important angle and sort of framing, where most of the time I feel when we think about reputation, we think about individual reputation, but you're introducing this idea, what makes an organization reputable, right? Which probably then ends up into governance land. And that's a whole different conversation, but for example, in the domain of education, there are, accrediting organizations that are, issuing credentials to a university to be legit, to be able to issue legit verifiable diplomas. And so, that reputations or Ivy League schools have their own way, or the rankings that already exist. So, but I think it's important to think about those two layers. It's individual reputation, which probably we spend most time thinking about, and the organizational reputation, which ends up into governance land.
Although, Simona, I have to say that I wonder if this is something that maybe we could actually, at least reduce this gap significantly with just more transparent rules of how reputation is acquired and issued, like you say, on blockchain or off blockchain. Because I guess that, one explanation of why we currently have these two levels is that basically, reputation is often emergent and is coming from particular pieces of work, particular contributions of some groups of people. Then they want to organize into bigger groups to be more effective. And then that groups often starts to kind of use the reputation of the founders, and sometimes it uses it in the right way, and the reputation is well-deserved even like years and years later. Sometimes it kind of diverges. And I feel that sometimes this divergence may be caused by just lack of transparency and probably many other factors.
Well, I think you're talking about how to build systems to incentivize the values that we have. And ultimately, I think that's the question about reputation. It comes down to, if you think about it, like someone that you think has positive reputation in your life, it's because you have some shared values, or you admire that person. They embody some values that you aspire to. So I think like reputation is really a framework for us to start to think about, what do we want to incentivize? That's the reputation, right? And so now we're building systems where we're incentivizing people to start to participate in new ways. And I think that's what's really cool about starting to think about it in this way, rather than thinking about how do we like bring our real world credentials from the past onto the blockchain, because then we're based upon that old paradigm. Instead say, what do we want the paradigm to look like, build those systems, and create ways for people to participate and start to build reputation in that way.
Yeah, building up on that, I think the root is having reputation connected to reward systems. It feels like this triad of reputation, reward system, and identity, that they have to be all solid somehow for that to function well. Because if you're creating reputation without that being attached to the contributions you give, to the value you produce, then it's much harder for the reputation to be legitimate.
And that's like Facebook and Instagram today, right? It's like you can build reputation, but you have to do it within the context of this certain algorithmic world. So it's about breaking up that paradigm.
Yeah, I'm going to go to you, Arthur. So Arthur has a past working at Facebook, right, and building, some systems around.
I mean, let's just say it.
What are some lessons learned?
I built identity verification for Facebook that is currently used on Instagram, WhatsApp, and in Facebook itself. Well, lots and lots of different learnings, of course. I think that ultimately, I was working on these systems for 3 years, and when I was quitting, I felt that, maybe 5% of the work was done, of the significant work from my perspective. I personally can say that, I am more interested, and I would encourage more systems like with similar kind of specification to VCs, virtual credentials, like ways of how you can share your reputation without sharing your identity. At Facebook, by definition, it's kind of impossible because the terms of service actually require you to give your legal first and last name. And of course, as a side note, we can mention that it's not even possible in many places on Earth, of course, as many of you know here. But regardless of this, we've been focusing, we have been very successful at Facebook, at scaling and simplifying identity verification for lots and lots of people in the understanding of the company, what was useful for the company. And of course, I'm not speaking for the company, not to mention that, but the way I understood that was that we wanted to make the existing ways of verifying identity, which were mostly based on data shared by your friends and also by asking people to share their identity documents. We wanted to make these as useful and as frictionless for people as possible, so that it would be more difficult for others to steal their accounts, and when somebody steals your account, it's easier for you to recover this account. So for me, it's just at the very, very, very tip of the iceberg, and it's not necessarily anything I would even start thinking about when if I would building my own reputation system on Web3. I would definitely not in the first, second, or fifth step start thinking about, ask people for their identity documents. But what I can say that I definitely have learned is that, and what we have been trying to also leverage in many use cases is that, those signals from your community, from the groups you participate in, are extremely important and significant, and they can be really helpful in many use cases. But the challenge there was that it was very difficult basically to label and to qualify them. So in this more qualitative cases that you mentioned in the beginning, to me the problem is really how and who and in what way, using what mechanisms should label this data as relevant or irrelevant. Should it be done per use case, maybe like you mentioned, Andre, in the beginning, or should it be based on some values, because there needs to be there is a factor of judgment in this as well. And to me, this is a level of complication that is probably 2 or 3 levels beyond the stage we are at right now in Web3. But I do hope that at some point, if we build this nice, transparent, strong foundations, we can go to a point where we can start doing similar things as well. Because I do believe that this kind of social proof-based data, qualitative data, and signals can also be very useful in many cases.
And if it's transparent, you're obviously also kind of allowing or enabling other people, or more people, to verify someone else's reputation, or basically in Facebook or something, you have an organization. It's a very centralized place for verifying someone's skills or someone's reputation, but in reality, it's just like a community. People just know each other, and so if the data was more transparent, then everybody could say like, okay, I verify that you're good at something, or like, and it becomes more an interpersonal relationship, like an intersubjective relationship, rather than like a top-down judgment.
I think it's a fantastic call from my perspective. Like to give an example, you know, let's say I love basketball person in my personal life. Let's say you have a group on Facebook of basketball enthusiasts in London, where I live, and let's say that, you know, somebody tells about me that I'm a good team player in that group, and let's say that some centralized entity like Facebook tried to assess the value. Does this guy, is the person saying truth, or are they lying? Maybe it's sarcastic, they don't know. But this group knows because they know me, right? So decentralizing this and just, you know, in a way, if you have this is basically that, you know, these two pictures about like a centralized network and decentralized. If you always need to go through the center, there's also a lot of data lost, right? So I also personally believe that maybe in many cases starting with really empowering local use cases and local groups and letting them emerge with this way to assess reputation and start building on that might be very useful.
Well, and there's a fundamental principle there, which is that people in the real world actually make a lot of decisions based around reputation. It's actually something we're like innately trained to do because we're social beings. So I think it's like finding out like how are we interacting in the real world, and like do we need to build these like really complicated systems where we're trying to give like points to each interaction, or is it more of like a threshold basis? Like if you do X, Y, Z, like you contribute to the community in these certain ways, there's some data that's associated to that, then you get access to these benefits of the community. It doesn't have to be so complicated. I think the complication can emerge, but we start with really the foundations and the basics, and then we let those systems emerge on top of that. I think over-designing it is where we get into the more degenerate behaviors, because people are probably trying to do good, but they're actually like thinking too much and not really like allowing things to emerge socially how we would if we just had a better system.
I think that works really well if it's just for one community, but then it has a limitation if you want to use that reputation for transiting around multiple projects, communities, which I think it's such an interesting challenge now, how to create more collaboration between DAOs and how to lower the cost of onboarding and of making people understand how to contribute in the space. So if they already have, if they are mapped in a social context, that position in the map is visible not only for them, but for other contributors. And they could use that to navigate more easily and to make collaboration more seamless. I think that would be great.
Well, it's also related to the position in the actual organization, because then the reputation of that community counts, not just like your personal reputation. Like, sure, you've done this part, like you've done well, and someone else might look at you, but in the context of the organization, then it's like the combination of you relative to the reputation of the entire organization that someone else is going to pick up on and be like, okay, you're part of Common Stack. We know the value, the reputation of Common Stack. This is what you did. Okay, now it makes sense. Now I see what eventually the value you're producing through the chain of events.
Exactly. It's all context
Right,
based.
right,
Yeah.
right. And then you can look at like also different communities merging. Then you say like, okay, so well, who was actually contributing to that merged, you know, collaboration? And then it's not just like, hey, person A from DAO or organization 1 and person B from organization 2, but it's like, okay, it's like exactly on that intersection with this team of people. This is the context in which that reputation is actually created as part of like teamwork or whatever then, and then that becomes part of what people can kind of show and carry around. But obviously it's all still up for misinterpretation. That's always possible.
So we are starting to look at some other issues, like context is a big one. And as you mentioned, and if you can think of context in about your own individual reputation. I mean, you could be a great CEO, but a bad father. I mean, but that's still kind of in your reputation, and resolving for that is one of the challenges. But across context, the issue of portability is key. I mean, we live in a time with an increasing abundance of data points that we can collect. So it's probably the data is available. It's noisy, right? But it's really that the data layer is there, but it's at the interpretation layer that we start to get into things that could go wrong. And so maybe the way that we want to approach that is making that transparent, as you were saying. And it's really where reputation is probably built at that layer. I don't know if there's like in the work that you're currently doing. I mean, have you been looking at sort of keeping in mind what could go wrong with reputation, and how are you designing for that or against it? I mean, are you taking specific approaches? I mean, how do you think about this, and how does this impact kind of your work every day?
I can take that. I mean, I think I start with like what's wrong with reputation today, and I think the blockchain industry at its best is attempting to address that. It's saying there's a lot of people excluded from the financial system here, like in Western countries, but also around the world. And I think that's the biggest failure of reputation that we have at scale. And I think that's the biggest problem to solve, is how do we create systems that we can enable more access for people to build wealth. And as part of that, reputation, obviously the old systems and the old models that we have don't work. That's why I'm not the biggest fan of saying, oh, just put your credit score on the blockchain and there you can get a loan. Like, what did we change there? We didn't fundamentally change the systems of how we're issuing credit. So I think that's the biggest opportunity for the blockchain space. How does it go wrong? I mean, of course, you can see how it goes wrong. Like, that was kind of the more benign example of how it goes wrong. I think it goes wrong by us treating this as like another attempt of us to build the system to better other people, rather than saying, here are tools for other people to start to build new systems. And I think that is the biggest issue with the space today, is like we haven't yet grasped who are we? Like, are we that open source community, or are we this like new fintech bubble? And I think that's fundamentally the nature of why reputation is so important.
I guess, and just this is kind of makes me think about how Evan from Disco thinks about how do you introduce yourself to people right now in the crypto space. Often it's like with your wallets or with your financial transaction, but is that your reputation really? Maybe that's just partial, just part of your identity. So I guess we need to be able to be more articulate and expansive when we think about reputation, and maybe we're getting there just out of this just financial space into more social one. Livia, do you have any thought? How does reputation trickle into your kind of work?
How can it go wrong?
Yeah. What is the impact of reputation? Like, often it's more wrong than good.
I think something that could go, I don't know if, well, in the brief conversation with Evan today, she said they are working on solving this, but how can it be fluid? Like, how can your reputation not be stuck with you? And we change all the time, and I think embracing change is a big value of our communities. So how could we translate that into the tech of it and make it work? But then something we talked yesterday that is a challenge about that is like, oh, but what if you did something really bad that like people should know about it? Like, well, what if someone, I don't know, committed a crime that somehow was attached to them, but then are there things that you have the choice to change and things you don't have the choice to change? Or even if someone committed a crime, is there some type of forgiveness a metric or like parameter that could be added to the mix? And maybe this is a more deep into like society-based kind of thing, but even with codes of conduct that we have in our communities, how do we deal with negative behavior? Would that be part of a sanctioned somehow.
It's fundamentally, I think, you're also introducing this, notion of, how do we deal with consent? Where does the agency of an individual end in terms of sharing your reputation, making it public? Things like your criminal record, should be able to be public or accessible. You should not be able to hide that. But, where do we draw that line between public and private, on-chain, off-chain? I think that's, a major debate that, where reputation is just part of it, and maybe it rolls up to identity, and that's maybe the space where it's been talked more about. But it's certainly, how do you design a system that has that flexibility, honors, the agency of a person, but at the same time, is not, it doesn't degenerate into you hiding information that, should be known. Any thought on consent, agencies around, individual owning their reputations?
It's tricky. People should always decide on what they want to share and what they don't want to share, but at the same time, you kind of need as much transparency as possible from the, data on the blockchain is also like fully transparent, but it's like you essentially who decides on whether you want to connect that to your identity or not. I think also like in terms of danger, it's also something that's kind of a sign for being very early in that development, is that you can still, well, as an individual, just come to danger or like into generally a physically dangerous place if you share too much about something about yourself. Like share that you're from Russia in the wrong circle, and that is going to be problematic. And that again is like, okay, so maybe the issue is also in the interpretation of the reputation, because maybe then it's about saying, well, maybe there is nothing negative. Maybe we're just like creating constantly a storage of like a collective memory, and it's cool that it all exists, and then as long as we can make sure that nobody misinterprets it, that's fine. Because, yeah, it's like in one community, your activity might be negative, but in another community, it's like that's the best thing you could have done. So these things we also have to take into consideration, and
I think that, again, we haven't aligned before this panel, but again, I will say that I think I agree with you, if I understood correctly, that it's such a, like, we need to start somewhere, right? And it's such a broad topic that I think that, really, like, we have so much knowledge about what is going wrong with the current reputation systems that we should really maybe just start focusing on how to significantly improve these problems, which are basically plutarchy, lack of transparency, lack of access to certain institutions, lack of knowledge. Like, we can discuss for the whole day if I should be able to decide what I share or not, but the truth is that nowadays I have no idea what I'm sharing even, right? So how about we start addressing this maybe, and then we will learn as we go a little bit more about, particular use cases, because again, like, using a little bit of my experience from Facebook, there is like hundreds, thousands of use cases where there are basically all of the configurations about somebody wanting to share something for good reasons, wanting to share something for bad reasons, and vice versa. It's just extremely complicated. So I agree that starting with local, like, smaller use cases, empowering people to solve problems that they have based on bad experiences that they have, is probably something that we should be focusing on over the next couple of years.
No. So, where to start? Like, are there either low-hanging fruits that you are either working on or you think, are there for us to address? Or imagine you had, like, a magic lamp and you had 3 wishes. I mean, what would be like the 3 things that, should need to be solved now? So it's either pick one, either, long-hanging fruits, or, you have a wish. Ashley.
Yeah, I think it's credit. Like, I've said that before, but basically, how do we enable more people to start to build wealth? I think that's the biggest question. A lot of people are just disenfranchised from day one, and that doesn't have to be the case. I think in terms of reputation systems, what we're thinking about is how do we coordinate our resources and our skills more cooperatively rather than just using our labor power to work at like giant corporations that aren't necessarily serving us. And I think that that's fundamentally where we can start to shift things, because a lot of people actually want to contribute to their community. They want to like take care of themselves better. They just can't. They don't have the access to do that. So if we build systems that say, hey, if you participate in this way, you're earning this currency, and that's essentially what we do at Resource, you can use that currency now to spin back at things that are good for you and good for your local community. So that's the thing that I think is both low-hanging fruit and both most systemic.
I think that, yeah, I agree. Like from the kind of known existing use cases, I think that credit and enabling more people to build wealth and start decreasing the gap is like extremely important. On a slightly higher level, I would say that I would really like to start seeing products kind of showing how reputation can be useful online, because right now I believe that the majority of or maybe I don't want to judge, but a significant part of time, a lot of people spend on social media, and I feel that this is like how we think about online reputation, basically, how many likes you have, how many followers you have right now. And there are many known problems with this, of course, and the truth is that, when it comes to the current so-called creator economy, like a super small slice of the creators can make a living, and effectively everybody else is kind of just lost time, right? So I'm also extremely passionate about cases where we can, I believe in creators economy, but such that where the barrier of creation, it's easier for me to find content that is basically more relevant to me, and I need better reputation systems, for example, in this case, to be able, because right now what I have is YouTube recommendations or something like that, right? So I personally also feel that for me, this is another super interesting area, and I would like to see some new products doing well.
Yeah. Make a wish, Andre.
Well, I'm obviously biased because I'm also working on that kind of tools, or I guess that kind of ontology. I think that the lowest hanging fruit is to start, well, it's actually no longer low-hanging fruit. My perspective on it is that we just need to look at our work and what we do as the source of the reputation, and then kind of start from the inside. So rather than kind of trying to build top-down systems that track reputation, assume that how we individually want to work with our reputation, and then observe how we do that, and then like try to make that accessible. And again, I'm just more or less, I guess, describing of what I perceive already works in the organization that I'm building, or what people are kind of happy with. But yeah, I think a lot of the reputation issues have to come from the inside, from people actually doing work and then deciding what they do with it. And then we can use technology to automate the distribution or the shareability of it. I see it actually very similar to, like, as you just mentioned, like Instagram or social media. It's like, it's also reputation, the messages, the pictures that you send, and it's just people who want to do the stuff. So like they want to share to their friends, and that is reputation. So the next stage, I think, is more around, well, let's do that with work. You want to do work, do the work. You want to share with people that you've done it, and then we just need like platforms to make that visible.
Yeah, I resonate a lot with that, and I would add that on top of like being based on people's work, also being based on the ways people relate with each other, because building, the ways in which relationships happen in a community is so important to the value they're adding, and also to have value diversification. Like the more values we can map the more we could diversify the legitimacy layer also, like having more entities that can offer legitimacy and having more values that are considered reputable and yeah, in the big spectrum of being a whole human being, not just what I produce, but also who I am, how I behave, how I treat people, and how I treat myself. And
yeah, maybe what I'm hearing is that, although we have an abundance of, signals right now, these signals are weak today. How can we make them richer, right? And how can we make these signals more sort of bidirectional? So we let the machine kind of, crunch the data, but can we provide more recognition? So could we be more intentional in feeding good, rich data feedback to the machine so that ultimately even that interpretation layer, comes on course correct itself? But this is an active, intentional responsibility of us. How do we kind of feed the machine the right things? And so being open about recognition, providing more feedback, that is just not an act of gratitude in respect to someone, but it ends up, becoming, the reputation protocol. So maybe, that means take a more active part, try to, turn this into a more human thing, which possibly could be more regenerative in respect to what we have today. And, I think that's kind of a way for us to wrap. I think, we went through kind of a different spectrum of angles onto this. Love the conversation. Grateful for all the work that you are doing, everyone is doing here. Great to have been on this stage, barefoot with you, and with some beers offered by the first row. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, panelists. Thank you, ETHBarcelona.
And this panel is moderated by Bogdan Habic from Tenderly, and it features Paul Sendra from BGD Labs and Lucas from BGD Labs, and Matt Solomon from Scopelift, Mudit Gupta, who will be joining us from, who's from Polygon and will be joining us via Zoom, and Emiliano Panassi from Rentable. So come on up, everyone. Thank you so much. Give them a hand.
Oh, wow.
Cool. We're seeing them for the first time as well, so this is new to us. Hi, Mudit, Emiliano, can you hear us? Okay, cool. So,
yeah,
hi.
We can.
Okay, cool. So we're going to have to count the lag in here. Thank you probably to the most, for coming to the probably most complex panel here due to the technical issues of connecting people. We can do decentralized things, but we cannot connect to Zoom here. And this is proof that Web3 needs to exist and will prevail. Anywho, all the cringe Web3 things aside, I can say, hi everyone, my name is Bogdan Habic. I'm going to be your host for the evening, or yeah, we can call it the evening, I guess. It feels like an evening to me, at least. And I'm going to let all of the panelists introduce themselves, and then we're going to start talking about DAO upgrades and why they're hard. So,
Hi, everyone. I'm Matt Solomon. I'm from Scopelift. We're a dev shop, do a lot of smart contract development and things associated to that. One in particular being Seatbelt, which is a tool for governance, safety, and upgrades, which we'll probably get more into later.
Hello, I'm Lucas. I work at BGD Labs, and I basically forked his work. This is why I'm here. And we are technical contributors to the our ecosystem.
Yeah. Hello, I'm Paul. I also work at BGD Labs. And yeah, I mean, I've worked right now on some proposals, so I could say some stuff.
Guess I'll go next. Hey folks, I'm Madhut. I'm CISO at Polygon. I lead security there. And before that, I've worked for DAOs like Saatva.
Cool. I'm Emiliano. I'm working on Rentable, a platform for renting NFT without collateral. I'm an active blockchain security researcher and participating in many workshops and still participating somehow.
yeah, cool. So first of all, the two of them will fight because he forked his work. That's the first 20 minutes. Then when one falls, we're going to start with questions. Anyway, so to start things off, the idea behind this panel was, I think people don't understand, or we thought that people don't understand how complex governance proposals are, because it's not just like a yes and no button that you click. There's much more work happening behind the scenes for that thing to actually not break everything. So Matt, can you maybe start with what is actually a governance proposal?
Yeah, so most smart contracts have like some form of permissioned role in the system, like an admin or an owner who can do things that a regular user can't do, like upgrade parameters or upgrade a smart contract. And sometimes that privileged role is just a regular user, sometimes it's a multi-sig, other times it's a DAO. And when it's a DAO, you need some way to get everyone to agree on what should be changed and what should be updated. And the way to do that is through a governance proposal. So someone submits a transaction that says, we want to do X, we want to change this, we want to change fees from 2% to 1%. And people vote on it, and if it passes, that change gets executed.
Cool. And then I guess, does everybody agree here, at least on the panel, with Matt? Or we can start, because we have some polarized questions that will split the room as well. I just wanted to see if we want to start early or not. Or are we guys good? OK. So I guess, Mudit, the question for you, this also sounds like a very generic thing, but are all proposals made equal?
No, not at all. So proposals come in wide variety. You can have very basic proposals like deploy on X network, for example. We know like if a big DAO says that they want to deploy on this new network, almost no token holder is going to vote no. They are fairly straightforward from the proposal point of view, although the deployment after the proposal can be complex. And then on the other hand, there can be super complex proposals that can split the whole like token community in two parts. A recent example would be the Maker DAOs. Some people alleged it was a takeover, but basically a new work being commissioned by Maker governance, it actually split the team, or it actually split the whole community in two. There were good parties on both sides. It was a close race, but at the end, the proposal didn't pass. So yeah, like proposals can be a wide variety of complexity.
Cool. And then I guess you said it split the room, but maybe we can do something before splitting the room or splitting the whole community itself. So there's a thing called sentiment measuring or temperature measuring. So Paul, can you maybe cover what that is for the audience?
Yeah. So with this, like, we would basically see who of these people would like to split the room or not split the room before we actually do it, right?
Before we split the room.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, so if there's no interest, then there's no need to actually create the smart contracts or do the on-chain voting, but yeah.
Yeah, what tools are used over there for temperature measuring? Is there something that maybe some...
Yeah, I think Snapshot is the most commonly used. Basically, you can vote with your DAO tokens or whatever off-chain, and then from that you can pass to the on-chain part.
Sure, and then...
If I can add to this, there's also a forum for most DAOs where people discuss stuff even before doing a snapshot proposal, just to get a general sentiment of, is this even worth it, right? And then afterwards, the snapshot is often used to define more the fine granular stuff that goes into an actual on-chain proposal.
Taking those forums into account, did you, for example, see some proposals failing on the forum, but people still proposing them in the DAO?
I think this didn't happen at our DAO, but probably, yeah. I mean, there's nothing preventing you from actually creating an on-chain proposal.
Cool. So when it comes to creating the proposal, Emiliano, it's very weird because I'm looking at the floor here. It looks like I'm sick. No, but Emiliano, what actually goes into creating the proposal?
Yeah, depending on which governance you use, so we have Compound, we have Aave, we have many other ways to manage a protocol. You may need different things, but in general, what you need is a smart contract that basically execute actions on the protocol that change the parameters. Maybe you want to change the collateral factor, you want to introduce a new collateral, or maybe you want to add new contracts in the protocol. But basically, you end up to prepare, a new smart contract. Then you have to decide, maybe the parameters for the vote. So you have to specify how much the voting should last, how many people should be required at least to vote. So a quorum. So there are many, let's say, parameters that you could set up. As soon as you are able to create them, in general, this is something that is done or by one technical people or at least by two people for making the job. Actually, I think that originally was a little bit complex. Now we created a lot of tooling around them. But that's basically, in general, the idea.
Yeah, you're mentioning smart contracts, and then we always have to mention audits when there's security involved. So I guess a question for Mudit, but also for everyone else. We know that the proposals aren't made equal, but should all of them be audited? How much?
So it depends on the proposal to proposal. I'd say most of them should be audited. Now, from audit can also come in wide variety. Some can be just smart contract audits if you're adding a new feature or something like that. But in terms of governance, usually what I see is the audit needs to be more on the risk management side. So the proposal on Aave, for example, might be to add support for a new asset or remove support from an existing asset. So there won't be any new smart contract involved necessarily. But you need to thoroughly analyze if that asset is stable enough to be added, or if it should be removed, what the implications of that are, and so on. So all of these big DAOs, MakerDAO, Aave, Compound, have their own risk assessment teams that take care of all of them. And they go through all of the proposals to ensure nothing bad is going to happen. Then obviously we have some proposals that are for deploying new contracts. So for example, if Aave wanted to deploy Aave V3, Uni wanted to deploy Uni V3, those proposals or smart contracts definitely go through a bunch of audits, and those are traditional smart contract audits. Then third type, I would say some proposals don't need a new audit at all. coming back to an old example of just deploying the contracts on Polygon, for example. If you're live on Ethereum and you deploy on Polygon, like you need it recently, you don't necessarily need a new audit.
Cool. And then Emiliano, you were mentioning some tooling here. So do proposals go through UI? Is there like a CI/CD process? How does the infrastructure look there? And then we're going to have Matt and Lucas fight about seatbelts, whatever that is so far. But
Yeah. They are the best to talk about them because they are one of the best inventor of those tooling. So continuous integration and continuous deployment, or anyway, automated tools that keep track of new governance proposals and execute actions against them are pretty useful. Why? Because you want to verify what happened if the proposal get effective, so will be executed, and you want to generate some reports. So having some scripts that run automatically and over all the duration of the voting process to check that everything is going as you expect is pretty fundamental, I would say. Not every governance has them, but we see originally Uniswap having them. We are seeing also Habe having them. This is really important for being sure that when the proposal, but maybe we will discuss later, is going to be executed effectively. So basically we are changing the protocol, or we are basically executing them, we get the desired result and not something that we didn't expect.
Sure. So a question for the audience, by the way. Who here is participating at a DAO or running a DAO or something similar? Can you raise your hand? So for the 6 people in the room that raised their hands, Emiliano, do you think their DAOs need to have this tooling day one, or do you think this is something that can evolve?
Can I say day zero?
Sure, definitely. And I'm actually glad, because I hope we get more people in the space when you see that the problems here are actually very complex. So Matt, coming to you, working on one of the first toolings, Uniswap Seatbelt, how did you and your team come to the idea? What was the rationale behind it, and what is actually Uniswap Seatbelt?
Yeah, so I'll take those in the opposite order, I guess. So what it is pretty much what Emiliano just described. It's a tool that runs in the background every couple hours for any supported DAO, such as Uniswap. Compound's another one it works for. It looks for all proposals for that DAO, simulates them, and generates a report. And we try to make that report as human-friendly as possible. So we use the Tenderly simulator to basically take the raw transaction simulation, decode that, and say, here's the exact pieces of state that have changed. Here's the events that have been emitted. For all the touched contracts, here's the warnings, et cetera. And basically spit out just a simple file that anyone can read to make sure this proposal does what the creator actually says it's going to do. That way, you don't have to just trust their description, and you can verify for yourself what you're voting on. The reason it came about originally is just because governance is hard. And it's really easy to mess up, and if you do it wrong, people can lose money. Sometimes it's easy to recover from, sometimes it's harder. And so, in general, it's just good to take as much precautions as you can with that process.
How did it look before Uniswap Seatbelt? Like, what's the before photo of this?
Yeah, probably very manual, and to an extent, it's still very manual. A lot of the proposals are specific and hard to fully automate and fully parse into this human-friendly format. And so, typically, someone would submit a governance proposal, they tell you what it's supposed to do, and most voters pretty much just kind of had to trust that that is what's actually happening. Now voters have more tools at their disposals to make sure they are educated and informed about what they're voting on.
Cool. And then Lucas, you forking his work, what was the rationale?
Yeah, I think I have to disappoint a bit, because I'm not forking it because it was bad or something. It was like a really, really good tool. Like, it's not a fight that's burning here. Just that our governance works differently than the governance Bravo.
Sorry, continue.
So yeah, we had to adjust it slightly at different places just to account for how our governance works.
And then for the room, maybe, because people always mention governance, and it sounds like one huge thing. How are Uniswap's and Nave's governance different? Like, why did you actually need to fork the work?
I think our governance, this might be wrong, but I think it was created after governance alpha, before the Bravo was out. So they couldn't fork this, so had to do their own research and work. So just the outcome is slightly different. So what we have on Aave governance that we don't have on Bravo is, for example, that there's an enforced differential on votes. In Bravo, there's only a quorum. Like in Aave governance, there's both. Also, in Aave governance, we have a very fine granular control of permissions. There's not only one executor, but there's multiple executors touching different aspects of the ecosystem. And there's a lot more smaller things that are slightly different that just allow us not to use the exact tooling, but adjust it a bit to account for that.
Cool. And now Emiliano mentioned reports, so Uniswap, Seedbuild, and Aave Seedbuild generate some reports. Can you paint the picture for people? Who and how do they use those reports? Because you mentioned state changes and events, but who's the consumer of that, and how do you use it?
Yeah, so there's kind of two ways you can use them. If you're developing a proposal and if you're voting on a proposal are pretty much the two approaches. And so if you're developing one, you might need to write some code that says, send this governance proposal on chain and let people vote on it. And you want to make sure you did that the right way. And so one thing you can do is use the seatbelt tool to simulate that proposal locally and generate the port locally. And that way you as a developer can read it, make sure you crafted it the way it's supposed to be before you pay the transaction cost to actually put it on chain. Then the second category is the people actually voting. And so what they can do is they can go to the seatbelt repository. It's just on GitHub. Find the DAO that they're interested in, and then find its specific proposal, and just open the report and read through it. Eventually, it'd be nice to have them linked to directly from the proposal page, or even embedded. That way, it's more convenient, more people can see it, and you don't even have to leave the page.
Cool. And did you guys change anything for the Aave Seedbuild when it comes to reporting? Was there any additional things there?
Yeah, so we did the integration in the Aave governance interface to link to the Seedbuild report. We added small things. We have the Tenderly simulation link in the report so that developers can resimulate the simulation and play around with the state diff. There's some Aave specific things that are a bit complicated, like in the configurator in Aave. There's some gas golfing to put a lot of variables in a single uint 256. So it's not just a struct, but a bitmap, and so it's kind of hard for users to diff different slots and then realize what's happening inside. So we wrote some parser on top to basically interpret the uint and give it in a human-readable format for the users, and also for the developers who want to look at this and see is the proposal doing what it's supposed to do.
And then I guess a question for everyone, what would be your ideal state for these reports? So how do you in, I don't know, year, 2 times, probably, hopefully less, imagine going to a governance proposal? What would you like for developers to see, for audit security people to see, and then for the end user to see as well? So paint your ideal world.
Yeah, I think at the current state, these reports are quite amazing because in the end, you can, when we say read, you can see code and numbers that you couldn't able to see. You see the differential and this stuff, but in reality, for this, I think to be useful to the general public and not just developers and people expert on the protocol that know exactly this lot or this refers to this reserve or this token or whatever. It needs to be more work on representing what this means, right? So I, as a normal user of Aave, for example, I can see, this proposal is to change the percentage or whatever health factor or risk of any token.
Anyone else? Or we can continue on this one. Okay, so Emiliano mentioned a thing where CI/CD is very important running these tests constantly to know if something changed, but proposals take sometimes weeks to pass. How can we be sure that once it is passed, it is actually what we wanted for it to do initially? So how can we make sure that all those things execute correctly?
I think that we didn't solve the issue yet. I mean that we know effectively, what's going on when we execute, but we can do whatever we can at best immediately before. So having a continuous system is very is very important. Being able to simulate also other protocols if the proposal is affecting some integration is pretty important. Other things that I see applied not so often is basically conditional execution. So basically when we effectively execute the transaction that changes those states in the protocol. So for instance, we add a new asset, we change the risk parameters or whatever, we can add to the proposal some checks that will be verified, will be checked effectively in that block, and so we revert in the case we are not respecting, let's say, anymore some invariant or some conditions. So this is pretty important because basically you prepare first with, seatbelt reporting, maybe some block before the execution, and then you have, let's say, an effective seatbelt when you execute the transaction. So I would love to see in the future that, improvement in, for instance, other governance, compound Bravo and whatever, if we will see more, incentivize people to make condition on the proposal that they are going to execute.
And then let's split the room. Is DAO governance actually decentralized? Like, how is this different at all from a multi-sig?
Yeah, I think, I will start with this. For me, or in my opinion, you can see it as two ways. Like, if, for example, you're in a DAO and you have maybe the distribution is between 3 people, right, or something like this, then they basically decide whatever they want. So this is not decentralization, right? But then at the same time, the way of introducing updates or changes to the protocol, a way of like that everyone can, let's say everyone, no? That part of, if it's truly like the token is in everyone's hands, like they can decide, they can operate, or everyone can put an update. I think this is the decentralization that is the part of decentralization of this thing.
Yeah, I think it kind of varies. Like, oh, go ahead.
Go ahead, Moody.
Sorry, go ahead. You're going.
Well, yeah, I was going to say, like, in an ideal world, the answer would always be yes, it's better and more decentralized. In practice, sometimes it's a little more gray. Kind of like what you were saying, sometimes most of the tokens are just in the hands of a few people. And so even though anyone can go ahead and buy tokens and participate in governance, it's hard to acquire enough to have an impact if the token distribution is kind of lopsided. And you do have to be careful too. Like, it's not foolproof. There have been, governance attacks where people are able to give themselves all the voting power and then give all the money to themselves. And so you do have to be careful. Obviously, there's trade-offs with the multi-sig where then you just kind of have to trust the people on that multi-sig. But yeah, I think right now it's kind of mixed. I think in the end, DAOs definitely have potential to be more fair and equal.
Mudit.
Yeah, sure. So I agree with that statement or overall general sentiment that in ideal world it will obviously be better, but in reality for 95% of the DAOs it's actually worse. A bunch of attack vectors can exist this way. I don't remember the exact name, but there was this product which got hacked because someone just bought enough tokens to pass a vote forcefully and just take over the protocol. It is a valid attack vector for multiple protocols, and in fact, a recent example comes to mind. So, if anyone remembers the Wonderland project, which once had like almost $1 billion in AUM, they just gave 25 million, if I remember correctly, 25 million to C2, and the vote that transferred that money had only 15 million worth of tokens vote for it. So theoretically, someone could have just spent 15 million to get 25 million and then sold those tokens back to even recoup the 15 million cost they put in. So a bunch of theoretical attack vectors can exist in these scenarios. In reality, only very few have been exploited. Only that first one that I can't remember the name right now comes to mind. But yeah, in general, multi-sigs and DAOs aren't too far. Unfortunately, most of the DAOs have big VC investments or foundations that have large enough token holdings to sway vote in any direction they want. We have seen some university student groups also sway votes in certain DAOs previously. So yeah, like it is a big road towards decentralization.
If I can add something, agree totally on what the other panelists said. I want to, let's say something good for having governance more centralized, especially not for the DAO stuff, but more for the protocol. I find that not every time, especially at the beginning, users, shareholders have exactly in mind what the protocol needs, how to answer to some questions. So centralization, it's a trade-off because you don't have skilled enough, your shareholders on how you govern the protocol that they're going to use. So I would say that centralization or the multi-sig approach could be effective at some point. We see some, hybrid approach like the delegates, where I can delegate a vote to someone else. But I think that depends on the DAO. At the end, DAOs and protocol are people, so they are not yet automated systems. So, the DAOs that emerge from them and all the relationships are just an expression of those. We can put some constraints, but in the end, they are people. So I would say that I trust maybe more some centralized multi-sig approaches. For instance, Zirion was governed a lot by a multi-sig and worked pretty well. But there are other governance where there are shareholders that maybe are lagging on executing changes on the protocol because they have to wait for consensus and maybe they are missing time to market for something. So it's not always bad. So I would like to say centralization is not bad. Depends how you use centralization, basically.
It sounds like synthetic life is the answer here, not. Yeah. Anywho, sorry for the.
Maybe I'm biased.
Maybe you're a robot, yeah. So anyway, these things sound very complex, and it sounds like if we do something on one protocol, we can screw things up on another one. So in your experience, how did you guys approach? Like, if we pass this thing, is it going to screw something up on another protocol? Because we have the whole money and Lego analogy. Can you guys maybe talk about that a bit?
I mean, in Aave, when flash loans were introduced, like, it messed up a lot of other protocols. But in the governance process, like, there's a risk team. People are usually communicating with the teams that are affected, and there's like I would say, like a good approach of finding a consensus that works out for all. And that's the reason why, like, there's some governance tokens that are not borrowable, because, like, the communities decided we don't want to hurt them, right? Like, we want to give a use to the token, and the community wants to be listed on the Aave platform, on the Aave protocol. But they want to find a way that works out for all. And I think that's basically the thing, like to find a compromise on a lot of things to, before, like, analyze what could happen, like if we make Maker borrowable or something. There was yesterday like a post, I think, to make this like less problematic and help the whole community, because no one profits from other protocol failing.
It sounds very interesting, because this can be basically a collaboration space for all stakeholders to gather. It's not just like, hey, we ship this thing and we don't care what's actually happening there. So that's a nice side effect there. So how can DAOs maybe scale and manage their protocol? Should they like start with a multi-sig? Should they start with just a single wallet? Should they? How can they approach this? Maybe Emiliano, or actually the whole panel as well. But
yeah, I think that a very good approach at the beginning. Really, it depends by protocol, but in general, I think that having a trusted multi-sig with many parties, very distributed across the world in the way that you manage the risk is a way to be fast enough for scaling the protocol. But the other problem for me, the other challenge is that as soon as a protocol grows, you have many things that the governance should manage. And so it starts to emerge, the need of, the governance should approve everything. I mean, it has domain on every part of the protocol. So we should have people that are skilled everywhere. So I think that DAOs need to scale somehow. So you have to have small matter experts or maybe roles inside a DAO that manage a specific part of the protocol. For instance, in Aave V3, you have the risk admins, where basically those are people, there is a permit list where the governance can delegate to specific parties, let's say Gauntlet, Risk DAO, or whatever, just to be able to tune the parameter for, you know, the health factor, the LTV, and whatever for the tokens. So in that way, a governance could be more effective, could act quickly, and could basically answer to the growth of the protocol. So we have to start to see DAOs that split in sub-DAOs, and technically protocols that start to have, you know, roles inside, you know, different governance for different parts of the protocol. Because it's, you know, separation of concerns. I cannot be skilled on everything around the protocol. Maybe I'm very skilled on the risk. Maybe someone else is more skilled, you know, on adding new players and whatever.
Do you guys have maybe an opinion on this as well?
No, I fully agree.
Okay, so also seeing two tools exist and governance is becoming more and more complex with topics and sub-DAOs. What do you guys think should we maybe stop now, standardize, and then continue? Like, how would you tackle this? We can start with Mudit and then have the whole room.
Yeah, sure. So, well, the first thing to standardize, I suppose, would be the basic contract structures in most cases, like for basic activities. For example, a multi-sig standard would be super nice. Everyone kind of defaults to using Gnosis, but there is no like standard interface for a multi-sig. So all of those things can go away. There can be a standard interface for DEXs, for example, in future for lending, borrowing, and so on, so that it becomes easier to analyze these proposals and transactions when you can decode all of the data very easily and say like what exactly this proposal is trying to do. Right now, when the contracts interact with random other contracts and so on, it can be super complex to build tooling and understand what exactly a proposal is trying to do.
Cool. Matt?
Yeah, I think it's going to be hard to standardize every aspect of the governance flow, but I could kind of see value in standardizing like a process, for example, where the actual steps differ depending on the specific DAO, right? So like, for example, before you submit your governance proposal, it's probably a good idea to simulate it. Whether you do seatbelt because it's compatible with your DAO or some other tooling because you have something different, it's probably useful to simulate it and make sure the transaction does what you expect it to do. Like Emiliano was saying earlier, it's good to continue that process through the life cycle of the proposal. And then once it's finally executed, you want to make sure it didn't have any like downstream second order effects that you didn't anticipate. And maybe you have to monitor other protocols that integrate with yours. And how you do that is going to vary as well. And so I think kind of that high-level flow is something that maybe could be standardized or, you know, at least talked about more.
Sure. Well, you had a very interesting opinion.
Yeah, like I think standardizing is nice because in the end, like different protocols can follow the same pattern. You mitigate risk a bit, but it also is kind of dangerous because then like you kind of also mitigate innovation. If everyone does the same thing, then there's no new things or no better ways, right? So it needs to be like quite a balance between both.
Yeah, kind of along those lines too. Like things change really fast. And so you might standardize something and have a good process today. And tomorrow you're missing like a big new attack vector that shows up because people invented flash loans or something like that. So yeah, it's a good point.
Yeah. Lucas?
Yeah, I would basically agree with that. It's just that at the moment, like this field is moving very fast. There's things in Bravo that are, of course, better than in our governance, I'd say. But there's like the granularity with the multiple executors on Aave, which is like super powerful. And there's still like a lot of problems that need to be solved, like to have like cheaper voting, gasless voting, whatever. And before these things are solved, like I feel like one could perhaps slow down innovation by trying to standardize too early. So like standardizing processes, like it's a really good idea, I think, to care for some minimal standard in the industry. But also like innovation is still super important in this field.
Yeah, I think maybe creating more or putting more emphasis on creating more tooling, like so it can support all the steps, right? And then everyone can do their own thing, but supported by all these things that will assure that the final product is a product that can be released.
Emiliano, I think you started saying
yeah,
something.
If I cannot, I think that I agree with all the things said so far. So I think the standardization for me is more around the process. I mean that if for simpler governance proposal we have a declarative way of, saying what's the final state of the protocol. Let's say I want that now the protocol, the LTV for the protocol is 50% for that payer and blah, blah, blah. And I have a tool that automatically generates in a very standardized way all these smart contracts and the things required would be easier also for proposers. So I think that if we are able to have something that simplifies the proposal creation, despite the effective implementation, is something that improves the readability, engage more people that see that the entry barrier for making a proposal is lower, because making a smart contract is just for hard things. But in general, if I want to propose, okay, just change these parameters, I have a simple text file where I just change them. And it's basically something that we already use in Web2 world when we declare as a code infrastructure or declare as a code a configuration. So we abstract how we generate the changes with how the final state should be.
Cool. And then if someone wants to get started tackling governance, and if somebody comes up with a governance tool, what would be a good starting point? As you mentioned quite a few things, and it's a very complex topic.
I think maybe the first step would be like getting in contact with people that maintain the protocol. I think more or less in all the main protocols there are like not one group but multiple groups that do this, and they can like say, yeah, okay, you want to do this, maybe look at this documentation, maybe post a forum like whatever you want to do there, and that's for me the first step, I think.
Okay, cool. That concludes the panel. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for listening. So listen again, and thank you, everyone, for joining. So, yeah.
All right. First step, talk to Lucas.
So this is the ending music.
I guess so. I'm not sure if we are still live or not.
Sorry, the music is too loud. Jesus.
Yeah, I have no idea if we are still live or not.
We can test the saying bullshit.